All right, so the moment of truth, we are live. We have a crowded field here in the studio. That's great. We are at the second day of our Worldwide AI and Web3 Summit. And I will welcome everybody. We have the script up in a few seconds. We had a little bit of a rough morning here, but don't worry about it. We are all in good spirit. We had a phenomenal day yesterday. And I was told by the studio here that we have, like yesterday, a full house. We had yesterday, don't quote me on the exact numbers, but close to 900 to 1,000 people. Impressive. That is absolutely impressive. Awesome. And I can tell everybody from what we have seen on LinkedIn comments, on Twitter comments, on emails and WhatsApps and what others as a social media we have, on channels, the feedback was incredible. We had incredible people from, obviously, the CEO, Janet, from Singularity Net. Everybody who is a robotic geek like myself. It was a pleasure to have Desi as well on stage, the humanoid robot, which was absolutely amazing. And one of the biggest positive responses that we have gotten besides the VCs, actually the remarkable woman in AI, I should point that out, but it was also the speech from the Stanford HAI about the index, the AI index. And I want to re-emphasize again that that was something that is available for free. It's a report that is literally 380 pages big. And I can only highly recommend to actually read that. So with that, let's go into this second day. Hello, everyone, again from around the world, and greetings from Silicon Valley, California. As I said yesterday, for the people who are new to this session, who haven't been yesterday on the AI, but I opened yesterday the day with some teasers. So let me repeat this in case you haven't been there yesterday. So what does the current writer and artist and actor strike in Hollywood have to do with artificial intelligence? And how are Web3 and blockchain the enabler of decentralization? And how are all of these topics interconnected to accelerate and revolutionize? Now, let us explore AI and the intersection to Web3 with a little bit more heavier on Web3 today. And most importantly, what are the opportunities for all of you to build viable business around it? Because that's really what this, obviously is all about. I am Thomas Neubert. I'm the founder of the Transatlantic AI Exchange and a founding member of the WowDAO. And I'm very delighted to have, I'm one of the moderators for this Worldwide AI Web3 Summit. Today, with me, as yesterday, is HAAS, traveling all the way from Vietnam. Welcome, Ha, and over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Thomas. And hi, everyone, again on another day. And a warm welcome to the second day of the Worldwide AI and Web3 Summit. It's a new day when it comes a fresh wave of insights and discussions and exploration into evolving world of technology. Yesterday, we have dived into the innovation of AI from the current global state to the transformative potential it holds for enterprise. We celebrated remarkable women in AI and witnessed the creativity and innovation of top finalists of the Worldwide AI Hackathon. We are also grateful for our sponsor, Cohort. Are we good? Sorry.
Yeah, we are.
All right. So Cohort is a company at the forefront of next generation of AI solutions for data empowerment. And I'm gonna give the stage now back to Raika. Welcome on the second day.
Hi, thanks, Ha. Today, we pivot our focus to an equally captivating arena, Web3 and decentralized technologies, reshaping industries as we know them. Why does AI need to be decentralized? Are you a Web2 developer? What can Web3 do for your business? Let us together explore the intersection of AI and Web3. Got a bunch of questions about Web3? We will dive into blockchain, decentralized applications, and the decentralized world that's around us.
Thank you very much, Radhika, and welcome to this event. And congratulations and thank you to be a co-organizer of this event.
Pleasure to be here.
So our agenda for today is packed with captivating sessions and distinguished speakers. Again, we will be exploring topics such as the announcement of the hackathon in a few minutes, drum playing, competitive winners, the profound implication of privacy in AI, and the intrinsic web of SEC, regulations and legal entities in the Web3 landscape. We will also delve into the cognitive economy, venture capital in decentralized AI, and the essential tools and networking for decentralized AI projects. Additionally, we will explore the vital themes of governance and AI ethics, and we will examine real-world applications. My sincere apology. That is when you are in a live session. In the real-world applications of Web3 blockchain solving real-world problems. We have a fireside chat lined up with the U2U Foundation. And finally, we will conclude with a grand launch and the background of the groundbreaking WowDAO. With that, I would like to give it over to Chris, who is also one of the co-organizers of this event. Chris, over to you.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Ha. Thank you, Radhika, for having, U2U Foundation as one of the co-hosts. And, I can't, overemphasize the importance of AI and Web3 at the intersection in a few years' time. And with a great and amazing lineup of speakers from institutions, from universities, academias, and industry experts, ranging from Stanford to Berkeley, and then tier one law firm like Oric, VC firm like Star Chain Ventures, and a good friend from Arcane Group, and of course U2U Foundation. I'm looking forward to the panels and how we can facilitate some of the potential partnership in the next couple hours, 4-hour global audience overseas as well.
Thank you very much, everybody. This is hopefully a good start. It's a live session, so there will be a little hiccups, but bear with us. We did pretty well yesterday, and we will do definitely the same today.
Much better.
So gear up for another day of enlightenment and exploration. We are excited to have you with us as we navigate the dynamics and transformative landscape of Web3. Thank you for being a part of the Worldwide AI Web3 Summit. Today, we will kick off a waiting session, which is the hackathon competition winner announcement. And with that, I will introduce also Jesus, and I appreciate everybody's time. And we will see you all very soon during the day.
Thank
you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good luck, Thomas.
All right, so I would assume that my good friend Jesus from Spain is online. Let's go into the next session. So hi, everyone. The moment we have all been eagerly awaiting for has arrived. It's time. Hi, Jesus. It is time.
Good morning, Thomas.
To announce the winners of the Worldwide AI Hackathon. Over the past year, talented individuals and teams from across the globe have poured their creativity and passion into groundbreaking AI projects. The competition has been fierce, and the judges have had the difficult task of evaluating and selecting the most outstanding projects. Before we review the winners, let's take a moment to acknowledge the incredible dedication and hard work of the participants. Each of you has contributed to the success of this hackathon. Now, without further ado, let's move on to the results. We have 3 categories: generative AI, synthetic data AI, and self-supervised learning in the autonomous industry. In each category, the top 3 projects have earned their place in this prestige stage. Now, our first competition, which received the highest number of teams registered, which is also a hot potato topic as we all know, generative AI applications. So here are the results. The third place, and now I have to get over to my paper because I cannot read the teleprompter because it's blue, but bear with me. The third place is Panos AI, the team and the project. Panos AI is the first data and AI-powered digital advisor, helps to automate businesses on a digital transformation journey more successfully. Second place, WeCycle team with the WeCycle project, a chatbot system with front-end, back-end, and business consulting components powered by a web application built using Streamlit and a large language model with LangChain. Sorry. The system helps us categorize their trash by asking questions and finding appropriate disposal or recycling options. First place, ByteHawk's team, with their project's primarily objective is to develop an innovative approach to convert CT brain scans into MRI-like images and vice versa using generative AI. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to the winners in the generative AI category. And now I would like to invite the first place winner, assuming they are online, in the generative AI category to share a few words about their projects. Please, the stage is yours, and let's keep it short, but we are very proud to have you here, assuming you're online.
Hello, am I audible?
Hello?
Hello.
Is somebody
Hello.
there?
Yes. Hello.
Hello. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Have you activated your video, or would you just like to do something verbally?
Video is already on. Can you see it now?
Yep. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So
first of all, very much congratulations and welcome. And please share a few words of wisdom.
Sure. So being short and crisp. So thank you for selecting us in the finalists. So hello, everybody. On behalf of ByteHawks, I would like to express my gratitude to organizer and panelists to shaping this wonderful hackathon, and congratulations to all the finalists who have came here and given the innovative ideas. So for which has helped all of our teammates to give us the potential and new innovative ideas. So with this worldwide hackathon, we have already pushed our limits, and as the results are there. So on ByteHawks, our main theme was to convert the MRI to CT scan and vice versa using generative AI. So which will help more the doctors to convert the MRI to CT scan images and vice versa, which will reduce the time and cost effectively. So first, by considering the humanity part and potential to the generative AIs, and for thank you everyone for creating a wonderful platform. And I would enclose my speech by using this quote. So empowering innovation with AI to uplift our lives, transforming today's challenges into tomorrow's victory with these great products which are represented here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations again. And I hope that very soon, by the end of the day, when we are announcing our incredible WowDAO, that you will be interested in joining the WowDAO and the ecosystem to provide you with the ecosystem to build a reliable and viable and scalable business on top of it. So thank you very much. And I wish you all the best and see you soon in the WowDAO. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
With that, I would like to give it over to Jesus.
Thank you, Thomas. Congratulations, ByteHawks team. And now Let's move on to the next competition results. These are the results for the synthetic data applications. Here we go. On the third place, we have the Shirish Singh team and the project that proposes a solution that compares synthetic data with real data using statistical tests and inspects whether the data is fit for use. This will increase the trust in synthetic data created and its adoption. On the second place, we have Make It AI. The Make It AI team takes second place with their great project. This is a very versatile framework using generator discriminator models for various metrics. This also maintains privacy by discouraging sample similarity and optimizing computation through feature selection and visualization tools. In addition, metrics adaptability allows customized data generation, opening up new research avenues. And finally, the first place is for the Jelly Space team, with AI and DLT-based supply chain toolset for space and defense industries. The platform aims to reduce the supply chain entry barriers for startups, small and medium enterprises, and mid-sized companies entering space and aerospace industries. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for the winners of the synthetic data category. Now, I'd like to invite the first place winners in the synthetic AI category to share a few words with us about their project. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Jesus, and thank you, Thomas, for this. This is really great news for us, and we are overflowing with joy and gratitude, having had the privilege to participate and be recognized in this esteemed Worldwide AI Hackathon. Winning this competition is a really amazing moment for us, a dream and a goal materialized through collective effort, perseverance, and a shared passion for innovation in artificial intelligence. We have almost worked since July till yesterday, that is including our presentation slides. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the wonderful organizers, Lee, Ha, and Thomas, who have worked tirelessly to create a platform where ideas converge and innovation blossoms. Your dedication has allowed us to explore new realms of possibilities and push the boundaries of what AI can achieve. Thanks for the Discord channel's quick responses and answers to our concerns. We would like to extend our thanks to WowDAO mentors and judges also, because their valuable advice, we worked on it, and then also their feedback and critique, it has really helped us further improve our idea and value proposition. And also, I would like to express my profound gratitude to my incredible team. This victory is a testament to our collaborative spirit, relentless pursuit of excellence, and for agreeing to follow Scrum methodology to develop the application. I know some of you have not kept your deadlines for the tasks, but your expertise, commitment, and camaraderie have been the driving force behind our success. It's an honor to be part of a competition that brings together the brightest minds from across the globe, fostering an environment of learning and mutual growth. This experience has been immensely enriching, and the insights gained will guide our future endeavors definitely in the field of AI and blockchain. Let's continue to harness the power of AI to solve complex problems and create a future where technology and humanity coexists and flourishes together. Thank you once again to everyone who has been part of this wonderful journey. Here's to more innovation and groundbreaking achievements in the world of AI.
Well done, Ali and team. Thank you very much for your contribution. Well deserved, and good luck in the future. And last but not least,
thank you so much.
Let me reveal to you the results of the final competition, the self-supervised learning applications. Here are the results. In the second place, we have the Skynet team. Their project introduces autonomous fire detection drones designed to address critical challenges in emergency response. This is done by harnessing cutting-edge technology with the aim to eliminate human safety risks and data overload, and also enhance accessibility. And in the first place, we have with us the Warriors team with their Insight Road project. Insight Road project offers a unique self-supervised learning model that focuses on detecting unusual behavior of other vehicles, and most importantly, detecting road surface conditions in real time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to the winners of the self-supervised learning category.
So hello, everyone. I'm actually speechless right now. I don't have the words to describe how happy I am. Thank you for selecting us first in the self-supervised learning, and congratulations everyone. Congratulations the finalists. Seeing the results, my hard work is really making me happy. And I'm lucky to have participated in the Worldwide Hackathon. Because I gained experience and all. And I wanted to thank the organizers for their good job in organizing this hackathon, the mentors who guided me and supported me as well, my father who is always pushing me to do great things, and really, Inside Road offers a unique self-supervised, like you said, learning model that focuses on detecting unusual behavior of other vehicles. Wouldn't be the winner today without your help and without your support. So yeah, thank you for everything. And yeah, thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Zainab. Well done. Congratulations again. You have a bright future for that project and in your career. And with this, we finish the winners, and it's back to you, Thomas.
I wanted to thank Jesus for making himself available yesterday. He's calling in from Spain. And then also to make himself available this morning for the winner of the announcement. So congratulations officially to all the winners. Your dedication, the creativity, and innovation have not only earned you these prestige awards, but you also have contributed significantly to the advance of AI technology. We would like to express our gratitude to our esteemed panel of judges for their tireless efforts in evaluating the projects. Your expertise and dedication are greatly appreciated. Now, to the participants who didn't make it to the podium today, please know that your contribution has been extremely invaluable, and you should be proud of your achievements. As we conclude this momentous announcement, let's celebrate the winners and look forward to seeing their projects make it a real impact in the world of artificial intelligence. Thank you all for being part of the Worldwide AI Hackathon, and we will see you for another day of enlightening discussions at the summit and beyond. And as I said earlier, later this day, we are going to talk in details about not only the launch, but also what is behind the WowDAO. And as we have had close to 60 projects being submitted as part of the global hackathon, every single team, even if they didn't make it on stage today, are absolutely more than welcome and invited to join the WowDAO. It is a community-driven endeavor that we are pursuing here, and each of you should contribute, can contribute, will get rewarded. And over time, as we are building this AI hackathon platform, we all truly believe that within a decentralized fashion, everybody who wants to contribute will actually get something back in return. Now, the good news is that Mikhail is actually ahead of schedule. Thank you very much. And before he is getting into his presentation, I would like to properly introduce him. So let me see what we have here. Hold on 1 second, Eric. So we have with us Michael Kosinski. He is the professor at Stanford University, and his research interests encompass both the human and artificial cognition. His current work centers on examining the psychological processes in large language models and leveraging artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, and computational techniques to model and predict human behavior. Now, Mikhail has co-authored Modern Psychometrics. It's a popular textbook, I highly recommend to read, and published over 90 peer-reviewed papers in leading journalists that have been cited over literally 20,000 times. He's among the top 1% of the highly cited researchers according to Clarivate. His research inspired a cover of literally The Economist. And this is amazing. In 2014, the theater play Privacy as well. So multiple TED Talks he has done, video games, and was discussed in thousands of books, press articles, podcasts, and documentaries. Mikhail was behind the first press article warning against, we know the name by now, Cambridge Analytica. His research exposed the privacy risks that they have exploited and measured the efficiency of their methods. Now that is a big compliment of what he has accomplished there. Without any further ado, I'd like to welcome Mikhail to the stage. Mikhail, the stage is yours, and thank you very, very much for joining us today for the summit. Please go ahead.
Thomas, thank you so much for your introduction. Thank you, folks in the audience, for being here. I will use my allotted time to tell you more about my research into privacy risks, and how governments and companies are leveraging our data to our benefit sometimes, but also to our detriment. So as you very well know, we're leaving behind an enormous amount of digital footprints when using digital products and services, ranging from smartphones to online social media platforms such as Facebook or Twitter. Now, those are huge amounts of data. 400 million photos are shared on Facebook and Instagram alone every single day. 500 million tweets, 65 billion messages on WhatsApp are exchanged every single day. 5 billion searches on Google alone. 320 billion emails are being sent and received every single day. Our wearable devices, such as smartwatches that monitor our heartbeat, our temperature, our geographical location, our mood, our voice, our interactions with other people, and moments when you come close to other people wearing other devices, gather 28 petabytes of data, again, every single day. Now, this data has enormous market value. It has been estimated that this year, this is around $200 billion every day is being paid for data generated by those platforms and devices. And this value is growing at about 10 to 20% every single year. So very soon we'll see much larger amounts of money exchange in return for the data that we're generating while using digital products and services. Now, this is not just my opinion. Here you can see the cover of The Economist back from 2017, so over 6 years ago now, where The Economist essentially touted big data as the world's most valuable resource. And you can see here on this cover, a bunch of companies that were explicitly set up around the idea of harvesting, generating big data, such as Google, Facebook, Microsoft, who joined the game of collecting big data a bit later, but now is very well established in this space. But when you look around, you realize that even companies in much more conventional industries that predate the era of big data, are really quickly realizing that this is indeed the most valuable resource. Credit card companies. Most of folks in the audience have a credit card. Most of us do not really pay for using this wonderful device that makes our lives so much easier and safer. And this is because the cost of running those networks is paid in part by the vendors who have to share with the credit card operator a little fee each time you buy something, but increasingly because those companies are collecting, harvesting, and then selling data generated by people who use those credit cards. And as you can expect, the bigger the spender you are, the higher salary you have, the more valuable your data is going to be on the market. Now, even products and companies on very traditional markets, such as automotive industry, is very quickly racing towards harvesting and collecting their users' data. If you're lucky enough to have a Tesla, your car is going to be fitted with enormous number of sensors monitoring your behavior of your car, where you're driving, how are you driving there, but also the surroundings, collecting data about the road condition, about what's happening around, about the traffic, but also about cars around you. Now, this data has enormous value. Recently, it has been estimated that the market for vehicle-gathered data very soon in 2030 is going to reach $750 billion. And this excludes the value of this data in the context of building self-driving vehicles. Because as you'll quickly figure out if you know anything about the automotive industry, that's the holy grail here. And the data generated by people driving those cars using autopilot or without autopilot, correcting the autopilot, is collected and processed in order to teach the machine how to drive the car on its own. Now, whoever gets there first will reap enormous benefits. All right, so what kind of insights can be gleaned from those digital footprints that are collected from us? Why would anybody pay for my clicks, my tweets, my status updates, the history collected from my smartwatch or from the car? Well, I mentioned two applications. I mentioned the fact that you can train the self-driving car using data collected from the drivers. You can also sell this data to marketers in order to facilitate targeting you with ads and product offers. But it turns out that the applications are much broader. One of the aspects of this data that's particularly interesting to me, I'm a psychologist and computer scientist by training, is that you can use big data that we are generating to create very precise psychodemographic profiles of individuals. You can essentially understand not only where they are coming from and who they are, demographically speaking, such as predict your socioeconomic status, but also understand your intimate psychological traits. And let me show you here a short video documenting one of our studies that we've conducted in order to better understand what's possible. This is now a 10-year-old study, and yet the result stands the test of time very well. They're very representative of what's possible today. In this study, we collected data from 60,000 Facebook users. Each of those users shared with us their Facebook likes, which are very generic types of digital footprints. And we also collected psychodemographic data. Those folks filled in questionnaires for us, personality questionnaire, intelligence questionnaire, and a bunch of other measures. And let me show you a little video here illustrating the findings of this study.
Ian, we're very sorry, but we don't hear the audio to the video, just the video itself.
All right, I hear the reports that there's no sound. That's a shame. Let me see if I can reshare my screen. It would work really well for me if I could share sound. All right, sorry for this, folks, and please correct me if the sound is still not there.
Now, clicking like on Facebook is something most of us do without thinking.
The University of Cambridge over in London actually did a study
of what people like on Facebook to try to determine facts about them that they wouldn't otherwise know. So they didn't just look at the products, the movies, the bands that people liked. They also looked at the status updates that people liked, the photos that people liked, and they were able to draw some really, really interesting conclusions about
all of your likes that you're clicking can tell more about you than you might have realized, from your political values to your religion to your gender to your happiness to your age.
In fact, some parts of your identity can be predicted with 95% accuracy.
Accuracy was lowest, about 60%, when it came to predicting whether a user's parents were still together when they were 21. People whose parents divorced before they were 21 tended to like statements about relationships. Drug users were ID'd with about 65% accuracy, smokers with 73%, and drinkers with 70%. Sexual orientation was also easier to distinguish among men, 88% right there. For women, it was about 75%. Gender, by the way, race, religion, and political views were predicted with high accuracy as well. For instance, white versus black, 95%.
The findings have alarmed privacy campaigners who fear this research could be used to commercially exploit users.
So keep in mind that just because you think you're not revealing a lot of personal details on Facebook, you're still spreading the word to the outside world as well as those online marketers.
Volunteers with few friends liked walking with your friend and randomly pushing them into someone or something. Hey, it's not their fault they don't have friends. Everyone they know keeps getting randomly pushed into traffic. High IQ corresponds to liking Mozart, science, and the Colbert Report.
Research indicated people who like Harley-Davidson motorbikes are generally of low IQ. We thought we'd better offer a right to reply.
I'd say our average customer is probably more intelligent than most, and we've certainly got a lot of customers who are, well, people from Cambridge University for a start.
A like on Facebook can reveal if you're a gay man. Yeah, especially if what you choose to like is penises. That's apparently true. That's my wife walking in. I'm like, oh, it's a joke.
Okay. By the way, don't be an idiot and think that if somebody clicked on Wicked the Musical that they're gay automatically, or they clicked on Harley Davidson and they're stupid automatically. Ironically, that would make you stupid.
All right. So as you folks could see, those seemingly innocent types of digital footprints, Facebook likes, allow revealing a very broad range of intimate traits of individuals. And that can be done at a very high speed, very low cost for huge populations. So now let us ask the question, okay, so how does it work? How is it possible that those predictions can be made? So I have this little equation here that will clarify this issue. But before we jump into analyzing this equation, let's look at one practical example. Imagine you have an anonymous Facebook user. You know nothing about them apart from the fact that they liked Hello Kitty, the brand, on Facebook. Now, it's the gender and age. What is the expected gender and age of this person? Now, if you thought that those were young women, well, you're very judgmental. It turns out that the biggest fan of Hello Kitty is this retired policeman from Japan. You'll be judgmental, but you'll also be very accurate. It turns out that 99% of people who liked Hello Kitty on Facebook are women, and most of them are in those younger age groups. Meaning, if you know nothing about the person, apart from the fact that they liked Hello Kitty, you'd be very accurate if you predicted that they were young women. Now, of course, you can make a broader range of predictions. Would this Hello Kitty fan work in the military or in sales? Well, if you guess sales, you'll be right. Hello Kitty fans are heavily overrepresented there and underrepresented among people working in the military. What about what kind of device they're using? Are they using a PC or maybe an iPhone? Well, of course, they're using an iPhone. They probably don't, they haven't even seen a PC, a traditional PC in their relatively short lives. So what I'm showing here is that you don't even need to be a computer algorithm. You don't need to be a data scientist. Every one of us can make fairly accurate judgments based on even individual digital footprints. Now, of course, in the real world of digital footprints, those footprints are on average much less revealing than Hello Kitty. Hello Kitty is an extreme like that has a very biased, skewed audience. Most other digital footprints, such as liking or watching or talking about Tom Hanks and his role in Forrest Gump, the movie, liking the Forrest Gump, is not as revealing about your intimate traits. Everybody likes this movie. It's just an amazing movie. But when you look closer at the data, those are just statistics pulled out from Facebook marketing platform, you can see that even here, the statistics are not equal. You can see that men, and especially older men, are overrepresented among people who liked that movie, meaning that if you know nothing about the user, just that they liked Forrest Gump, you can update your beliefs about their gender and say, well, I still don't know their gender, but it's slightly more likely that they are an older male. Now, the huge advantage that algorithms have over us is that they can very easily look at hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of digital footprints that we all leave behind every single day while using those digital products and services. And from each one of these digital footprints, extract this little tiny bit of information that on its own, maybe, is not that significant. But if you aggregate it over thousands or tens of thousands of Facebook likes, suddenly a very precise and accurate psychodemographic profile of an individual emerges from it. So the question here is, okay, so how accurate are those accurate profiles? Well, let me show you some examples of predictions that can be made based on Facebook likes alone. And let's keep in mind that Facebook likes are not the most revealing types of digital footprint. Facebook likes happen in the public space. We know that what we like is seen by others. We very often do it strategically just to, maybe project some particular image. There are many other digital footprints that are way more honest and way more revealing than Facebook likes. But even Facebook likes, it turns out, can be extremely revealing. You can use Facebook likes to reveal traits such as religiosity, political orientation, sexual orientation, gender, ethnicity. You can even predict with some accuracy, it's not that high, but you can even reveal with some accuracy whether someone's parents got a divorce, or whether a person uses drugs, or whether they're single or in their relationship. Now, you can go deeper than that. Those were mostly demographic traits. You can look at people's psychological profiles. What you will see here is a plot mapping the number of Facebook likes that we can record from someone's profile versus the accuracy of predicting their personality. We use the Big Five personality model here, but one can use other models. You can see that the more Facebook likes we extract from someone's profile, the more accurate are those predictions. Now, how accurate? What does it mean? The accuracy expresses the correlation is about 0.6, 0.7 for those personality traits. Well, let me illustrate this accuracy by comparing the accuracy based on Facebook likes, or predictions based on Facebook likes, with accuracy derived from a different type of prediction model. Imagine that instead of using Facebook likes to predict your personality, we went out and asked your work colleagues to judge your personality, to fill in a personality questionnaire in your name based on their knowledge and their interactions with you. Well, we spend quite a few hours every week with our work colleagues. They know us pretty well, and this is why they can predict with quite some accuracy our personality traits. Now, how does it compare with Facebook likes? Well, it turns out that you need about 10 Facebook likes from someone's profile to predict their personality with the same accuracy as can be achieved by their work colleagues. Now, friends, cohabitants, family members know you even better. But even here, you need around 90 to 100 Facebook likes to match their accuracy of prediction. And now, the most accurate of the judges of your personality, your spouse, can be outperformed with a model using around 250 Facebook likes. Now, 250 digital footprints, that's not much. We leave thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of digital footprints every single day. And yet it turns out that a very simple prediction model, linear regression or logistic regression, can predict your personality with the same accuracy based on those 250, 300 Facebook likes as the person that knows you the best, as the person, as some studies suggest, knows you better in some ways than you know yourself. Now, this plot, I think, very well illustrates one of the most important insights of big data research, that the data visible on the surface is just the tip of an iceberg. That when you use predictive algorithms, when you use machine learning, when you use artificial intelligence to process this data, to make predictions about an individual, you can extract enormous amount of additional data from those seemingly innocent and seemingly simple digital footprints. Now, do you find those findings surprising? Are you surprised by the accuracy of the algorithms? Well, I certainly was surprised by the accuracy of the algorithms, but then I realized, hey, it's not really new. We've been surrounded by algorithms making very accurate decisions for quite some time in trading of equities, futures, options, and so on. Algorithmic trading, algorithms have been replacing human traders for quite some time. And in many of those markets, majority of trades are executed by the machines because machines are better than human traders at making those predictions. And even in my own field, in psychology, the agreement, consensus seems to be that mechanical prediction will always outperform the clinical diagnosis. So even when predicting those most psychological, most intimate, most humane traits of us humans, such as personality traits or our propensity to suffer from a particular psychological disorder, even here, machines outperform humans with quite some ease. Let me show you one study from this book, from Paul Mills' book, where he looked at a group of 29 psychiatrists, and those psychiatrists were given the admission documents of people that were admitted to a psychiatric hospital. And some of these people were known to have to be hospitalized for a long time. They suffered from serious psychological and psychiatric disorders. Some people were just spent there a few days and being monitored, and it turned out that everything was all right. But you can look at admission documents and you can study how accurate those psychiatrists would be between distinguishing between those groups. A role of a psychiatrist, one of the roles of a psychiatrist, is to diagnose psychiatric disorder. Look at the history of the patient, look at the questionnaires that those patients are filling in while being checked into the hospital, and decide whether this person needs treatment or whether they should be released back home. So let's look at the accuracies. The average psychiatrist's accuracy was 62%. The best psychiatrists in this group had an accuracy of 67%. Now, it turns out that if you use an algorithm to make those predictions, this algorithm had an accuracy of 70%. This algorithm was better than the best of the psychiatrists. And this algorithm, by the way, was trained on the predictions of those psychiatrists. So this algorithm didn't have any additional knowledge. It was just observing the choices of human psychiatrists and then making its own predictions. And by removing the noise, removing fatigue, removing decision-making biases that humans have, it was able to outperform the teachers, outperform the very people on whose decision this algorithm was trained. Okay, so now I have a question to you. Can you guess what is the date of publication of this book containing this research? Now, I cannot see chat here, but I bet that you're guessing that those are, 1990s or maybe 2000 or maybe 2015. Folks, the date of publication of this research is 1954. That's the time where the supercomputer was IBM 650 with 35 kilobytes of memory. And yet at that time, it was already clear to psychologists that a computer is going to be always more accurate at predicting individual traits. And by the way, they didn't even use a computer. The algorithm that they were using was a simple equation. Look, a score on dimension 1 plus score on questionnaire dimension 2 and 3 minus score on dimension 4. And if the number was larger than 45, a person would be diagnosed with a disorder. If it was below, they would be released home. And yet accuracy of this algorithm was already better than whatever human could achieve. All right, so what types of data can be used in those predictions? I mentioned before Facebook likes. I mentioned data from admission documents to psychiatric hospitals, to some questionnaire data and maybe disorder history. You can use history of geographical location by looking at just 1 day worth of life of a person. Both a human and a computer can extract a lot of information. Affluence, profession, religiosity. Did they go to church on Sunday or where did they go on Saturday? Whom they are hanging out with. You can overlay this map with maps of other people and then figure out which people are connected with each other. You can look at people's history of media consumption, from songs to videos, and it turns out that this is extremely revealing about their intimate psychological traits. You can listen to people going about their life in their private spaces or at work, read people's emails. There's a screenshot from one of our studies where we looked at how predictive of personality are people's status updates from Facebook, the language used in status updates on Facebook. And you can see here word clouds representing high openness to experience and low openness to experience extremes of those prediction models. And this, of course, is not just happening in people's labs. Here you can see a screenshot from IBM's Watson personality prediction engine, which you can feed with samples of text, both your own essays, but also maybe essays of your customers, or maybe of the essays of your political opponents or people you are collecting intelligence on. And without any privacy protections, this machine will give you a very precise psychological profile of this target. Now, more recently, I got interested in yet another type of digital footprint that we are leaving behind, digital images of people in physical spaces. We are increasingly surrounded by CCTV cameras monitoring our whereabouts. We are uploading enormous amount of photos to online platforms and services such as Google Photos, but also profile images. So just images of our faces. Now, profile images or of pictures of faces captured by CCTV cameras, be it on the border, national borders, or in public spaces, are particularly interesting because human faces are really robust sources of data about individuals. Now, let me give you an example. Take a look at this man. Can you tell anything about him just by looking at his face? Well, you can surely say that he's spending a lot of time in the sun, playing golf, perhaps, but you can also judge gender, age, ethnicity of this person. Now, you can also tell the emotion of Donald Trump, even when he's trying to hide it. Now, those judgments are so natural, instant, instinctive, and accurate that we barely even notice we're making them. We're interacting with people, we immediately know the gender, we immediately know what emotion they're experiencing, yet without really thinking, hey, you learned all of this by simply looking at their face. And of course, CCTV cameras and algorithms analyzing those pictures can make exactly the same predictions. But could it be that those algorithms can go further? Could it be that algorithms, by simply looking at your face, can also tell your character? Can an algorithm say that this is an extremely stable genius by simply looking at his face? Well, our ancestors generally believed that this was possible. Darwin nearly didn't get on his voyage because Robert Fitzroy, the captain of the Beagle, was convinced that his face revealed his lack of energy and determination, and just couldn't find anybody else to replace him. So this is how Darwin got on the ship. And Fitzroy was in a good company. Aristotle was a big proponent of predicting people's characters from their faces. Pythagoras was selecting his students based on their facial appearance. Now, today, luckily, such ideas are dismissed as silly. That someone looks like a pig does not automatically mean that they are as intelligent or as cute as one. Yet, and this came as a huge surprise to me, as I was conventionally trained psychologist without being exposed to this type of research, it turns out that modern day research consistently shows that people can, with some minimal accuracy, judge others' characters from their face. Now, political views, for example. Political views are a character trait. Now, which of these men would vote for Trump? Well, this is a trick question, and you would always be right because both of them probably would do. But in psychological studies, we use more reasonable setups. So we would take one person that almost certainly voted for Trump and one person that almost certainly didn't, and then ask people to distinguish between those two. And it turns out that humans can judge it with consistently above chance accuracy. Those judgments are not very accurate, but they're consistently better at chance. And moreover, similar results have been obtained for a broad range of other character traits, such as personality, intelligence, honesty, religiosity, or even sexual orientation. So a broad range of psychological traits people can predict with some minimal accuracy from others' faces. Now, as we discussed before, computer algorithms seem to outperform humans at making those decisions and making those predictions. So if humans can do it with small accuracy, but still, is it possible that computer algorithms can predict character traits from people's faces with even higher accuracy? Well, that would be a serious privacy risk. So we decided to investigate. Now we are surrounded with facial recognition algorithms that look at our faces and analyze our faces. Your smartphone has one built in, and you're using it to unlock your screen. So what we decided to do, we decided to see whether those facial recognition algorithms, or more precisely, whether the vectors that those facial recognition algorithms extract from people's faces, whether those vectors encode or include information about people's political traits in this case. So we would give an algorithm a task. We would show two pictures of a conservative person and liberal person, and then ask the algorithm to extract those facial recognition vectors, and then would use essentially simple statistical procedure to see whether it could accurately distinguish between liberals and conservatives. And it turns out that, as in many other predictive contexts, those algorithms were much more accurate than humans. An accuracy of an simple AI-based facial recognition algorithm when predicting your political orientation from your face reaches around 70%, way higher than humans. And now those results were replicated across countries. So we had the US, we had Canada, we had the UK, across different environments. We had Facebook, we had photos from a dating website. And this works also when you control for demographics. Of course, your gender, your age, your ethnicity reveal your political views. But it turns out that even if you control for these variables, you compare, let's say, 2 women or 2 men of the same age and same ethnicity, the model is still able to make fairly accurate predictions. Now, how do those models make those predictions? So, of course, some of the signal surely comes from self-presentation. There are differences in how people decide to trim their beard or use makeup, or how do they comb their hair, depending on their cultural situation, or the cultural background, or the socioeconomic status and political views. So there's certainly some signal there. But the question was, okay, but what if people wanted to hide their political orientation? What if they, shaved, remove all of the makeup? What if they hide their hair? What if they all face camera directly? What if they don't make any facial expressions? Could it be that the picture of a neutral face with all of those external factors removed, could it be that we could then protect people's privacy? Well, we decided to answer this question by taking those standardized facial images where we removed all of the self-presentation from them. We had people shave, remove their makeup, face the camera directly. We hid their hair, we hid their outfits, we cropped the image tightly around their face and repeated the procedure. And it turns out that in the same task, AI achieves even higher performance. It turns out that the fact that those pictures were highly standardized and of very high quality enabled those models to make even more accurate predictions. So folks, what I'm trying to show you here is that even if you remove your Facebook likes from the internet, even if you stop using your credit card, even if you never post anything on Twitter, even if you stop using email, even if you essentially remove all of those obvious types of digital footprints, if you throw away your smartphone, hey, even then, your face is going to appear in those digital spaces. You're going to leave behind digital footprints simply because you just walk through public spaces or want to cross the border or want to get a passport and hence make a picture of yourself. And even this type of data, when combined with modern advanced algorithms, allows revealing your most intimate traits, such as political orientation or personality. Now, what to do with this problem? What to do with those obvious risks to our privacy? Well, some people would say, hey, let's just work on privacy protection rules and policies. Let's have our politicians enact laws that protect our privacy. And I'm a big supporter of that. We should do all of this. But let's not forget that a motivated third party or a motivated insider can leak even the most well-protected data. There are many organizations and institutions out there very highly motivated to get their hands on this data. They are software engineers being kicked out from work that walk out with the USB drive containing a database. There are markets there where user data is washed or laundered, like in the context of money laundering, and resold as data collected legally. There are intelligence agencies that steal and republish or share intimate data of millions and billions of individuals. So even the best law, even the best privacy protection rules and policies will not guarantee that your data is not going to be available out there. Now, even more importantly, a lot of our technology depends on us sharing our data. Imagine using Google Maps without sharing your location. First of all, it would be just very difficult for Google Maps to help you navigate from point A to B without knowing your location. But also, even if you manage to do this, you'd be literally free riding on the backs of all of those other people that shared their data with Google Maps and hence enabled this product to exist, enabled this product to know where there is a traffic jam, enabled this product to know how to drive most quickly from point A to point B. So effectively protecting our data would also be a death sentence to an enormous range of extremely useful technologies that we all depend on. Not to mention that even if we did this, even if we said, okay, maybe it's just not worth having Google Maps so we can better protect our privacy, even then, it seems that most of us are really keen and eager to share our private data in an open space. Think about Twitter users, Instagram users, think about people writing blogs and discussing stuff in public spaces. And you know what? People should be allowed and able to do that without worrying that their privacy is going to be invaded. So what? Ask some people. Okay, you know, my privacy is going to be invaded. I will get some ads that maybe I don't want to get. Maybe they will sell me something. You know, who cares? Maybe we should move on. Now, well, if you're not asleep for the last decade, you know that your data can be used for much more nefarious purposes than just selling you some products that you don't need. As Cambridge Analytica example illustrates, big data, your digital footprints, predictions based on this data can be used to manipulate your propensity to vote for a particular candidate. Now, Cambridge Analytica stirred so much, luckily, stirred so much drama out there that people started paying attention. People started paying so much attention that Mark Zuckerberg even had to put a suit on and fly to another coast to testify in front of our lawmakers about what happened. And Mark Zuckerberg was very surprised. He said, I just didn't know. I couldn't believe that, you know, you can make any predictions based on people's digital footprints when it comes to their psychological traits and their future behavior, completely forgetting that this is precisely Facebook's business model. Facebook uses your digital footprints and your behavior on the platform in order to understand you better and then target you with advertising and also target you with interesting stories and content that keep you engaged. So this is precisely the business model of Facebook, not to mention that Facebook has patented the very method that was later used by Cambridge Analytica. Look at the date here, 2012, well before Cambridge Analytica folks even graduated from high school. Facebook patented a method for determining users' personality from social networking system communication and characteristics, a method later used by Cambridge Analytica. And it's not only that, it's not only personality. Look at those two average pictures here. Each of those average pictures contains 100 males, male pictures that were averaged into one. Now, those two groups of males differ on an important psychodemographic characteristic. Now, think about it for a second. Can you guess what is the difference between those two groups of males? Well, they differ in terms of sexual orientation. And you can see that those average faces are very different here, just because there's 100 of them, and averaging 100 faces brings forward, amplifies even small, tiny differences between faces of individuals. And it turns out that facial recognition algorithms can reveal existing facial recognition algorithms. The one that is in your phone can distinguish your sexual orientation with accuracy of over 92%. That's, folks, extremely close to perfect accuracy. Now, when you combine this with this map showing where the government is going to harm you or kill you if they discover that you are gay. And if you realize that even in those other countries where there may be no legal persecution, it's often extremely dangerous to be outed against your own will. I'm sorry, Thomas, I was interrupted. Should I stop? Anyway, I will just go on because I've lost 2 slides. You should realize that those algorithms are extremely dangerous. And you can see that companies are doing it. Here you have a patent from 2012. It's around the same time when Facebook patented a method for using Facebook likes to predict personality. You can see a startup patenting a method for predicting psychological traits from facial images. And it's not just facial images. I showed you before a plot showing that you can use Facebook likes to make equally accurate predictions of people, sexuality traits, sexuality and other intimate traits. So let me just conclude this talk with the following statement. Look, folks, I'm all for regulation protecting our privacy. I'm all for implementing technologies that help us stay anonymous and our data hidden and under our control. But this doesn't mean that breaches of privacy will not happen. In other words, we can all agree that tornadoes should be illegal and we should just outlaw them. And yet, even the most well-meaning regulation of this kind will not stop tornadoes from coming. So apart from working hard to make internet and other spaces more private, we should also start thinking hard now how to make sure that even when those breaches are happening, even when those tornadoes are coming, our societies, our minorities still can have happy, safe, and secure lives. And I should stop here and release the floor back to Thomas.
Mikhail, I am beyond speechless. First of all, thank you very much for joining us here this morning. I am so glad, in behalf of all of us, that we did not, move you off the panel because you couldn't do it yesterday. This is very AI related. But here's my takeaway, and we will take a few questions in a second. I can almost predict for myself that when I go to sleep tonight, I will literally think about this talk for the rest of the day. The reason is I like to consider myself an optimist. And I'm always preaching and like to encourage startup individuals to look for the opportunities. But this speech, and I will promise you, we will make everything we can that this thing is going viral. The knowledge that you just shared, it feels like a damper. It's like scarcity, like beyond I could have ever imagined. But at the same time, it is the reality of the world that we are living in, and we are all part of it. I am absolutely speechless what I just learned about, and I didn't know this, that Facebook was actually able to not only submit the patent for what you just explained, they actually, I assume they got it granted. For me, that is, I have to think about this twice. So I am glad we put this in the program. There is obviously 2 sides of all this hype that we have on the applied AI for the enterprise, or also ChatGPT for the consumer. But the 2 things that we need to re-emphasize over and over again is the privacy in itself, what you just outlined, as well as the data protection and the European Act and all of that around AI. So I cannot thank you enough what you just shared. And I hope that many, many entrepreneurs and individuals and users, we all have mobile phones, we all have likes and LinkedIn's and Facebooks and social media, need to listen to what you just said. So I leave it with that. On the positive, again, there's always something coming out of this as is positive. maybe you have just ignited a few entrepreneurs to think about all of what you just said and use Web3 and blockchain technology to some extent in some use cases to address the issues that you just outlined and make it a more better, more privacy respected world. So with that, I would like to open the floor to take maybe 1 or 2 questions, please. Sonia, do we have a question? If we don't,
Hi, Thomas. Yes, we do have one question. So using, and it's referencing everything that was discussed, using real data, such as harvested from Facebook and other social media platforms, is increasingly frowned upon due to privacy issues. What is your assessment of AI-generated synthetic data to be used by marketers for demand validation, price optimization, product innovation, and so on?
Sonia, thank you so much for relying this question. Thomas, thank you so much for a wonderful summary and inviting the questions. And thank you to the participant for asking it. It's a very important question. So there are a few issues here. First of all, in order to train those models to be able to simulate real human participants, they need to hover in real human data. So we have this chicken and egg problem here. And of course, we can say, well, let's just have data from 1,000 people or 10,000 people, and maybe that's enough. But the answer to it, well, yes, 10,000 people data should be enough. But if someone else comes up with their own AI model that is based on the data of 100 million people, this model is going to be even better. And corporations and governments will naturally push towards, better, more accurate products. So while I completely agree that those artificial participants are going to be much more widespread, those artificial participants are conceptually not different from a statistical model. Now, I'm studying large language models like ChatGPT-4. Now, those models, I argue, have their own psychological mechanisms. They have their own biases. Some of them they learn from humans, from the training data, but some other biases and some other mechanisms they develop spontaneously on their own as a kind of a phenomenon or byproduct of a model itself. But when you ask this model to behave like a participant or answer a questionnaire as if they were, a consumer for a particular product, what they're essentially doing, they're trying to model for you those particular consumers in the same way as our statistical models of the past, pre-AI statistical models, also tried to model a particular consumer. So yes, they're going to be used like this, but also it's not going to improve the privacy because still a better model is the model that can continue harvesting and sucking in the data. So there'll be a huge motivation for people who train those models and use those models to essentially feed them with a lot of our information. And folks, this is not all bad. I focus on the negatives here, but the fact that we can use our data to train the models, to can diagnose psychological disorders, diagnose medical disorders, help us to find good educational content, help us to find a good book, or maybe have a chat with us, like ChatGPT can give us advice, can teach us something. Those are tremendous benefits of those technologies. So the same technology that is creating those huge and, unsolvable in some ways privacy risks, the same technology is providing us with enormous benefits. And this is why I actually honestly hope this technology is not going away, because we're just all benefiting from it, and especially those underprivileged ones and people who did not have access to human psychiatrist or a therapist, people who struggle to pay for a visit with a doctor or do not have a doctor in their community. Those folks, I can go to a real doctor. I don't need to ask ChatGPT for medical advice. But there are literally billions of people in the world that do not have this tremendous privilege. And for them, those technologies that are fed on our data, on the data of medical doctors and my medical records, those are technologies that can be literally life-saving. This is why I hope that the actual takeaway from my talk will be, let's not shut down Facebook and those models. Let's just make our world more safe to people regardless of whether someone invaded their privacy or not. Let's create a legal and social norm that, as you say, create a situation when we frown upon our privacy being invaded and our data being shared publicly, and yet at the same time enable companies like the companies that you hopefully will build in the future to build wonderful life-changing and society-changing models based on the same data.
Mikhail, I think with what you just said, I cannot have closed this session in a better way than actually what you just did. So I thank you again, and I will openly here re-invite you to any future sessions. Again, I'm speechless. I learned a lot. You make me think, and I hope you made other people think to look into this, addressing the issue and make it a safer and better world for all of us. So with that, Mikhail, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Moving on to the next one, I would like to welcome Chris Pyrus. He is an expert lawyer in Web3 and DAOs, who is also the founding member of our WowDAO. And with him on stage, I would like to invite James. He actually made it to the studio. I very much appreciate that. I will leave it up to Chris for a proper introduction. I personally can say I'm very honored to actually have James with me here in the studio. You have been instrumental over the last year in figuring out what we can do, what should we do, what options we have to create a proper long-term viable DAO for the AI community. So with that, Chris, welcome from Spain, beautiful Spain, Madrid. And as the co-founder, founding member of the WowDAO, I will give it over to you.
Great, many thanks, Thomas. And it's such a pleasure to be here, and really great to see you, James and Yev. I've had the privilege of really, I think, just getting to know James and Yev over the past year, much like the rest of us, actually, as the one really cool thing we'll be talking about DAOs in general, and with WowDAO in particular. None of us among the co-founders, I think, knew each other at all before coming together in sort of this enterprise, this project that we're doing. And much in the same way, it's through these new experimental means of organizing people and intellectual property, and really figuring out ways to co-create AI that lawyers like Yev, James, and I get to connect and sort of meet across different fields of law that each of us practice. As Thomas mentioned, a lot of my practice now is focused in Web3, specifically in the decentralized science space, but I'm an IP lawyer, intellectual property lawyer, really by sort of core in practice, a registered patent attorney, and I've worked across big tech for a handful of years. I was doing litigation, patent litigation at the International Trade Commission. I then was doing working at RPX, an entity called Rational Patent Exchange that is responsible for sort of, I think, the highest volume of patent licensing in the world, and services pretty much every big tech company we can think of, including those of many of our affiliates here. And after that, I sort of shifted to this experiment in Web3 and really became fascinated by the new technologies that we have legally, and of course through blockchain. And with this, tokenized intellectual property has become something I'm especially interested in. And that led me to also come to understand both Yev and James's pioneering work in solving for corporate form, and thinking about ways in which cooperatives can be very useful vehicles for organizing DAOs, decentralized organizations, and digital networks more generally. So it's just a real privilege to get to chat today with Yev and James. We're going to be talking about things like securities issues that come up from the SEC. I'm sure everyone has seen the news that's often coming out about crypto, and it really makes an uphill battle for a lot of us working on, I think, serious issues with a lot of public good potential. And then all of a sudden, we see all these sort of, bad news sometimes, a bad picture emerging from the amount of regulatory scrutiny. But with that, there's a lot of interesting things, I think, for us to dive into in exploring what the rationale is behind regulatory scrutiny and Web3 generally now, especially as that may interface with both DAOs and artificial intelligence. And then we can chat, I think, a lot about what a Web3 version of a lot of these sort of Web2 models that we're familiar with might look like. But let me hand it over to you, Yev and James, if you could maybe provide a bit about your background, and in particular some color on your sort of focus in Web3 and what brought you here. And maybe Yev, if you would like to begin, that'd be great.
Sure, thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to be here. This is really on the cusp of a lot of different legal issues that are coming to the fore, and it's exciting to be able to talk about them. It's exciting to talk about the intersection of AI and Web3 as well. I've been in the Web3 space since 2016. I've been a practicing attorney for 15 years now. And it continues to evolve. It continues to mature. There's so many challenging topics that come up that we have to try to noodle through and do our best to advise competently on amidst kind of a background of a very uncertain regulatory climate here in the US. But my kind of expertise is rooted in corporate and securities law. We advise projects and companies on corporate formation, structuring, and compliance in terms of securities and regulatory. Have been working in the DAO cooperative space since about 2019, and we set up the first DAO cooperative out of Colorado using the LCA law here and the LCA structure, which is actually really flexible and has so much overlap in terms of values and principles in more decentralized communities. And I know that we'll talk about that throughout the session here today. But yeah, just really excited to be here. Thank you very much for this great panel. I'll hand it over to James.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Yev. And I have to say, Yev, before we get too deep into this, you and the folks at Jason Weiner law firm have been so inspiring in really bringing the cooperative form into the Web3 space. And so kudos to you and your colleagues for doing so much of that hard work. So again, my name is James Wigginton. I am an attorney at the law firm Orrick. Orrick is an international law firm with a focus on technology companies and securities transactions and energy, interestingly enough. My focus is on securities law. I was raised as a securities lawyer, mergers and acquisitions attorney. And then I really turned my attention to the Web3 space, interestingly, because of sports. Fan ownership is an important topic in the United States right now. It's probably more fraught in the US than it is in Europe or in other jurisdictions. And so I started thinking about user ownership from that perspective. But many of the principles that Yev and her colleagues pioneered in the cooperative space apply directly, not only in sports, but also in Web3. So my bridge to the space was through sports. And now it really focuses on any type of business that has a large user base, where users can organize to become co-owners of a business. And so it's very much central to the Web3 ethos and central to what I do.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much both for these great introductions. You know, I'm curious, as I would love to hear from both of you about what are the primary risks that your clients come to you to solve, you know, on a day-to-day basis. What does your Web3 practice look like? And specifically, I'd love to hear sort of why you think these risks are the ones that are there, sort of what's happening to the extent these risks are different from risks outside of Web3. You know, to what extent are we having to deal with new risks in the regulatory space, both in corporate form and in securities? And what might those look like for you? James, would love to hear maybe from you on this one first.
Sure, you bet. Yeah, so you know, it's interesting because I think the risks, the risk profile of every client is different. I think though that there are some commonalities. And one of the key commonalities is just the difficulty of issuing a token if you're in the Web3 space in the United States. It has become extremely difficult. It has become extremely expensive. And the primary drivers for the expense, I think, are the securities law analysis. The US Securities and Exchange Commission has been aggressive over the past couple of years, especially under Gary Gensler, with respect to the classification of tokens as securities. And because of that, token issuers who want to deal in the United States have to be extremely cautious. And the analysis that we have to do as attorneys to make sure that they can issue a token safely can take quite a lot of time. So the securities law issue is an important thing. Another issue is anti-money laundering. So anti-money laundering is a big issue in the United States. So many tokens that are issued in the United States or to US persons are what are called convertible virtual currencies. And if your token is a convertible virtual currency, you can fall under the jurisdiction of FinCEN, which is the US Department of Treasury's financial money laundering cop. So I would say that those are two of the key drivers that make it really tricky for people who are, who have founded companies in the US or even outside of the US to try to break into the US market. And so we really do spend a lot of our time just trying to direct clients the best way to go to work within those regulations and to structure their projects in a beneficial way.
Yeah,
I would definitely echo that as well. And I mean, James and I are both securities attorneys, so it's like putting a knife or a scalpel in the hands of a surgeon. Everything kind of takes a lens from a securities law perspective in Web3. But just to add to that, from the perspective of DAOs and cooperatives, and using the cooperative form to properly organize DAOs, it's really preserving good governance and just active participation, transparency. The governance piece has been difficult, I think, across a lot of DAOs. There's definitely kind of this generally optimistic sense in initially structuring them, and then down the line issues in governance do come up, and that everything from reaching quorum to passing decisions to deploying treasury capital and funds, and kind of paralysis around decisions. So figuring out ways that just the Web2 analog legal structures like co-ops, like LLCs, like DAO LLCs and corps can really help and kind of push that further on the digital level, on the smart contract level, and making sure that the bridge is properly kind of captured in the more traditional documents.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense. And the governance piece, I'm not sure how many DAOs either of you are actively involved in. I think I'm in way too many Discord servers, but because of the work in decentralized science and this BioDAO ecosystem, I'm pretty active in maybe 7 or 8, which is certainly on the high end. But in every single one, we've rolled into governance problems, even those that get a lot of positive attention, and so it's been fun too with WowDAO, trying to solve for take lessons learned from what we've done in DAOs, and we'll be chatting at the conclusion of today, presenting some of the models that we're intending to pursue with WowDAO. I hope folks watching will stick around for that. It's very relevant, I think, this conversation. But one of the things that I think led me to both of your work in the first instance was the power of cooperatives to issue memberships and to sell memberships, and of course, please correct me if I misstate this, but have memberships that represent both governance and economic rights in something that perhaps could be digitized into a tokenized membership or something. And to have that with those economic rights attached, potentially find some exceptions from at least certain securities regulations on account of, I think, 70 plus, maybe no action letter precedent from the SEC. I'm probably getting those numbers wrong, but I know something in that order. Would love to hear a little more from you about why are cooperatives sort of useful tools for organizing DAOs? How do these exceptions and limitations to securities regs around cooperatives in particular, you think, sort of provide an intriguing advantage for DAOs to potentially use co-ops as a structure? And whoever, I guess, would like to, I can't wait to hear from both of you on this. So.
I can quickly just provide an overview on the securities exemption piece, and then James, maybe you want to go into just utility and patronage. But from at the state level, Chris, you're right. Membership interest, at least in Colorado and a number of other states that follow suit, the membership interests in cooperatives for patron members, which are members that actually use or derive some kind of value from the co-op, those are exempt. At the federal level, they're not even considered securities. So under United Housing versus Foreman, because of this kind of active participation or activity, and not meeting that how we test prong of relying on the efforts of others, they don't even fall into the category of securities. So I think that's really kind of a novel little pocket that exists in securities laws. And, we've generally had approval at the state level or support at the state level that this exists, that this should somehow be safeguarded, but really hoping that, Gary is not listening and this doesn't get tested at the federal level. But as James pointed out in his paper, which was wonderful, there are these 70 plus no action letters that do exist at the SEC level. So.
Yeah, I'll just elaborate a little bit on what you said, Yev. I think one of the things that I find happens a lot when we talk with people about cooperatives in Web3 is they ask, what the heck is a cooperative? We don't know what a cooperative is. And honestly, that's on us, right? That is the legal community's problem, because we have not done a good job explaining to people what cooperatives are. I think that, if I had to define a cooperative, it is simply a business that is owned by its users. That's all it is. It's a business that's owned by its users. Just like a corporation, a traditional corporation or LLC is a business that's owned by financial investors. A cooperative is a business that is owned by the people who use the business's product or who create the business's product. And that feeds directly into the securities law analysis that Yev mentioned, right? This idea that if I am getting a benefit from my own efforts, then under US federal securities laws, that does not constitute an investment interest or an interest that would be a security under US law. So it's really about the interaction of the owners with the business. And I think a lot of DAOs are structured naturally like cooperatives, right? There's this idea that if I participate in the DAO, if I vote, if I provide some sort of a service, that I should be rewarded for that. If you think about it, a lot of layer ones are organized that way as well, right? If I provide validation services, then I get a token. And we as a community own the layer one in a way. And so again, a lot of Web3 businesses are sort of naturally formed like cooperatives, and the legal community can offer a legal structure, an actual legal cooperative that accomplishes many of those goals.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Sorry, just one clarification. So what I didn't mention is, so the kind of exemption and the classification of it not being a security does exist for these patron members, as James said as well. But if you do have investor members in your cooperative, they are treated the same, just because they take on more of this passive role. So you can have multi-stakeholder cooperatives that bring in investors that infuse some kind of capital, but they typically, are not these kind of participating members. They can hold membership in multiple classes as well. But generally, they take on more of a passive role. So you would have to seek an exemption from securities registration as well.
Right. The definition of a cooperative as a business owned by its users has such a strong appeal to me as an IP lawyer, because intellectual property law, and in particular copyright law, is so sticky that it's designed to make every person on the planet, or at least everyone who's a member of the WTO or who lives in a country that's a party to the Berne Convention, these copyright treaties, that we're automatically producing intellectual property as copyright all the time, right? The minute we scratch any creative expression into any form of medium, we become essentially a property owner. And when I think about cooperatives and ways in which cooperatives can be used to pool intellectual property and to create opportunities and networks, especially when digitized and tokenized, for a community of people who retain ownership over something as powerful as their intellectual property and organize themselves around that notion of self, IP producers, something like this. We end up with a framework, I think, that can be really revolutionary for how innovation and technology develops, where I think WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, estimates that intangible assets, non-cash, meaning really things protected by intellectual property, are now worth over $70 trillion in the global economy and constitute normally 80% or something of the balance sheet of Fortune 500 companies. So we've seen this IP asset class over the past really just 40 years or so blow up to just this enormous value in the modern sort of services economy. And of course, when we talk about AI, we're hardly talking about anything from a property perspective that isn't intellectual property. And I think this becomes really exciting because so many of just the controversies, and I won't speak about any specific cases here, but generally speaking, we just have this open question of, well, one, what is data? Is data intellectual property or isn't it? And this has been something that a lot of big tech companies have spent a lot of money lobbying on, to say that no, data is something different because otherwise the users are going to own copyright. But when we get to AI now, we're seeing that only goes so far. And when AI wants to scrape creative expression and be trained on creative expression, we're unavoidably intersecting with AI in ways that we really haven't before in the Web 2 world, when it was about extracting metadata, things that maybe weren't copyright protected. Now we're right in the guts of copyright protection. And so we're seeing this creates really a crisis inside the copyright system. And that's how a lot of IP lawyers and academics, we talk about this as, how's this going to play out? So with this in mind, I'm curious if you all could maybe share some thoughts, speculations on what Midjourney or OpenAI or some of these other popular platforms might look like if they actually were organized as a cooperative in a DAO where the users, the contributors of all this creative expression, so I'm thinking, oh, they're going to organize as copyright producers here as well. But what might that look like? Do you think that a co-op and a DAO model for these could potentially be viable? Would love to hear either of you. I see James nodding his head, so maybe I'll ask you, James, to share some thoughts first.
Because I'm excited. This is a really interesting topic. And I think, if you'll indulge me with a sports analogy, because we talked about how I got into this area with sports. So let's talk about the Bundesliga. The Bundesliga is the German football league. And in the German football league, 51% of every team has to be owned by the fans. 49% has to be owned or can be owned by investors. What's really interesting about the Bundesliga is it's extremely well run. Fan participation is extremely high, and the ticket prices are also some of the lowest in Europe. Now contrast that with the Premier League. The Premier League teams are generally 100% investor owned, and they have great participation. I just went to a Premier League game when I was in England in May. It was fantastic, but the tickets were extremely expensive, and it's more difficult to participate. It's more expensive to participate than it would be in the Bundesliga. Now, I think the reason there are such great differences between these two leagues is because of the ownership structure. In the Bundesliga, you've got an ownership structure that accommodates the users of the product. The users of the product actually control the product. And because of that, there's not such a strong incentive to charge outlandish prices. More people can participate, more people can be engaged, more people can enjoy the product because of the way that the product is owned. And I think this ties right back into AI. It ties right back into Web3. We need to be able to have structures where the users of the product, or also the creators, can be co-owners of the product. Now, I'm not saying that investors don't play a huge role. They do. With any of these large language models, with any Web3 product, you have to have capital to get it started. What we're suggesting is that as the business grows, the users of the business, the users of the large language model, the creators of intellectual property are able to take an ownership interest similar to the ownership interest that fans have in the Bundesliga. So there's this shared ownership, there's this balance between investment capital and the users. And there are easy ways to do this. It's actually not as hard as you might think. And right now at Oric, we're in the process of trying to really make that known. We want people to know that they can share ownership with their users in AI and Web3 and really in any other industry vertical in a way that is clean and simple, so that everybody can enjoy the benefits of the products that they use.
Yeah, I love the actually the analogy to Bundesliga. It makes me want to continue as I get in trouble in parts of Spain for bringing in ownership structure inside Spanish football right now and ethical controversies that have been arisen. But se acabó, as they say here. I think another thing that really excites me about cooperative structure and more decentralized ownership pulls on the points Mikhail was making around the need for there to be a space, a platform for healthier culture, more ethical culture to emerge, and more law. And while I think we're so accustomed to relying on administrative agency regulatory frameworks to do a lot of work in protecting public policy and public welfare, Web3, in my mind, also offers us and invites us into a new opportunity to create far more robust private legal systems and networks that can actually be positive in further advancing the same goals for why we have regulators to begin with, right? This public interest with intellectual property in particular. We're invited with tokenized intellectual property to define our own terms and conditions upon which we want our IP to be commercialized. So now all of a sudden we have this opportunity through tokenization and really through AI and the ability to sort of language match, people can begin to articulate IP ethics, terms of creation for terms upon which one may be allowed to commercialize the IP in a supply chain. And you think if all of a sudden all IP producers were to say, you can't use my IP in supply chains that, contribute X to climate change. Well, wow, you organize everyone, let's just say, then you have $70 trillion worth of IP economic value that's now backed up for those who don't, sort of advance climate justice issues, whatever it may be. And I think it's just my analogy back to Spanish soccer is, I think that there's a reckoning that people are having culturally everywhere, where we see when there is too much of a, what has been the traditional more corporate model, top-down power dynamics, we end up with ethical outcomes and abuse of power that, oftentimes just leave us feeling bad and thinking, can't there be a better way? And with that, I really, the model that you're describing and the ways in which we can do this through, a distributed ledger technology and a means for co-ownership just seems really, really powerful to me. And Yev, I know you've worked with, helped to set up a number of DAOs who are, I think, already deploying this cooperative model. Are there any particular ones that really excite you in terms of how they've implemented their model or anything like that? I don't mean to ask specifically about clients if you don't want to speak to them, but any use case generally that you've seen that puts this model into practice. It'd be great to hear a little bit about thoughts of what has gone well and where there continue to be growing pains for everyone sort of following this model.
Yeah, I mean, I think, generally kind of in keeping in line with co-ownership and value creation and data sovereignty, the clients that we've worked with have been able to sort of create these more like flat governance structures. And out of that, I think has arisen, this prominence of data, like platform co-ops, data co-ops, and data DAOs, right? Where really there's true ownership and control over the kind of the information, the kind of systems that are being built out and, potentially feeding into LLMs. The AI and kind of Web3 intersection is really only just developing. So, we're kind of in early stages with projects that are talking about how to kind of maximize that utility and just setting up. So I won't talk about those, but, some of the clients that Jason Weiner PC has worked with are, one is Savvy Co-op, and they're all about health data and any kind of these kind of sessions that are created where there's health data that's being kind of proctored and put into the mix. It's very similar to kind of this data ownership structure. So yeah, I mean, there's generally a model for it, and I think that's developing with more digital co-ops and tokenized kind of patronage activity, which is something that we've really seen become popular over the last couple of years. But creating that kind of economy where there's actually value that you could trade in, where you can sort of absorb that into that ecosystem, into that walled garden, is incentivizing folks in a way that we don't have with Web 2, or that we've seen kind of more broadly on at larger DAO levels as well. So kind of coming back to my initial point about incentivization, governance, and activity. But if that's done right, and you actually see kind of gains on that usage and activity, then it seems to maintain that alignment and keeps people developing it further. So, we're only, again, at the very early stages, and, curious to see how this all develops in the next couple of years, and how much utility there is out of the data that's being created.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, data DAOs are really, really fascinating to me as well. Yeah, James, are there particular DAOs that have been really exciting for you to track or to be involved with?
So, we at Oric help to form DAOs, help to get them up and running and get their tokens, get their tokens in shape. I think that what's been interesting to watch is how the thinking changes over time. And I think this is probably true of many DAOs, but you sort of start off with an idea of how tokenomics are going to work, how governance is going to work. And I think sometimes when the rubber meets the road, it can be kind of difficult to implement plans. I would say what's been really interesting and most engaging for me is trying to help DAOs sort of reframe how they're doing things and to simplify. I think that's probably been the most rewarding part of working with DAO governance is trying to introduce these legal concepts that allow people to simplify governance and make it something that is comprehensible and make it something that is easy. Because I think we noted earlier that DAO governance can be extremely challenging and there can also be participation problems. And so the easier we can make that, for clients and for non-clients is, I think there's real benefit there. So I think that's been one really rewarding aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's funny on the governance piece. It similarly is just so front and center. Really, the primary issue that seems to be where friction arises. I mean, I guess just like in any other work I've done, but you see it come so front and center in DAOs because everything has to be publicly governed, and then all of a sudden conversations that one might typically have behind closed doors in order to help, get perspectives out with less friction are done in a public forum, and that can have all types of unintended, in many instances that I see, negative effects because it's too much of seeing how the sausage is made and too many people with divergent interests. So much so, I before law school, before becoming an IP lawyer, I actually was in divinity school, and I used to organize a lot of interfaith dialogues and spent half a decade kind of working on these things. And when I work with DAOs, they invite me in because I have this IP expertise, but all the time I feel like my interaction is actually going back to it's like running intercultural dialogues and trying to figure out how to get people with very different ideas to come together and co-create. And yeah, I just completely agree. For those, I think we do have in our audience today a number of people who will be in a DAO for the first time, if assuming they join WowDAO. And questions that initially arise are, okay, well, shouldn't, kind of looking for a clean solution, a tightly run ship, the things that you want in a good startup. And then it's like, we're a these are all startups, but they grow in completely different directions in terms of, I think, at least in my experience, for how to align ultimately the interests so that they can grow well in a decentralized means, and not grow in a way that grows out and then allows people to rug the whole group and centralize and cash out, and this just seems to be human behavior. And also in every DAO I've been in, you see the little people making moves. But with this, we've been talking about all of the power that AI has and that it promises as a tool for us as individuals and as collectives, I think, to put to service for whatever we may want. And Thomas, Prasanna, and I, the sort of four people who've really been working to launch WowDAO, were joking a little while ago about saying, one of the first products we should build is to make AI the CEO. Right. And we just got us thinking, like, right, how amazing would it be if we could have that governance, the layers of hierarchy that exist inside typical form that we need in order to make an organization work. If we could have that be programmed and largely organized through AI and still have something sort of move in a healthy direction would just be wonderful. And would love to get your thoughts both on what you think of that. Do you see a space for AI to help solve some of the governance problems that we're addressing? And might there also be other ways in which AI can be used to sort of, hate to say it, for us as lawyers who make our living off of helping to support and launch these things, but for so many DAOs, it's legal fees that become prohibitive in certain points of evolution. Do you see AI in this role and in our interest in scaling patterned behavior legally and sort of creating open access law as something that could be good or bad for DAOs? Would love to get your thoughts. And maybe Yev, if you would want to share first, it'd be great to hear.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think certainly as far as cooperatives, I have some hesitation in using AI to really kind of fuel decision making and governance. I think potentially there may be issues with democratic member control and autonomy, independence. And again, it depends on how these AI models are initially created and seeded. But to me, that sort of carves away, a lot of that human decision making in cooperatives that is meant for the humans that use it. So I think that I would probably be a little bit more hesitant in standing behind that. I think that AI, as far as data or kind of some kind of other commodity that's within the co-op itself that is, having this kind of mutualistic purpose, I very much am behind and support. As far as your second question, in terms of open law, I'm very much for that. I think that these kind of ivory towers that we've created with the legal system it's time to bring them down. They're outdated, and I think that people should be able to empower themselves with this body of legal knowledge that's out there. I mean, there's always going to be a place for a lawyer, for a human, to do the analysis, and I don't know that maybe generative AI will get there, but not for a long time. But I think as far as like tapping into that general larger hive data set of legal, I think there's very much a place of that. I think it's artificially been propped up in the way that it has, and it's time to bring that down.
Yeah, really well put, and I very much agree. James, yeah, what do you think about these things?
Yeah, I think Yev had some really great thoughts. I think the one thing that I might add is, we live in this age of incredible technological advancement. And the one thing that we have not been able to upgrade, it seems, is the human operating system, right? We're still going to disagree. We're still going to get in fights. But there are things that we can do to set ourselves up for success. And that's why I'm such a big advocate of the cooperative form and of user ownership. It's because when humans get along better when incentives are aligned. And right now, in many organizations, incentives between various players in the ecosystem are not aligned. They're misaligned. And when that happens, that human hardware doesn't allow us to get along or work together well. And so one thing that I really love about user ownership is that it can align the interests of the users, it can align the interests of investors, so that users are supporting the value proposition of VCs, and VCs are supporting the value proposition of users. I think that AI has an incredible amount of potential to help around the edges, especially within these human relationships. But at the end of the day, we have to be thinking really hard about how we relate to one another and how the legal structures that we work within change the way we treat one another. And so, you know, that's been one of our big focuses in this space, is trying to help everybody win.
Yeah, you know, it's such a good point, where how our legal structures, you know, pattern themselves into winners and losers has been something that preoccupies me, you know, often. And these structural analyses that I guess historically we call critical legal theory, and then we saw the evolution of law in the US take on and continues to take in legal academia hard studies, now data-driven studies that show things like structural bias inside the public legal system. And I do worry, and again, this sort of picking up on some points that Mikhail made in his piece right before us, where there is bias, it can come from coding, you know, the cultural bias of people writing the rules, sure. We know that, and I mean, I think that's something that at least we can be mindful of. But I was really interested to hear Mikhail say that even in these networks, there's sort of a philosophy, or I'm using the wrong word now, but a meta pattern, a psychology that begins to emerge in these networks, and I think the legal system and common law system and structural bias that exists in the public legal economy now is proof of that same phenomena, you know. And so as we start to think about coding rules and smart contract systems to try and make governance a bit more automatic, a bit more, you know, bright line or efficient when it comes to business transactions, it creates even more of a risk in my mind for us to hard code the same structural injustices that the current system has, because we would say, well, that's how it works now, so shouldn't that be allowed? And I mentioned this in sort of setting this up to loop us back to thinking about public regulators. And we also, you know, at least I used to do some work lobbying against big tobacco. When I was doing work, I was a lobbyist in DC for a little while. And it's known, I mean, it's sort of factually accepted that that our administrative agencies can get captured by corporate interests. To what extent are regulators now perhaps sometimes chasing the interests of very large market players, and where our private system and governance we can create inside DAOs can perhaps even better regulate what we need than the public system? It becomes really interesting. I think we're starting to run short on time. And so I realize I'm chatting so much with the setup. I want to just maybe turn it over to get your thoughts on how you think this Web3 decentralized power of cooperatives and sort of governance can actually help us improve perhaps even the same types of questions and things that public regulators are sort of tasked to solve.
Yeah, great question. You know, just to draw one very quick historical analogy, back in the 1840s in the Industrial Revolution in England, people were not being cared for who were working in these big mills. They needed to help themselves. They were pushed out, they were poor, they were unable to provide, so they formed cooperatives in order to help themselves. We need to be doing the same thing today. We need to, you know, you're right. Sometimes regulation can take a long time. Congress can take a long time to act. And a cooperative can be a way to help ourselves. It can be a way that we can organize to protect ourselves by providing products that we're in charge of ourselves. And so, you know, that's another one of the key drivers and why, you know, Web3 holds a lot of potential. It's because we can create our own protections when other sources, when other protectors will not step in.
Yeah, well, very well put. Yeah, any other
thoughts? Just a final thought to tag on what James said, but I'm really curious about self-regulatory organizations, especially in, you know, the the financial space, the fintech space. I think that there's room for a lot more SROs than what we currently have. You know, even like what we have with government appointed, you know, SRO or government sanctioned, I guess, SROs for broker dealers, for, you know, other licensed professionals and brokered professionals. So I think that the same can sort of arise with the use of co-ops, with the use of kind of combining, you know, these private organizations to influence public interests. And, you know, you could have federated co-ops that are regional based, district based, and that can kind of come together under one umbrella to drive policy. And I'd like to see a lot more of that, actually.
Amazing. I think, Thomas, let me know. I think we're probably out of time.
We are.
Okay, great.
Well,
We'll just wanted to thank everybody.
We are and we are not, because we still would like to allow the audience to ask a few questions before we go there. First of all, I really have to thank Yev and James being here. Thank you very much. And Chris, I can tell you over the last year, all three of you have educated us, and particularly myself, around DAOs and the opportunities like never before. I was not an expert a year ago. I didn't even know what a DAO was last October. So let's be real. I learned a lot, and there were two big takeaways here right now. I have to say, one is James mentioned earlier, which is actually so true, right? A DAO is a business owned by its members. And it's like, wow, isn't that the most obvious thing that we all should thrive for in general? And the second one, on a personal note, being German, I had no idea about the Bundesliga example. That is pretty amazing. Yeah. So before we go to the questions, I literally want to ask you, if all of us have a clean plate, what does it take, and why isn't it happening that we are all over and creating as many DAOs as possible as fast as we can? I would really like to hear like a 1-minute answer before we go into the Q&A. I don't get it, because it seems so good, almost too good to be true. What's missing?
I have my answer to that question, and it's not the only answer. There may be other answers. But I think that user-owned organizations, member-owned organizations have always had a hard time just getting started.
Mm-hmm.
And they need capital in order to get started. You would never have Twitter if you didn't have an investor with a lot of money come in and get it going. And I think the problem has been that once a big company like Twitter or X now gets going, there's never a transition to user ownership. That transition just never happens. And so I think the key differentiator here could be the ability to transition from investor ownership at the outset of a new business. That transition from investor ownership over to community ownership incrementally. And I think if we can do that, then I think a lot more companies can start looking like DAOs. But
so capitalism is in the way?
I don't think capitalism is in the way. I think that capitalism is the way that so much of this gets started. I think what's in the way might be our lack of legal creativity.
Okay.
Our ability to think outside the box and think about how ownership should change over time. And I think that's something that the legal community hasn't thought enough about. How when a product grows, it needs to transition to a more community-based user ownership model. And VCs can be rewarded for that, right? VCs are not just giving up their ownership. They could sell their ownership to the users of a platform. They could incentivize greater engagement by selling to the users of a platform. And so there's really the ability for everybody to win here. And I think we just need to start thinking about business differently as something where you start with capital and you transition over to community.
Okay, thank you very much. For the sake of time, let's move over to the Q&A. I would like to give the audience an opportunity. If Sonia is online and you can throw a few questions to the panelists, that would be appreciated.
Yes. So one question from the audience regarding the ethical use of data. How can we ensure ethical, good use of our data will be resolved with blockchain? Or can it be resolved through blockchain technology?
I'm happy I've thought a lot about this, particularly as it connects to the intellectual property that exists on blockchain. There's no way blockchain won't solve issues of violence and crime and things where people can take advantage of vulnerable situations, by no means. But where I think it can improve ethical compliance is by enabling more transparency across supply chains that use value that we all create. And so, for example, going back to intellectual property being perhaps one of the most ubiquitous assets in the global economy, if you tokenized every piece of intellectual property, put it on blockchain, and included in that tokenization and in a model ethical constraints that conditions one's ability to use the IP upon one's compliance with those ethics, you can actually create an efficient system, in my mind, that enables one to, or at least a more efficient system than we currently have with the IP system. And what happens is when you detect an ethical violation, which means you haven't been able to prevent it, but when you detect one, you can now wield a whole mountain of IP risk that is where one loses the license to this IP that they used because they violated the ethical conditions. Well, now they lose their license to the IP. And if you want to see big corporations change their behavior more quickly than any other way possible, put them into intellectual property disputes. You know, look at how much big tech shapes its behavior around patent disputes. Intellectual property is one of the few things that scares companies even more than things like human rights abuses or labor abuses. Those are much actually more difficult to enforce for a host of reasons. But international trade with intellectual property, that has real teeth to it. Connect those to ethics, and I think you have a better system.
Jeff, your thoughts?
I'm not an IP lawyer, but I do think that Chris eloquently kind of put it together. I think that the more players that you bring in terms of, you know, creating these data sets from the get-go and owning those data sets, whether in a cooperative or some other model like a DAO, the more that you can start thinking through these challenges and these ethical concerns at the very outset, and once you sort of are seeding that data. And now, you know, with technological advancement, including blockchain, there's so many more ways to kind of retain that control. So it's not just out in the wild. So you're not just defending like a fair use doctrine type claim or, you know, whatever it is that is totally out of control. So I guess even though we have all these decentralized models, the control can still be maintained, right? And that's what's really appealing to me. And I think that would, you know, it'd be a good solution for maintaining ethics around these data sets.
Maybe one more question, Sonia?
Sure, we just had one question come in from Mehdi Hamedi. So how can normal generic, like the general public, make financial benefits from the required backbone infrastructure of Web3 rather than just subsurface exchange applications? So how can the general public financially benefit from the infrastructure that's taking place around Web3?
I like that question. Go ahead. Who wants to take that on?
Well, I don't know if there's any one right or wrong answer. I think there are probably multiple answers. You know, I think that in the world of tokenization, at least speaking within the United States, the way to make money from Web3 has been by buying and selling tokens for a higher price. Part of the reason is that in order to avoid classification of tokens as a security, generally you cannot distribute, you can't make distributions from a business with respect to that token, because that's sort of like the fundamental definition of a security. One nice thing about co-ops is that you can make distributions, you can share financial benefits with the community based on people's participation. And those distributions are, they don't lead to the cooperative membership being classified as a security. So again, there's no one right or wrong answer here. I think there are multiple approaches that can work. I do think, however, that if you want to make distributions to your community for the contributions that they make, if you want to share that upside, then there are ways that are simpler than simply issuing a security or issuing a token that doesn't have any sort of distribution rights attached to it.
I mean, I like the example of, I know that NFTs have come into light more recently with some of the SEC actions that make them resemble securities, but I do think that NFTs can be a very powerful use case for artists, right, with music, with art, and royalties that are built into the way that NFT is created. So I think that that's a wonderful use case of how disintermediation has occurred in this space with those players that have typically relied on multiple intermediaries that take a cut of their revenue.
Okay, on that note, I would like to send a big thank you to all of you, Chris, for hosting, moderating this. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your thoughts, and James, thank you very much, as always.
Thank you.
All of you have been incredibly helpful for us to define the right way with value in mind and the long-term creation of value for the AI developer community. And just for the people who are online right now, if you want to come back, if you stay along, which is even better, this afternoon at 3:25 p.m. Pacific time, we will be back on stage. Chris will join us as well. And we are officially going to launch the WowDAO. And I sum up the conversation we have right now here. I can assure all of you that what we are launching is in the full interest of the AI developer community. And hence why I like, James, your comment earlier, which was a business owned by its members. That's what this is really all about. So with that, thank you very much. And I appreciate you being part of this summit. Thank you. I am very delighted to actually welcome a longtime friend, Olaf Groth, as the second keynote here at the summit. There he is. Welcome, Olaf. Good to see you as always.
Good to see you too, Thomas.
Let me have the honor to give a quick introduction, and then the stage is yours. All right. So Olaf is a global strategist, and he is the think tank founder. He is an advisor. He is an author and a speaker for tech disruption in the global economy. He is a founding chairman and CEO of advisory think tank called Cambrian Futures, and of concept development firm Cambrian Designs, and has literally 30 years of experience as an executive and advisor building strategies and ventures across 35 plus countries with multinationals, startups, VCs, foundations, governments, and academia. Olaf also teaches across the United States, in Europe, of course, in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia as a professor of practice for global foresight. Olaf most recently's book on the cognitive economy, it's called The Great Remobilization Strategies and Designs for Smarter Future, is being released, if I can say it here out loud, on October 17. So mark your calendar, through MIT Press. Following his already successful AI books called Solomon's Code, Humanity in the World of Thinking Machines and the AI Generation. I read it front to back and I like the book. I can highly recommend it. So with that, Olaf, welcome, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for that very gracious introduction. Thank you to you as well as WowDAO for inviting me to present today, to be one of your keynoters, and thank you to the audience for listening, as well as my fellow speakers and panel members. Allow me to get right to it and share my screen. I hope that you can all see the screen here now. If somebody could just give me a heads up real quick if you are seeing it, if it's working out for you. Yes, I assume so.
Yes, that
Okay.
works all well.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much, Yvonne. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a true pleasure to talk to you today about what we, of course, have deemed to be a revolution in trust and governance, and that is, of course, Web3 as a counterbalance to the existing Web2 world of the large hyperscaler platforms, and how we have structured and run our internet over the past 20 years. And what's of particular importance here, of course, is the confluence of Web3 with artificial intelligence. Very, very promising use cases that I'm going to hopefully bring to you today that will spur further conversation. And so let's dive right in. This is the world that we know, right? This is the world of the multi-sided or at least two-sided digital platforms. We all know the names, right? The Googles, the Amazons, the Facebooks of this world, the LinkedIns of this world, and of course the big Chinese platforms, Alibaba, Baidu, Tencent, and others that are really forming an oligopolistic structure, as it were, in how they instantiate artificial intelligence within their business models. And what you're seeing here is a schematic, right? It's a multi-sided business canvas that we're all familiar with. We all, no matter where we are on these different sides, on these big platforms, we all produce something and we all get something out. We all put something in and we take something out. And at the middle, of course, in the middle, I should say, is the artificial intelligence that sits in large server centers, which we call cloud now. And that makes sure that we are all nicely orchestrated and talking to each other, and making sure that the business model for each side works out, so we stay nicely involved and committed to this platform model. So that's the world we've known. AI then is being used in particular to create that glueware between us, and that of course starts with enlisting us, continues with acquiring us, right, having us sign on, but then most importantly, engaging us, and finally monetizing us. You cannot monetize us before you engage us. And that's a very important step in the sequencing of all of this. This graphic courtesy of my good friend Jeff Moore from a number of years ago. So that's the role that AI plays in all of this. And what is really important to note, of course, is that this is Web 2. So this is centralized. This is run by big platforms that are fueled by big capital. What we have been seeing then over the past 5-6 years or so is the emergence of this new model. Let me just show you how this platform canvas then evolves. And I need all of this to set you up for the use cases. They're much easier to understand when you've seen this, right? So we are still seeing multi-sided platforms, of course. We may call all of this protocols, but at the end of the day, the user interface should look pretty much the same, which is that we all want to put something into the platform and get something out. We just want this thing to be governed differently, and we need it to be developed differently. And so the revolution here, as it were, with AI at the center, is not so much the application layer and the user interface, but rather the bottom part, which is the operating infrastructure of the services and solution platforms or protocols that we want to be taking advantage of. And so on that governance layer and on that development layer, we're now seeing more participatory orchestration of, who has a say over how these platforms are designed, how do we run them, and of course, how do we monetize and get money back out? So it's a more participatory structure. On both of these layers, we are seeing artificial intelligence come to fruition. And here is what that looks like, right? These are 4 archetypical use cases that we have put together. That is my team at Cambrian.ai and I have looked over, can we give you a schematic that gives you a bit of an impression as to what's coming, or what has already been emerging, right? So first and foremost, use case number 1, there is a reorganization of compute power and data resources in Web3 with the help of AI. I'll unpack that for you. Similarly, use case number 2, decentralized ownership, monetization, and governance. That's what I just teed up for us, right? Thirdly, and very importantly, because we've been hearing so much about how there is fraud and money laundering and all kinds of nasty behavior in Web3, and we can discuss whether the percentages of that come close to the fraud that is already happening in our more centralized world. Yes, but that's not the topic of this particular keynote. And that is authentication and trust generation in this new paradigm. Very, very important. We call it a trust revolution, so let's make sure that we generate more trust. And then, of course, lastly, reserve currencies for the agent economy in Web3. All right, let me unpack all of that. On use case number one, decentralized compute and data resources, most of you are well familiar with the fact that we are, of course, very centralized in how we have been organizing ourselves with this near oligopolistic structure that is run by the large platforms. What that leads to is, of course, a centralization, a concentration of both market power as well as capital formation, right? You can't build a Google without a lot of money. You can't build a Google without a lot of talent. And that talent then builds very expensive compute power and starts to develop very expensive algorithms that are also incidentally very energy consuming. So big is beautiful in this model, only of course, that is not necessarily conducive to innovation on, let's call them fringe use cases, the long tail that, as we all know, sometimes spawns the next big thing because it is disruptive and comes out of left field. So we are now using artificial intelligence in blockchains on the chain to generate compute power and aggregate compute power via edge computing. We've seen, of course, NVIDIA's networked GPU approach spring up. Qualcomm Snapdragon AI chips are ideally suited for the edge computing, very energy efficient as well. And we're seeing all of this now being utilized by new types of Web3 applications like BWS for, creating and training new models, new cloud models like Together, for instance, Filecoin here for decentralized data storage. And one of the most recent newcomers, new kids on the block that just won an award while I was in Tianjin with the World Economic Forum is Duality, right? Being able to crawl distributed data sets that are encrypted without decrypting them, without lifting any primary data, and certainly without transporting or relocating that data, which is where so much privacy concern and so much security concern is had. So the decentralization of compute and data resources in AI-powered Web3. Use case number two, distributed ownership and governance. This is, of course, central to this new paradigm. The large corporate platforms are run by centralized boards. Sometimes we feel that the agent conflict, of course, is alive and well, and there's certainly no democratic instincts there. And, that has been working reasonably well in terms of giving us convenience and low price points, but it also means that it's not particularly participatory. And so as we become prosumers, producer consumers, we have started to feel that the deals that we're being given by these platforms aren't exactly equitable, aren't exactly fair. And so let's have a conversation about this. We don't know yet what constitutes fair, but let's have a negotiation. There needs to be a negotiation, a new negotiation around a more fair value exchange, more transparency, distributed types of market structures. And what better mechanisms for these than decentralized autonomous organizations, the DAOs that are very much in the name of our host here today. And so we're seeing lots and lots of application areas depicted here spring up that, of course, need to use artificial intelligence to coordinate, orchestrate that kind of ownership and governance structure. Use case number three, then, as we do all of this, we need to pay particular attention to security and trust assurance. We are not deserving of the label of trust assurance if we don't actually follow through on that, right? So we need to acknowledge that, of course, AI models, whether they're Web 2 or Web 3 instantiations, have the ability to create things that we don't like deep fakes, for instance, right? And then the cousin of the deep fake is really synthetic data, right? You've got the negative and you've got the positive here side by side. Synthetic data, of course, can generate a lot of positives for us as we try to privacy protect ourselves. That's very valuable, but it can also be used to emulate you and to create fakes of what you are and who you are. And so we need to get a hold of this and need to make sure that this black box of artificial intelligence is essentially made more transparent. And the way that happens is with new types of user key exchange protocols and methods like zero knowledge proofs, right? Q&A, as it were, that needs to be put in place in order to verify that a transaction really has taken place, that people are in receipt of or in possession of the matter or the material or the currency that was supposed to be changing hands. And so zero knowledge proofs, key exchanges orchestrated by artificial intelligence, including generative AI, watch that space. And then finally, the future use case here, projecting out a bit, maybe 5 years or so, who knows? KYC and reserve currencies for AI agents. We believe that we could well be in a B2B context, in an enterprise services context, be looking at an agent economy between corporate entities, whether small or medium or large, for certain types of high volume transactions that are reasonably low risk with bounded transaction amounts and fairly precise orders enshrined in smart contracts. Agents can now start to trade with each other. The way that needs to happen, of course, is through cryptocurrencies, because we don't want to hand cash to a bot that will create a lot of distrust. And we do want that trust buffer between the fiat economy and the crypto economy. I think these days we're getting pummeled with more news of crypto exchanges not doing so well. And so while all that shakes out, while we're also waiting for regulatory clarity, we need to pay attention to creating these buffers, right? And you can do that with well-bounded smart contracts that these agents can then source compute power for or on or generate certain content or like I said, certain goods and services, changing ownership. All of that needs to be bounded and secured. And for that, we believe that AI and smart contracts on the chain are absolutely necessary. So what I have given you are 4 archetypes of use cases. There are many, many more, of course, but those are the 4 that we see categorically. Hopefully a good thought stimulation for all of you to hack away at, prove us wrong, or prove to us that there are more promising ones out there. With that said, thank you, everybody. If you want to contact me, here is my email. You'll find me on Twitter, on LinkedIn. Don't hesitate to contact me, connect with me, let me know where you met me, as it were, and I'm happy to engage with you at any time. Thank you, everybody, and back over to you, Thomas.
Olaf, here we go. Hey, thank you very much, as always. Very insightful. You are actually a compliment to you. You are the first one who's actually ahead of schedule. I really appreciate that. So taking advantage of that, let's opening up the stage here for some questions from the audience. I see Sonia is calling in or dialing in. So do you have any good questions? Sonia? I cannot hear you.
Oh, so, yeah, one question from the audience, actually a few, but this one is referring to Web3 and blockchain. When do we expect Web3 and blockchain to play a more active role in the tech ecosystem and network market?
Yeah, thank you, Sonia. Look, quite clearly, blockchain is sort of being batched in with the concept of crypto, right? And we're seeing I think a continued blowout when it comes to crypto, right? You all know, of course, about Binance's trouble. And so I think we are still, I think we're still sort of moving toward the peak of the hype cycle. So if all of you understand, have seen the hype cycle, you know that there is, of course, the slope of inflated expectations. And we all thought this was going to be, everybody was going to be trading in crypto in short order. And so we have overhyped crypto and the blockchain in that confluence of the two. I think what's going to happen now is that entrepreneurs and especially venture capitalists are going to focus on more discrete use cases, some of which I've just shown you, and I'm sure that our audience can generate 20 more that are much less, let me say it, glamorous and sexy, and a lot less sort of get rich quick, as it were, which is what the hype around crypto and blockchain has been all about so far. And they're going to be looking at where does the true value reside? How can I bring a blockchain into a corporation, leverage new types of decentralized modes of governing and running this thing, even though I'm taking advantage of it as a corporate decision maker? There'll be an extension of corporate use cases here of a centralized model into decentralized models. And I think this is where we're going to see the first wave of real discrete, but much more narrowly defined value. And I think that has started, in fact, a year or two ago. And I think that's where the future lies over the next 5 years. So I hold great hope for that much more narrow, much less sexy, but much more valuable parsing into vertical use cases. And I'm happy to give you examples, right? Thomas has told me that we're doing well on time. So let me give you one example, right? So I have been traveling around the world, in fact, twice this summer, and I've been meeting with people who are looking at smart supply chain, smart logistics, smart trade, right? To make it more resilient and to keep increasing trade rather than decreasing it with all this geopolitics and climate change and other disruption, right? And there are very, very interesting innovators around the world who are now trying to make trade smarter, as it were. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to use smart contracts to understand when a good is leaving a certain port, let's say in India, and expected to hit Dubai to be going on to wherever, Los Angeles, right? And so they're using this technology as a logging mechanism, a real-time logging mechanism to create visibility on expected delivery times. But I think that is only the smallest and lowest hanging fruit here. What we've been discussing is, can you use Web3, blockchain, and artificial intelligence to incentivize a remote supplier in, let's say, the hinterlands of Vietnam to come onto my global smart trading platform and ready themselves with some guidance from the mothership, as it were, to be switched out for a supplier that's in trouble, or that is suffering from sanctions, or that is being flooded by climate change, or has a freighter caught up in some canal. And so the question then is, how do you incentivize a small supplier in the hinterlands of Vietnam to play ball, as it were? And for that, of course, you need to be able to cut them in, develop new commercial structures, and become part of a larger global platform. That means you have to employ more blockchain and Web3 governance and revenue sharing paradigms. And all of that is really the Wild West right now. We haven't scoped this out, but the actors, the players, the executives that I'm talking to around the world are saying that is, conceptually speaking, where we need to go. Now we need to figure out how to put it in place. And of course, we all know that's where the real work starts. But I would say on a 3 to 7 year horizon, we're going to see more and more models like this. I visited an amazing demonstration facility in Singapore, for instance, run by McKinsey in collaboration with O9, smart supply chain company using AI, that was starting to look exactly at those types of things with NASA-style control centers to figure out how to move goods and how to incentivize people to generate them, to produce them, to ship them, to take receipt of them, to market them at just the right time. And again, that is a wickedly complex integration problem, but we will get there eventually.
And may I add to that, you are, Olaf, playing right into what we are trying to build and what our mission is. I really love the examples of a true business application based on blockchain that can solve real problems that we have today that cannot be solved without blockchain. And I am also thankful what you just said, that we have to acknowledge, fortunately or not, unfortunately or not, that the current terms of Web3 and blockchain has unfortunately not the best reputation in the overall market because of the Wild West, because of crypto, Binance, FTX, you name it. And this conference, its primary mission is to unlock the potential of Web3 and blockchain for the AI community to then join a DAO and have something decentralized. And I'm coming back to the legal session that we just heard from these experts, that we are building a membership, a DAO that is owned by the members, for the members, to serve customers. So I'm thankful the way you just articulated that. Thank you very much. Maybe next question.
Yes, the next question is around the development of both AI and Web3. So will AI benefit Web3 and influence it, or the other way around, or perhaps both simultaneously?
Yeah, so I think it's both, but I think it starts with AI, right? I think what we're seeing is through generative AI and these very low-cost subscriptions that you will get a lot of users that go on a chain that will be able to use generative AI to develop narrow applications that allow you to converse with other people on the chain in a more automated way. All of that will be, of course, enabled by compute power, decentralized compute power, like the one that I just showed you, right? Whether it's NVIDIA chips or whether it's Qualcomm chips on a handset, you will eventually, for the true potential of the chain to come through, need to leverage more decentralized compute power on the chain. And it's not like Web 2 compute power and large cloud computing is going to go away. That's going to be with us for, eternity, as it were. So this is really an augment, and it's really an ancillary model for certain types of use cases where decentralization is really needed, right? So for instance, in healthcare, right, where you really don't want your fitness device data leaving your wrist, as it were, and you still want to be able to analyze it, diagnose what's going on, and spit out messages to you, but you don't necessarily want to give that to the big hyperscaler platforms making sense of your hormone movements or your heart health or whether or not you're overweight, and God knows where that data is going to end up, right? And so I think very narrow use cases like that will benefit from the confluence of open source generative AI and decentralized edge compute power. And so I think it's yes, I will admit it's a supply side for type approach, right? Because the gates on those two items, meaning affordable AI and decentralized compute power, are so capital intensive to get there that we needed to wait for it first. But I think as we are seeing more regulation come up, whether it's in Europe or here, on protecting consumers' data, on assigning new types of digital property rights for the data we generate, right? We will also then see much more demand for those types of technologies. So while we have a supply side push, we will then also generate a demand side pull that utilizes what's being supplied. And so I do think that is on the horizon. It does have that critical element of regulators stepping up. I think that would really, really help. And I'm hoping that Europe will be one of the locations that will lead on this, because it is playing into Europe's deficiency, of course, which is that they don't have large hyperscaler platforms and cloud businesses to begin with. And so, and they are very privacy and security conscious. And so I'm hoping that we'll see a smart regulation emanating from there, but we'll have to see. Of course, the United States needs to do the same thing. We're now all paying attention to the writers' strikes and the actors' strikes in Hollywood. I think there's a good chance that from those types of precedents and precursors will be a newfound awareness in Congress that we need to regulate digital property rights. And when that happens, we'll see a lot more decentralization that has the right safeguards there with AI and otherwise. I hope that makes sense.
I have another burning question, but before I ask my own question, maybe one more from the audience.
Yes, so another question that just came in, this is regarding some of the issues that are being flagged with Web3, and potentially what this participant is asking, if you see AI playing a role in analyzing blockchain transactions for a particular token or network and uncovering potentially a not fraudulent behavior that real people can then follow up on.
Well, so I guess the question is really around AI forensics, right? So using AI for forensic analysis, and that's really in the cybersecurity realm. But yes, you could see AI being used for maybe text-based verification of keys or of Q&A information, like in zero-knowledge proof, for instance, analyzing that or triggering those types of verification exercises. So I could certainly see that. I also, talking to my friends in cybersecurity, do see, of course, AI being used in pattern recognition in fraudulent banking operations, and there is no reason that AI couldn't be used on the chain in a similar way, right, in cost-effective ways, analyzing the transaction patterns of somebody that is trying to transact with you. And there could be a decentralized distributed AI for that, seeing patterns of potentially fraudulent behavior, maybe movements of transactions on the chain. So there is that. There is also using AI for anomaly detection. So can you detect anomalies in a user's behavior that stand out, right? So instead of saying patterns, seeing singular points of anomalies that pop out that don't make any sense. So you could see AI being used for that. And again, I don't see any reason for why that should work in a centralized and not in a decentralized way, assuming you can calibrate the applications to work with edge computing.
All right. I like to add another question, unless you have a really cool question, Sonia. Otherwise, I would like to throw in mine.
I think we're okay for now.
Okay, thank you. Now, anybody here who has or is following Olaf on LinkedIn or social media will recognize almost every summer he flies around the world twice, I would say. And based on that knowledge that you are gaining literally from a global perspective, I really like to hear your opinion about the crypto world and the blockchain Web3 with problem-solving enterprise applications, and the dynamic of the two on a global basis in various regions versus what is or is not happening in the United States.
Yeah, so it's probably no surprise to anybody in the audience, and certainly not for you, Thomas, or your partners, that a lot of the leading hubs on crypto trading around the world are hubs that have either a pattern of weak institutional frameworks. I'm talking about countries and markets in Africa. Certainly even before the Russian war in Ukraine, we knew that Russia and Ukraine were in fact crypto trading hubs. And then, yes, also Southeast Asia being hubs. It may well be that Silicon Valley is a hub for innovation, but when we talk about transaction volumes, then we've certainly seen those non-traditional, non-digital frontier regions, I think, pull away from us and lead. But as we are now seeing regulators crack down, and rightly so, and as we are seeing the deflation of some of that, like I say, get rich quick kind of paradigm, not to diminish that there are some legitimate needs, obviously, for bypassing dysfunctional institutional networks in any of these markets that I have mentioned. Okay, we will see the deflation of some of those, leading hubs around the world. However, I think at the same time, there is something else that is coming up now that will give a boost to a lot of countries around the world, and first and foremost, what we call Alt Asia, or that's what people call alternative Asia, right? Meaning alternative to China, and that is yes, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, the Philippines, and then of course prominently India as well, and maybe less so, but connected as well, Japan and South Korea. And so and by the way, collectively, those economies in terms of GDP as well as population are collectively bigger than China. And let's not forget that China is shrinking from 1.4 billion to 800 million people by the end of the century. Now, that's a long time for most of us. We will likely not be alive unless you're a billionaire that wants to freeze yourself. And so because of that potential, we're now seeing the Biden administration and its allies invest much more heavily in those places in Alt Asia. Of course, India was well known, right? We're now bringing a lot of semiconductor know-how and fabs to India. But then next is Thailand, Vietnam. Lots of money flowing in there now. Biden just visited Vietnam. The new comprehensive strategic partnership between the United States and Vietnam will be very important for development of new cutting-edge competencies, and actually AI and semiconductors are right there at the top of the agenda for Vietnam. We're now looking at semiconductor design centers being put in place in Vietnam. And Vietnam has always had small pockets of AI competencies there. They were small, but they were there. And so now that's all being given a boost. We'll have to see how all this plays out. Thailand is, of course, a little bit behind Vietnam in terms of attention and money flows to it, but it is struggling and striving to catch up and say, hey, I'm here too. And I think there are some very attractive aspects about Thailand when it comes to digital. And then, of course, the other markets that I mentioned. So there'll be a string, as it were, of good pearls to be had. And so I'm confident that that will pick up on some of the crypto, the blockchain, the Web3 innovation that is happening, the AI innovation that is happening. And in fact, nobody has really ever mapped that. And it's important to map it, because if it's getting a boost now, then it's going to be a global player. It's going to be a global center of innovation for us on AI, Web3, and compute power. And we need to understand it better. And in fact, I'm engaging with my team with a potential client in Southeast Asia to do exactly that kind of mapping and to show the world just what tremendous innovation power there is in that region. So stay tuned on that.
Excellent. Olaf, before I close this session, I can tell the audience this was not scripted, because as I'm thanking Olaf, I would like to invite Chris on stage to be the moderator for the VC section, because he flew all the way over from Vietnam, and he is heavily invested and is an investor and an expert in Web3. And we have a panel coming right now where the majority of the investors are actually heavily either from Asia or actively in Asia. So this wasn't scripted. Olaf, as always, you are right on the money, and I thank you very much as always. See you next time.
Thanks to you, and see you.
All right, so with me on stage, literally, I wasn't kidding, this is Chris Tran. He is from the U2U Foundation, and he came literally all the way from Vietnam to join us here in Silicon Valley to moderate the next session. And we will also see him later in a very interesting fireside chat. So I will leave the longer introduction to the later part of the section. But with that, I would like to welcome Chris to the stage. And please take over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. And it was completely unexpected that, it wasn't script at all, right?
It wasn't, yeah.
But right before our panel, I think Olaf was mentioning so much about Vietnam that I was like, yes, because this exactly, the conversation that I had with Thomas like a few weeks back. And I tell him that, you can't really, estimate and see how Asia and in particular, like Vietnam are thriving in this Web3 and a little bit of AI, movement and everything. So that's why, I have the honor to host this, really good panel with some of the old friends and new friends. So we have Carl from Arcane Group, we have Miko from Gumi Capital, and we have Alexis, all from respected, VC. So maybe before we start, I would let the, our panelists to share very quickly about themselves. So from my studio, maybe we start from the top. Miko, you want to go first? To introduce
Sure.
about yourself and, your VCs. It's been a while since I sitting together in the same panel with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Chris. So my name is Miko. I'm with Gumi Cryptos Capital. I'm a managing partner here. And we are an early stage venture capital fund. And we're really sincerely believe that the internet is being rebuilt on a foundation of new protocols, and that these new protocols really have to do with advancement in cryptography. So, we're really excited about these technology trends. And obviously, when we talk about a new internet and new infrastructure for, applications and for society, we're just very excited to see, other relevant technologies, obviously the emergence of Web3 applications, and of course, AI. So, from our perspective, we've done some really interesting intersectional investments into the block as an AI company. We were early stage investors in OpenSea, Yield Guild Games, 1inch, and a number of other unicorns. And we're currently deploying capital out of our Fund 2, $110 million Fund 2. So excited to be here.
We got some pretty cool project coming from Asia to share with you later as well.
Great.
So Carl, you're next. So Carl is a good friend, and we hang out a lot, like the last time in Singapore and Vietnam. So we see each other.
Thank you, Chris. My name is Carl. I'm from Arcane Group. So we are currently about 200 million AUM VC out of Singapore. We are quite agnostic, but officially we have a couple of verticals that includes infrastructure, entertainment, which is also gaming, and IP rights, those sort of things, as well as DeFi. So we're currently deploying as well, just like Mika just mentioned. We do predominantly early stage projects, but we also look at later stage ones like up to Series A, I would say. We are very keen on looking into AI. It's not something we've done a lot of. We're quite new still, only 2 years old. So I'm super excited to be here today. I'm super excited to see what, Wow AI can help and bring out as far as the intersection between AI and Web3.
Okay, so maybe last, Alexi, maybe you share with us about.
Sure. Great to be connected. Miko, always great to see you. I'm Lex Solit with Metamatic. Recently launched our fund. We are all pre-seed and seed, so very much early stage. We're exclusively focused on Web3, and part of our thesis is around sort of the middle adopters, or sort of this next wave of users beyond the core crypto natives that we think will continue to come on board and start using Web3 applications and infrastructure as the market matures in the next, call it, 3 to 4 years. So yeah, I myself managing partner. I'm based in Dallas, actually in the US, and then got another partner in Asia, in Hong Kong. So that's kind of a quick summary of ourselves, and excited to be here.
That's so cool to hear, because I went to school in SMU in Dallas, so it's yeah.
Nice. Yeah, let me know when you're in town.
Yeah. All right. So I think out of the 3 VC that we have today, it sounds like, right now Miko and Gumi Capital, I think, have a little bit of, like doing a good intersection between AI and Web3 investment at the moment. So Miko, maybe we start first with you, like what sort of definition that you're looking into, like AI decentralized sort of investment? I mean, what's your take on it? Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say the following, right? Which is that one of the things that we're quite sensitive to is we're sensitive to timing. And I think that one of the things that this market is very subject to is very much hype, right? So, as a foundational thesis fund, we don't chase hype. And I think that part of what we look for when we look for disruption is we look for what we describe as multi-vector disruption, right? Which is more complex thesis, right? Because if you really look at AI as advancing quickly, right? Therefore, let's invest in AI, right? Like, I feel like that creates a bunch of different problems, right? One problem it creates is it creates sort of low conviction founders that are chasing buzzword bingo, right? So that's a danger. I think another danger is it creates sort of overhyped price action, right? So you have like an overwhelming number of people who are thinking very linearly about a disruptive emerging phenomenon, right? So part of what we reasoned about, so I mentioned that we did do an investment in Into the Block, right? But if you look at the timing of our investment in Into the Block, which is ostensibly an AI company, it was actually, quite a long time ago and quite before any of the hype around ChatGPT or LLM or any of the new emerging AI trends, right? So for us, like, we really want to understand impact. But part of what we see is we actually see that AI has downstream significant impact on society itself, right? Because we don't deny that AI is a huge impact of technology. And what we do believe is, for example, that AI is actually going to expand the entertainment industry, right? So if you look at one of the largest investors in OpenAI, you're actually going to see Microsoft, right? But when you look at the pattern of investment by Microsoft, they're also investing many billions of dollars into Activision Blizzard. So what Microsoft seems to believe is that the entertainment industry will expand. And this is actually part of a orthogonal disruption, right? So part of what we reason about is if the impact is large, you start to see knock-on effects and you start to see ripple effects. And that, to me, like, those become really more kind of subtle and intriguing, which is that the average person on Earth may not just have 2 hours of leisure time for entertainment. They may end up with 8 hours a day of leisure time for entertainment, resulting in a 4x larger entertainment demand, right? So it's a very interesting kind of like way of reasoning about investment opportunity, right? So we don't just chase the thing very linearly. We definitely reason broadly about what the impact of something will be, and we try to invest behind more of the subtle implications rather than just directly chasing whatever buzzword hype.
Right. So Carl and Lex, like Miko shared a little bit. So what's your take on, what he shared just now, and then also like sort of the AI decentralized investment and Web3. I mean, if you guys have done anything within that, field so far.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree as well with Miko. The whole using AI as a buzzword to slap it on, and then to increase your sort of like investment sizes or valuation is something we're trying to avoid as well. So I guess it's more of a complementary take to what we're looking into already in Web3. It's not something like we would chase just a purely AI because it's AI, but for us, we're quite a gaming and entertainment focused company. So on the gaming side, of course, it has huge implication. It's not restricted to Web3, but also to Web2. You're talking about the better NPCs, the gameplay, procedural content generation, etc. So if it's something that enhances the products we already have, we're looking at, then it's something we're super interested in. But it's not something we're chasing just for the hype or the narrative, which is something we saw last year. And also, we don't go into those, deep tech valuations of billions. So it has to be something smaller and something that fits more into the like DeFi narrative or the gamify or entertainment narrative that we're looking into. So that's our current take, but we're still agnostically exploring it and open to it, but definitely staying away from the hype chase.
Yeah. And then what I would say is, I do think it's really interesting what Miko said about one of the way to frame the opportunity is like, primary or direct effects, and then what are like second order effects where AI will impact different, whether it's consumer or B2B markets, using the entertainment example. I guess what I would say in terms of my kind of organizing framework are the three buckets where I see the intersection of AI and crypto. I think one is AI and Web3 I think just a pure sort of developer tooling and software development. So AI enabling faster development of technology in general, which will impact Web3 as well as other sort of technology surface areas. The second is sort of data verification. So the ability to kind of authenticate AI models in an era of misinformation and challenges associated with that. And the third bucket is around incentive coordination. And so the ability to, reward different stakeholders in a distributed manner at scale is a way that I see sort of, that's where Web3 can impact the development of AI. So those are kind of three broad themes. I don't know if they're completely mutually exclusive, collectively exhaustive, but I think those are important, intersections between AI and Web3. We haven't done yet any investments where I would say specifically like heavy on the AI and Web3, but we do like it when founders, where it's relevant, they're kind of a Web3 centric, I guess startup, if you will, is being thoughtful to the extent that AI is relevant and can, be advantageous or impact their success and execution of their business.
I think that's a great switch of gear that Lex laid out there for me, that within the VC, scenes, right? We talk a lot about the AI and the Web3, kind of intersect with each other. And you mentioned three of the area that AI actually can make the most sense out of the Web3. But have we seen enough of development and, learning and real cases in your experience to justify, the expectation between AI and Web3, right? So I think Lex share a little bit his tech. So what about you, Miko and Carl? Have you seen certain applications within the three example that Lex laying out, or you see something else? And is there any particular project that you want to share? I mean, just the concept wise and everything, how AI can fit into Web3 beautifully, for example. Miko, yeah?
I'm happy to kind of jump in, right? So one of the really interesting projects that we did invest in is a project called Everseed that is brought to you by a company. It's a game company known as Amihan Entertainment. And they're actually doing some really pioneering work intersecting user-generated content, with unique gameplay and AI-generated content assets. Now, I think that there is a very linear play with properties like scenario.gg, where ultimately what happens is simply that game companies lower the cost of the content production pipeline, right? So this to us is not disruptive or interesting or exciting or an opportunity, right? For us, the idea to intersect user-generated content is really related to the kind of seismic shift of the idea of what happens to employment in a post-AI era, right? So the thing that's very interesting is that when I talked about the idea of a potential 4x increase in the demand for entertainment, right? Really because the average human on the internet moves from 2 hours a day entertainment demand to 8 hours a day entertainment demand, right? So the thing that happens is that more humans actually become entertainers, right? So humans become streamers, influencers, creators, and themselves become entertainers, and they increasingly become part of the entertainment industry, right? So I think with a thesis like that, the idea of user-generated content actually becomes almost an inherent part of their new livelihood, their new paradigm of monetization, because their goal is to create entertainment. This is exceedingly different from play to earn gaming. And the reason why I say it's exceedingly different is the first generation of play to earn gaming was not really gaming, because people were playing to earn, and that the economic input, if you think about a game as entertainment, right, then entertainment industry is so simple. which is that people pay money to be entertained, right? Whereas play to earn gaming was people earn money from a game. But that's a very strange thing, because that means that that's not really the entertainment industry at all, right? So to me, the thing that's very interesting about user-generated content that's assisted by AI, right? Because in the history of UGC, users have generated pretty ugly content, right? Because most users can't draw, right? They don't do 3D models, right? So like the idea of AI boosted UGC, user-generated content, makes more people more entertaining, right? And so the thing that becomes exciting becomes that your friends become more entertaining, right? And you may even not just pay the game company for your friends to entertain you, you may pay your friend to be entertaining to you, right? So in a sense, like it creates a much bigger, broader economic opportunity within entertainment, right? So like, this is a very strange application. It's not the most linear application, and it's not kind of like I think when people came to this talk, they're probably imagining like, oh, it's going to be about provable inference using zero knowledge proofs, or just this very linear mashup of like, let's just take blockchain and take AI and smash them together, right? But like, I don't think it's necessarily that simple. So like for us, we tend to look for these more subtle opportunities to exploit the technology and to create better applications that users will enjoy and pay for. And I think entertainment is something that people already pay for, and in the future will pay for much more, because they'll need much more entertainment.
I think that's a very interesting pickup, because sometimes like when you mentioned about entertainment and satisfaction in terms of like the end user, sometimes it's just not receiving, but I think in your sharing and in your case, it's about interacting with the system itself and feel like, like more like a contributor, when they have that AI components out there. What about you, Kao? Like any particular, like AI flavor, component in Web3 that you have seen interesting enough so far? I mean, like may not be best decision.
Sure. Now, I mean, like Mika mentioned, like the UGC part of like, and entertainment is a very big thing for us as well. We're looking a lot at like IP plays out of Asia. So, when it comes to animes and these type of things, and the way that, the AI can support in generating user content and for the artists to like draw and animate things that then is applicable to Web3 is huge things for us. I think it's very interesting. Obviously from the gaming side, like I mentioned before, like when it comes to improving the game on that side, traditionally speaking, I would say DeFi is still a big application using AI. When talking about AI driven credit scoring, balancing wallets, improving, of course, fraud detection and KYC or collateral management, down to like better trading bots or strategies. So that, I guess that's a more classical example of how you would implement AI into Web3. But for us, because we're a more gaming and entertainment focused VC, I'm tend to agree much more with what Miko is talking about when it comes to what AI can do for Web3.
I think I haven't heard enough about like the data angles from any of the three of you. Is that a particular reasons why? Because I think from my observation, I think AI and data are in the focus would be one of the huge advantage on a lot of the current like Web3 like application out there that we are doing at the moment. You guys agree or disagree or something like that?
I would agree. I guess. I mean, there's all the kind of layers. I mean, all the way from the blockchain itself. I mean, in the future, layer 1, layer 2 could potentially, incorporate AI-driven capacities, to create scalable, more consistent protocols. Add security, having more data points, to get more intelligent logic behind their smart contracts, all these kind of things. But I guess it's less interesting for us, at least at the moment. So.
True. All right, so we switch gear a little bit. So let's speak a little bit regarding like investment on the DAO, right? Together with like some AI context that we're talking about. So what's your tech and investment flavor when it comes to the DAO investment and management? Maybe Lex, you go first.
Yeah, so I think that, I mean, what our current approach is, we are a centralized company. It's kind of a traditional VC structure with a full-time dedicated team focused on making investments on behalf of a group of limited partners, and then we're doing investment in companies that are kind of along the spectrum of decentralization. we've been observing and learning, looking at different investment DAOs. And I think that there are things to be learned, and there are different organizations that, again, are experimenting with different organizational models along that spectrum of what can you centralize, what can you decentralize. So I think that, we've seen some deals, and I have some relationships with folks that are at some sort of investment DAOs, where again, it's a little bit more of a decentralized approach. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, and I look forward to seeing how sort of DAOs, how the governance model evolves, and how DAOs evolve with respect to investment firms as well as companies operating in other verticals. So that's kind of the choice that we've made in terms of our approach as a fund.
So Lex, let's stay with you, right? So regarding the DAO, so right now, do you like it like more and more like to the absolute of like decentralization, or you would like to see a little bit of centralization in there as well, right? I mean, like just personal type.
Yeah. So I think for me, I mean, I think that it depends a little bit on the vertical. One of the things that I've seen as a challenge is just like when you talk about investing, like I think you tend to want to have a smaller group of people that are deep into it so that they can really make informed investment decisions versus sort of syndicating the decision to a broader group of people. So I think that, I think on balance now, there's more. I think centralization of sort of investment decisions will probably, persist in a meaningful way. But again, I don't think it's an either or extreme where all the way into one extreme. I do think there's elegant ways where maybe, I'll just give a simple example. If you were to, as a centralized VC fund, create an incentive where people who, refer deals are given some, people are already doing that now, right? They're using scouts and things like that, right? That's kind of a partially decentralized way to kind of get inputs from different stakeholders. So I think that I don't want to just wait and say, hey, fully centralized, fully decentralized is the model. I think there's a spectrum, and I think that there'll be some success cases with firms that sort of mix and match a blended approach.
So it really depends on what sort of purpose you would like to get out of the DAO, right? So you should design it, the way that it's bring you the most benefits and the accessibility, for example, right? What about you, Miko and Carl? Miko?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about kind of the DAO thesis, right? Which is part of the things that we've seen is we've really seen the emergence of a new phenomenon, which is driving kind of applications, right? And I think part of what we've been doing in the space with open source software and with things like decentralization and with things like trustless networks is we've really, really been passionate about exploring the range of possibilities of the new infrastructure and protocols, right? But so including DAOs, right? So DAOs really involve novel forms of decentralized coordination, right? So these are really, really amazing experiments, right? I would say that they do have a strong place in the future. And if we were to kind of envision this, one of the biggest struggles around DAO governance has been unfairness, right? Which is that the dream has been to create a system that's even more fair, but in ways we've created these kind of pay to win voting games, right? Where basically people use the preponderance of their ownership to kind of drive imbalanced, and even economic attacks on the systems themselves, right? So so for me, these experiments have actually been extremely informative, extremely valuable, right? But I think right now my mood is actually quite different, right? Which is my mood is that when we think about the timeframes against which we invest, we really look at the 4 to 7 year timeframe, right? So to me, when I intersect DAO with AI, I do think that the concept of DAO contains the word autonomous, right? Decentralized autonomous organization, right? So the first principle is that it must be decentralized. The second principle is that it must be autonomous, right? When you think about things that are autonomous, like an autonomous ocean robot or anything autonomous often has an AI, right? Because it's autonomous, it's doing something by itself, right? So the intersection is logical. I think for us, we think the timeframes may be a little further out. But we do think that there are very exciting opportunities because we think that the extent to which AIs can be used in governance is actually a tremendously exciting thing, right? Because most applications of AI actually further things like wealth inequality, right? They further things like extractive economic models, right? Whereas like this type of governance application for AI could potentially contribute to increased fairness, right? Which is that an AI can actually be provably fair, right? That a group of very strongly technical developers can argue over whether the data is fair, whether the data creates fairness, whether the code creates fairness, right? So ultimately we could have kind of like governance that's based on fiduciaries, that the fiduciaries are actually based on AI, right? Because the fiduciary doesn't have self-interest. It's not trying to play any tricks, right? As long as you can mathematically prove that it's been programmed correctly, right? So to me, like, I do think that that's an exciting intersection. I just think that it's too far out. So, you know, so I think from a direct 4 to 7 year fund life cycle perspective, that particular thesis I'm describing is probably not investable, but like, I'm definitely open to being proved wrong, right? So like, if I do see an entrepreneur with this kind of like DAO governance, AI, I'm open to talk to them and really explore that space and see if there's some real fundamental disruption possible.
No, I think it's exactly on point that, like sometimes you want the DAO component to be really driven by AI and you want the autonomous is to be there, but then the voting rights, like you said, right? Sometimes it's being sort of in a few hands, which not too decentralized. So it's kind of against the original, like ideas of the DAO. What about you, Carl? Like the same questions, like, what do you think? Like, like AI and DAO.
Personally, I'm part of many DAOs, of course. It's natural when you're a governance voter in crypto. As far as us, as a VC being a DAO, I have to agree with Alexi. Like that's not really feasible, as a VC to invest that way. I think in my experience, the investment DAOs that's worked really well has really been small mid circles where it's not really so much an issue of the unweighted or wrongly weighted voting, so to say. So I don't think it's very feasible. Of course, it's also legal opinion. Right now DAOs are still a gray zone in a lot of places. I mean, I'm based out of Singapore in Asia. There is no legal foundation for DAOs here, so it's not reasonable to operate out of such theater. But I mean, as an idea, of course, super support it. I love it, and I mean, we're all in Web3 because we believe in decentralization, right, and better fairness. And I do believe AI can definitely, support as well. When it comes to data points, figuring out the most relevant proposals, the impact they might have if how things are voted. So there's a lot of improvements to be made. I would love to see a future where DAO do work well on large scales, organizations and investment funds. But where we are right now, I don't think it's very feasible, at least for us, at least out of Singapore, at least out of Asia, at least as a VC investing into global space.
Yeah, so I think with that, right, I'm asking, like if there are certain project type that would be potentially listed in an AI DAO driven platform, I believe there must be sort of some project that very unique in certain sense, right? Like data or some aspect. It should not be applied for every project that should be get listed on AI DAO, for example. What do you guys think? Max?
You mean just to clarify, you mean projects that would be suitable for an AI empowered DAO to make investments in?
Yep.
Let me think about that for a sec.
I'm happy to jump in and say, I have a heuristic for early stage venture investing based on AI, and the way it works is that it looks to see if they're from Y Combinator, and then it looks at their shoes to see if they're wearing like hip shoes, like Allbirds, or and then maybe they're cool color, right? And then if it ticks the boxes, then it throws a check, right? So an AI like that could replace all the VCs in Silicon Valley and create great returns. It's obviously a joke, right? So like, to me, what I'm trying to say is that like, I sincerely believe that investment decisions shouldn't be made by an AI. I think the problem with that type of a rubric is that early stage venture is founder driven, right? So I think, to me, it's people think VC is pattern recognition, right? And if it were true, then an AI would be the best at it, because an AI would just tick a bunch of boxes and be like, oh, it fits the pattern. But the thing that's really interesting is that the best entrepreneurs are pattern breaking, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the thing that I think is that pattern recognition isn't going to get you there, and ultimately, like, every journey of entrepreneurship that is kind of unicorn or greater is really one that breaks all of the previous patterns, right? So to me, like, this kind of quality of pattern breaking makes AI investors, really just kind of herd following pattern recognition bots, which I think there are investors that behave like this, but they tend not to be the ones that produce the most contrarian and outsized returns.
Cool. So what you mean, like, so all three of you are representing VCs, right? So what are sort of promising Web3 project or verticals within the Web3 that you are looking at right now? I mean, this is a cold question because the market is really cold right now. So, Carl, maybe. So, what are you looking at right now in the Web3 space? In terms
Sure.
of
I mean, like I mentioned before, officially we have a couple of verticals, but we're a single LP family office essentially in the background, so we're quite flexible. I would say entertainment and gaming. That's our biggest focus right now. We still see that it's going to be the biggest driver for the next X amount of users coming into the Web3 space. We think it's very applicable. When I say gaming also, I don't necessarily mean gamify. I don't mean like Axie or like Miko mentioned, this gamified farming, so to say, or gamified, play to earn, but actual gaming, or to some degree where it's illegal, of course, like gambling solutions, those kind of things. I think it's a great marriage for Web3. Yeah, entertainment space, fan engagement. I've seen some really cool projects out there out of Korea where you can vote on your favorite K-pop band artists. So the fans manage the band itself, voting who should be a part of it, who should leave, what kind of songs should they play, etc. So those kind of solutions I think are beautiful, and they work really well globally and in Asia. So those are areas we think is very interesting, and something we're focusing a lot on in the next period.
what about you, Lex? What are you, prefer to investing in?
Yeah, so a couple of themes that are of interest to us. One is, I guess you could say the consumer bucket. So that covers gaming. SocialFi is still early, but we do think that's an interesting vertical with a bit of a longer time horizon. And then a couple other themes that are interesting to us are Bitcoin applications on Bitcoin. So we made an investment in that area. I think that's a thesis that's interesting and going to play out in a favorable way. And then sort of the whole staking and liquid staking is another vertical that we have some focus on.
Do you to go on with that, like the Bitcoin protocol, like building application on it and liquidation and stuff like that? Are you guys flexing? Flexible in terms of protocol when you look at that, or what exactly are you looking for? In those application, because those kind of application can be easily cloned from one protocol to another protocol, right? So what would be the main component when you're looking out for application like that?
Yeah, look, I think that I would say a broad this is a bit of a broad generalization, but there's the bucket of the sort of technology, and then there's a distribution, right? Especially it's particularly true in just blockchain and Web3 in general, is like we do think that there's varying sort of degrees of difficulty depending on how significant the technical challenge is of what someone's trying to build. I mean, a fork is probably the lowest, technological, from in terms of technological challenge standpoint, and then there's a spectrum. We're looking at founder market fit is particularly important for depending on whatever they're going after, making sure the founder is, it's not just when you say team, it's not just is it a good team in general, it's like is it the right team? Do they have a unique insight into that particular market? And then we do see a significant role of there's science and there's a huge art to like being able to build that community and that distribution side, and the community stuff really does make a difference in terms of building traction, even if you're like an infrastructure type of company. So that's kind of when you say like, oh, well, someone else could sort of replicate the technology aspect, that may be true, but building that sort of community angle, and I would say community as well as sort of liquidity. That could be liquidity of users, it could be liquidity of TVL, it could be liquidity of a community and engagement. All those things are important differentiators that in certain cases can be, if you build that sort of network effect, even though the space is small, it can be differentiating.
Agree. I mean, it's go back to all of the old boxes that you have to check. I mean, it's not the technology. I think it's the execution. What about you, Miko? Like outside of AI, DAO, what else are you interested in right now? I'm always want to hear this from Miko.
Yeah, so we think this, right, which is one of the beautiful things that came up in this conversation is the idea of kind of forks and open source and kind of fragmentation, commoditization, right? And so like differentiation is really critical, right? So one of the things that we feel is that the upcoming age is really not going to be like, solved internally, as the joke on Twitter is going, right? Which is that, we have to solve real people's real problems, right? And so part of my mood is related to application focused infrastructure, right? We recently announced leading a $10.2 million round into Jiritsu, which is a user of compute verification in service of a asset verification construct, right? So like to me, like, I think founder market fit is definitely a very astute way of looking at things, right? But part of the fit today is not having what I jokingly call infrastructure focused infrastructure, right? Which is, infrastructure that just focuses on itself and doesn't have a passion for solving users' problems, right? So for us, like we definitely have this kind of drive to find entrepreneurs. It may be that they're not at the point of product market fit, but that, we want them to have the burning passion to resolve and solve, right? Because when we think about the technology supply chain of cryptography, there's a huge and wonderful supply chain that flows from academia to open source. You're starting to see wonderful new algorithms in ZK like Plunky 3. You're starting to see wonderful papers like ZK Bridge from Bonet and Song. We just have just a wealth of new capabilities, right? But that everyone can get those capabilities, right? So the question that I think matters in this day and age is, what do people do with the capabilities to help people solve their real business problems or real world problems? The world is filled with problems. So like, we just want to find the entrepreneurs who want to help people, who want to have passion for fixing problems, and making kind of the world materially better for people, right? So, or for organizations, so either. But I would say that like, ultimately, our focus is kind of the application focused infrastructure, and I think those are really going to be the winners of, I think, the up and coming wave of technology providers.
Can't agree more. I think we take one more round of questions, and then we switch to the Q&A for the audience. Regarding a little bit of a long-term view, right? I mean, like maybe not that long. But long for crypto. Maybe above over 6 months or to the next 1 year. What kind of area you see that the funding from the VC will be focusing on some of the aspect? Is it going to be Web3? Is it going to be AI, or none of the above? What's your take right now, Lex?
Yeah, so I think looking out longer, we see these sort of, I guess you call it FOMO induced, surges in funding. So, we had a huge surge in Web3 VC fund formation and investment on the heels of the 2021 bull market. Then we've seen like another version of that with AI and ChatGPT moment. So I think structurally, Web3 funding is down, but still significant. And I think that space, or the Web3, funding, institutional funding and high net worth funding of Web3 funds, will come back and grow as we enter the next bull cycle. And as we start to get more and more substantive use cases and sort of end user demand that props up the ecosystem. And then I think the same, my sense is the same will be true for what I say for AI is, we're still in sort of a mania phase, and there's still like, I guess what I would characterize as like kind of overvalued. We're in that hype cycle. I think that should moderate and then normalize a bit as well. And then similarly, I think end user demand for AI will make that both buckets will be meaningful, segments within the overall kind of venture funding landscape. Venture funding overall is down now as interest rate dynamics and sort of we're in a risk off mode. But I think that it'll sort of return to the norm after a period of kind of over funding in the last cycle.
Agree. What about you, Carl? Like same opinion or?
Yeah, kind of similar. I mean, the VC funding is obviously down a lot. I mean, across the world, I would say, but I would say even more so, I guess, in the US. My experience, last few weeks, just been a couple of conferences here in Asia, Korean Blockchain Week and Singapore Blockchain Week. And I think pretty much every single VC, crypto VC, I would say, out there has basically been, coming around trying to raise. I guess as far as the Asian side, same thing goes for the VCs. But on the other hand, we have a lot of family offices that is actually deploying a lot. I've spoken to quite a few of them over the last few weeks, and I would say a lot of the second gen of these family offices, they are very open to investing into Web3, something to the tune of 10-15%, I would say, of their assets into the space. So I think a lot of funding will come from this type of people, going forward. Whether it be out of China or Southeast Asia or US or Europe. But it's definitely like these guys are deep tech, is still a big part of them. I would say most of family offices I talk to, deep tech is their priority, it includes AI. And then secondary to that comes things like Web3. But so liquidity is drying up, but like Alex mentioned, it's a FOMO thing. So, once the market is back, I'm sure we'll come back as well. On the fund side as well, people are less inclined to do so. So it's tougher out there as a fund, I guess, to raise from other funds. But it's cyclic, right? So I think waits until the next halving and all the politics or anything else. I think we'll see the funding coming back like a bit.
I hope. Nico, maybe you are the last one to share before we jump.
Yeah, I mean, our experience is very much, we invested our first fund of 21 million into the crypto winter of 2018, 2019, right? Came out with like 8+ unicorns out of that exercise. So like, for us, we see not only cyclicality, and I think the mention of the Bitcoin halving is very welcome. Of course, April 16, 2024. So like, it's in the spring, right? So like, crypto spring, it's expected. And, it's funny. I feel like the Bitcoin halving is now kind of a Schelling point. It's coordination without communication, right? And that, it's really the barbarians are at the gate. They're swinging a battering ram, and it's the rhythm is every 4 years, right? And the thing that's amusing is every time the battering ram swings away from the gate, people think the barbarians have left, right? Like everyone's like, oh, Bitcoin's going to zero again, right? And it's just funny because they don't understand how the cyclicality is built into the structure of Bitcoin, right? So it's a very, very funny thing. I don't, obviously your mileage may vary. This is a forward-looking statement, so I'm not claiming that we're going to have a bull run in the spring, but I do think that these are factors. I do think that there's tremendous pressure on Bitcoin spot ETF within the SEC. Right. So, I just feel like, there's definitely a lot of overhang that's being burned off, right? Like, it's likely that before the end of the year, people like Celsius creditors are going to get, payouts, like, their FTX overhang is clearing. Obviously, they have Bitcoin to sell, let them sell, right? Like, because all of this is going to put entry prices in place, and the BlackRocks of the world will be just happy to get cheap Bitcoin, and drive the next rally, right? So I think, we're very comfortable. We're super happy to be investing in, and the deeper the bear, the better, right? Because that just drives, valuations, it drives prices, and we just want to buy low and sell high.
Yeah, that's always a gutsy call, right? All right, so
Yep.
that's Thomas, and maybe.
Yeah. So if we get myself back into the conversations, is my mic on? Yes.
I can hear. Yeah.
Okay. So because I don't see myself, so I was told my mic is on. So I like to get back into this conversation. First of all, everybody, thank you very much. Very interesting conversation, as well as all the others. Very well moderated. I do have a few questions, and I have a few comments, because I'm sitting here and listening to the whole conversations, and every single session I'm learning a little bit more. It's like a piece of the puzzle that comes all into place, and ultimately we are here to serve the developer community by enabling our WowDAO. Now, first of all, as you are all investors, I was already planning in the back of my head to obviously knock on your doors and see if you would be willing, in the near future, to put money on the table for the WowDAO, but we probably have that conversation at a later point. But I like to pick up on what Miko said earlier. If that is the case, I guess I need to change my outfit. I guess I made a note. I think I have to wear Birkenstocks, and I need to grow my hair a little bit longer, and then have a chance for you to write me a check, right?
I like that.
So anyway, the other comment was about autonomous and what can be done automatically with AI. But Chris, you raised a very good point, and that is there's definitely a lot of opportunities and room here to automate a few things with AI. But at the same time, because we are a DAO, a member-driven organization, you have to allow the members who are participants and own tokens or ownership to make that decision. I think there's a fine line, right, between the two. If you have listened, I know, Chris, you have, I don't know the other speakers here, but in the previous presentation by Olaf, who is literally traveling the world twice every summer and speak about Web3 and AI and the intersection, he also pointed out, that the party is definitely happening more on the combined Asia side, clearly. But the other thing is that he also pointed out that there are a lot of interesting opportunities in the Web3 and blockchain when it comes to enterprise use cases. And you guys mentioned it before too, solving real problems in real life. Yet at the same time, so Miko, I'm totally with you, but at the same time, if I'm listening to you and what you have invested in, it's entertainment, it's gaming, it's social bias in the future. I still don't hear a lot of interesting use cases and startups where the enterprise use cases are coming out of the weeds, and everybody is so I'm feeling a disconnect.
True.
What's the opinion? What's your opinion? Is there a disconnect, or the developer community hasn't figured it out? What you have figured it out, but you don't see it, what's being needed?
So there's three things that you have to contemplate, right? Which is, I think one of the things to contemplate is the disruption of Nash equilibria, right? So the disconnect to me is like, part of that is about linearity, right? So it's sort of like, if you look at sort of investment, then you can look at this and say, well, it doesn't really connect, right? But the question becomes, what's the business timing of the connection, right? So that's A, right? I would say that B is, I think the other thing that's very interesting is when you look at the frontiers of like the solution to problems. One of the catalysts, for example, on the DeFi side is actually with TradFi, right? Which is the emergence of a regulated DeFi, right? So regulated DeFi is definitely a strong theme that we're pursuing, and we think that what's happening now is that the regulated segment of the market is actually restricted from exposure to this much more wonderfully deterministic automated liquidation, transparency, beautiful ledgers that are kind of like, just better. It's better software, right? So like, to me, that's a really big kind of upward catalyst, which is the emergence of a regulated DeFi that I think of as deterministic finance rather than decentralized finance. Right? Obviously, there'll be permissioning. There's going to be gating related to KYC. So there's definitely going to be like a zone that has kind of a clean catalyst. So that solves kind of really, really fundamental problems with respect to our infrastructure for financial services worldwide, right? So better financial rails is a very well-known problem. So I think those are really interesting problems that I think for which there is kind of significant potential and product market fit, right? And then I would say that the third thing when you're talking about so-called enterprise applications is I think that that hasn't played out quite yet. And the reason it hasn't played out quite yet is that we've been trying historically in the first wave to kind of force fit full decentralization onto the enterprise, right? So the idea of enterprise blockchain is probably one of the worst ideas you'll hear, right? Because the term blockchain is really the maximally decentralized model, right? And you're trying to serve maximally centralized organization, right? So to me, that's not the right spirit. The correct spirit becomes, can we take the themes, insights, knowledge, and fundamental technologies, base layer technologies, such as compute verification, fully homomorphic encryption, zero knowledge computation, multi-party computation, can you take things like cryptographic custody, and all of these kind of foundational atomic design patterns and emerging technologies and apply them to solve trust problems within the enterprise, not requiring tokenization, not requiring kind of ambiguous regulatory concerns, and not requiring this kind of full decentralization, but really just solving enterprise problems. Like, we haven't even really started in on this, but I can tell you one of the insane catalysts that's coming down the pike that will absolutely spark the frenzy of enterprise applications is regulated stablecoins. Right? Because if you bring Bitcoin into an enterprise that's not called MicroStrategy, the legal department will throw a fit, right? And then if you bring any kind of like Bitcoin into a organization, right, then the other departments, like the accounting department, will throw a fit, right? So everybody's like confused because they're like, I don't understand what this is, right? But if you have a government and bank regulated stablecoin, the enterprise will look at that, the accounting department will be like, what is this, right? The bank says this is $1, right? Compliance and legal will look at this and they'll say, what is this? And basically the government says this is $1, right? Everybody knows what to do, right? So as soon as you have that, it becomes just better rails. It just becomes better rails, for payment. It's better rails for, doing all kinds of international payments, all kinds of B2B business and procurement, acquiring any kind of, online services. And, even when I say B2B, it could even be bot to bot, right? It can be like automated purchasing of things like SaaS software, things like, microservices, so there's so many kind of things that happen when you see the emergence of a government regulated, bank regulated stablecoin, right? So to me, like, I definitely think it's trying to force fit fully decentralized blockchain on fully centralized enterprise. Of course, it's been bad, right? And it's, so to me, like,
now let's say
at the moment, I just want to say that, like,
go ahead, you're passionate about it.
We're currently recoiling from the attempt to create this forced marriage, right? So now the participants have recoiled in horror. Obviously, consumers have recoiled in horror from FTX and the kind of fraudulency, right? The smashing of decentralized tokens into the enterprise, they're recoiling in horror. So right now we're at the peak of recoiling in horror. But I think that, like, it doesn't mean we won't win.
On that note, I would like to have one question from the audience, please.
Yes, we have. What specific factors do venture capitalists consider when evaluating blockchain startups for investment? And how has this criteria evolved over time?
So we have 2 minutes. Somebody can pick this up.
It's a complex question, I guess, to summarize. I mean, personally, for us, we're quite early, so I would say, like, I think Mika mentioned before, it's a founder-centric, assessment, basically, right? Being able to pivot, being able to, manage, being able to have the right market fit. So it's very much, founder-centric approach. It's a bit different, but that's also because it's early stage pre-product. So yeah, I don't know how to summarize it better in 2 minutes, to be honest. Maybe
No,
Nico or Alexei.
It's all good. We cannot address and solve all the problems in the world just within one session, but it's a good start. It's a good conversation. I am standing here representing the WowDAO, and hopefully I am representing the entire AI developer community. I would say from somebody who is trying to help starting a DAO, one of the biggest issues that I think we need to address from the founding members team, so to speak, is the governance itself of the DAO. But it's your feedback today that we will take in consideration to ignite the vision and the ideas of an entrepreneur to actually pick up on the problems to be solved that you would like to see. And hopefully, you ignited some developers and startups out there to look into the directions where you see some opportunities. So with that, gentlemen, thank you very much. Chris, thank you very much. I will see a very interesting fireside chat. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So with that, next up, we are going to discuss the topic of governance and ethic. One of the hottest topic actually around this current AI hype, as we heard multiple times during yesterday's session. So I would like to welcome online Camilla as the moderator. Camilla is the Chief Data and Product Officer from a company called Libro de Pases. I hope I spelled that correctly. So excuse me for that. And then with me, I have Katharina here as well. Thank you very much for joining, but I will leave that all up to you to address this very, very interesting topic as we noticed yesterday. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Good morning, good night. I am here in France, in Europe, or good afternoon if you're there. I'm very excited to be here with these amazing professionals of the AI industry. I'm going to introduce you in some minutes. So today we're going to discuss about governance and AI ethics, themes that are very interesting right now, and things that we are all part of in part of this amazing transformation we're living regarding AI and technology. So I want to first make a brief introduction, and Katharina, it would be a pleasure if you can also tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're doing and contributing in this AI ecosystem.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me. And so my name is Katharina Körner, and I'm currently focusing on AI governance in sense of organizational governance, as well as regulatory governance, privacy enhancing technologies, and also I'm engaged in a couple of startups, and I'm also part of the Tech Diplomacy Network, where we try to explain tech for the diplomatic community to really connect, industry and diplomats.
Thank you very much, Katharina. And Fabio, your turn, if you want to introduce a little bit about yourself.
Of course, thanks, Camila. I'm a professor of artificial intelligence at Oxford Brookes University, which is the second university of Oxford. And also I'm going to be the inaugural director of our own AI Institute and liaison with the Turing University Network in AI here in the UK. And more of a technologist, so I see myself as a researcher. So I like to work on topics like modeling uncertainty in AI, or how to provide machines with theory in mind, predicting the future for applications like autonomous driving and so on. But I'm also a member of the board of our Ethical AI Institute, so I'm very much interested in big themes of concern regulations in AI and what you should or should not do when you deploy large-scale models into the wild.
Amazing. And Ian, last but not least, if you want to introduce yourself.
Thanks, Camila. I'm Ian Eisenberg. I lead the AI governance research team at Credo AI. Credo AI is an AI governance startup, and our focus ranges from AI ethics and responsible AI, like we're talking about here, to governance, risk, and compliance relating to emerging standards and regulations. The kinds of things that I'm interested in are the emerging kind of risks and opportunities of very powerful AI systems, down to kind of more traditional ML systems applied to societally impactful use cases like hiring and healthcare. Part of my work is to engage with standard setting bodies or regulatory agencies like the ones responsible for the emerging EU AI Act, or in the United States, NIST AI Risk Management Framework. And these are ways to try to articulate the principles and standards that can apply so that we create AI in as beneficial a way as possible. So excited for this panel.
Amazing. So we are going to start with the first question, and please feel free to put your point of view so we can make an interesting debate for the audience. So first, Katharina, I'm going to start with you, and I want to know what it's for you, this term that we are talking a lot, and I think we all have like perhaps different perspectives regarding responsible AI, and how would you differentiate from standard AI practice, and if it's responsible AI considered a legal obligation or simple a best practice? What do you think about that?
Yeah, thank you for this question. So it can sometimes appear, it seems to me, that responsible AI, trustworthy AI, ethical AI is kind of a fluffy term, and different people or groups have a different understanding of those things. And I totally see that also with ethical AI, that some people see it as separate or going beyond responsible AI, which also makes sense. For me personally, and also in my research, responsible AI, trustworthy AI, ethical AI, I use it in this very same way. So it's three terms for the same thing for me personally. And we have so many international soft law approaches already for those good governance principles, which include privacy, security, accountability, explainability, non-bias, human in the loop, and those principles. So all of those international good governance principles, for example, published by the UNESCO or by the OECD, or some years ago also by the high-level expert group of the European Commission. So those principles emerged a couple of years back already, but now we also see that beyond those good governance guidelines, which are not legally binding, we also see that those principles, we can find them in existing laws already. And of course, they're also reflected in laws coming up on the horizon, for example, in the EU AI Act. But if we look at, especially about in privacy regulation, we have the same principles already covered by those privacy regulations. For example, the GDPR, when it comes to the processing of personal data by AI systems. So the GDPR also has a requirement to have transparency, non-bias, accountability. So I think that those principles that we are talking about, that there's a common understanding globally what those responsible AI principles are. And there are soft law approaches and current laws that already tackle them and cover them. And of course, an upcoming regulation, which is also oriented towards ensuring that those best practice principles are really deployed already from the design stage on and all through the AI lifecycle.
Amazing. So there's something you want to add for the amazing answer that we have received from Katharina, and any perspective from your point of view?
Sure. I mean, I love Katarina's points that responsible AI in some ways kind of covers, it's a quite a holistic term. And the things that I just want to, I guess, add is responsible development of AI systems and their deployment is a culture of practice that is supported by a huge range of innovations that are happening right now. As she mentioned, there's kind of broad agreement on principles, but we're in the movement from principles to practice now. How can we move those principles to a framework of accountability and kind of standards that can provide guidance, potentially even regulations that can provide kind of enforcement opportunities? But these are still at a very high level. In the end, for AI, these responsible practices have to manifest in the actual systems that we're creating, the code. Like AI is an automated infrastructure. It is us seeding very important decisions to AI systems. That's the reason why we're pursuing them. And so to maintain kind of responsible development is to recognize that there are a huge range of decisions that we as human organizations make on a day-to-day basis that we need to encode into our AI systems. And when responsible AI was first like that term kind of came of age, a lot of the time we were thinking about things like building fairer systems, making sure that our systems are robust to adversarial attack, that they are performant, a lot of things that are pretty natural. This has evolved over time, especially with the kind of generative AI explosion, as people recognize that AI is of potentially very large, will have very large magnitude effects in society and on organizations. And so this is where another term, AI safety, comes into the mix, where people are trying to think about how can we actually develop the evaluations and the safety harness that we can put around our AI systems that don't actually exist yet. So responsible AI is a kind of a culture, it's a practice, and is supported by tools and technologies, some of which have not been developed yet. And that's one of the goals of, for instance, regulators to plant a flag and kind of push forward responsible AI innovation moving forward so that we can have the systems that are as beneficial as possible.
Amazing. And Fabio, we would love also to have your point of view about this topic.
Yeah, I'd like to build on what Katarina here just said. My question is there really a broad agreement already on all points for discussion? Because I'm not so sure about that. I mean, if you look at the EU AI Act that you both mentioned, there seem to be still gaps. I mean, in my perspective, from my perspective, EU is the most advanced regulatory body right now, and when it comes to regulation of AI, at least so it seems. But there are still gaps even in the EU AI Act. For instance, there is a lot of emphasis on model use, but not so much on like data set construction and training methods for these models, for instance. This has been noted by Stanford University Human Center Artificial Intelligence Center recently. And also there is nothing, I mean, not much when it comes to transparency, so model access, allowing researchers to assess and evaluate these tools. So I think the desirable criteria for fair or ethical AI are still in evolution, and I'm not sure we reach a final stable state of agreement on all these points. And I would add to these 2 points, I would add impact assessment, because I think we have recently seen pretty glaring counterexample that show that proper impact assessment is not necessarily followed before the deployment of large-scale models. So I do feel, I mean, there is still a discussion ongoing on all these points. And the big problem is, from my point of view, that different regions of the world have also different viewpoints on what kind of stance to take. And this might delay the uniform, coherent introduction of at least guidelines for responsible AI that everybody can agree to in the future.
No, perfect. And this goes perfectly to the second question, and I will continue with you, Fabio, to understand a little bit more. And I think you mentioned it a little bit, but if you want to go deeper, so do you think the current state of regulations it's satisfactory? We could say that, or what do you think about that? What things we need to take care of? We need to develop. What do you see is going to be coming like in the next year or in the next 5 years? And I know it's a little bit difficult how we are right now, but trying to give and share with the audience what we are seeing right now and how also things are going to be changing also in the near future.
Yeah, absolutely. We were discussing this with Ian in a backstage recently, actually. And I mean, right now we are sort of in a Wild West. I mean, things have happened in the past 2 years, which arguably shouldn't have happened in presence of proper regulation. So, it looks like there's a long way to go. And like I said, mostly in terms of agreement between different regions and different regulators, which I'm not a legal person, I'm a technologist, so I'm looking at things from my point of view. And from a point of view of a practitioner and a person that develops new models and proposes new ideas and so on and so forth, I see lack of transparency and lack of proper competition in the creation of knowledge a big problem for us as university researchers. So we feel kind of crowded out by these big powerhouses which have resources that are just unavailable to us, at least most universities, but certainly almost all research groups. And that is not good, because when you have a concentration of knowledge creation, it's even worse than situations which have concentration of power, concentration of money. So to me, it looks like the world is in a similar situation to what it was in the Gilded Age at the end of the 19th century, only it's not about oil, it's not about money, but it's about knowledge creation, which is arguably even more dangerous a situation than previously. So I think it would be highly desirable if public regulators stepped in and put some clear boundaries as to how the market of knowledge creation AI should work, and how transparently the main actors in the field should work.
So interesting, and I think that we could be like debating around this topic, because I think there are so many perspectives and point of view. So I would love to hear also about you, Ian, and Katharina later to add to this Fabio, what has said to us.
Sure. So, sorry, I just wanted to lay the groundwork for the people who are hearing here. Right now, there are no substantive regulations that have passed. There's a lot of talk of different kinds of regulatory approaches, and there are some standards which are not, you do not have to adhere to standards, so they contribute to what Katharina mentioned earlier, which is soft law. The approach that was kind of put forward by the EU AI Act, which has been in development for a number of years, is focused primarily on the different risk level of the application of the AI system. So higher risk applications have additional requirements placed on them: disclosures, impact assessments, evaluations, a risk management approach, human oversight. There are a number of different kind of requirements. At the same time, while that was being drafted, ChatGPT hit the stage. And this idea that there will be these very general purpose systems that are developed by very powerful organizations kind of changes the onus of where responsibility, potentially liability, and the actual power to make changes should lie. And so the EU AI Act is trying to figure out ways to accommodate foundation models into its writing. At the same time, there are other areas throughout the world that are focused more on, we want more innovation. That's always this kind of trade-off because AI has many benefits. And then separate from this whole regulatory push, there's the recognition or the reality that open source systems are being developed very rapidly. They are very powerful, and following in the heels of powerful AI companies like OpenAI and Anthropic and Google and the rest quickly. So Llama 2 generated by Meta is kind of the biggest version. And as Fabio mentioned, one of the main benefits of the open source area is that it is more easy to distribute. It allows researchers to have easy access to these models. More safety kind of research can be done, but there are many potential downsides as well. It's much harder to have any recourse for open source models from a regulatory perspective. There are potential risks that are associated that we haven't uncovered or evaluated. It's a very new industry or a new technology. And so I'm not going to put words in Fabio's mouth, but some of the things that Fabio is kind of sounds like are in the same area are like there are staged releases. There are releases specific to safety researchers or to regulators to be able to evaluate the impacts of different models. These are different ways that we can lead to greater transparency and separation of power within the overall broad spectrum from open source to highly regulated closed models. And I hope we kind of move into this area. here in a distributed kind of conference, the question is going to be, how can kind of distributed responsibility relate to AI systems that are very powerful, impactful on society, and importantly, this is probably the hardest part about any kind of governance, changing incredibly fast. Like the AI models today are very different than a year ago and will be different from the models for a year from now. But Katarina, please.
So I have to say, I do not agree with you both 100%. Of course, there are many aspects where I totally agree with you, but I do not think it's a Wild West. I do think that we do have a lot of regulation already. We do maybe not have this comprehensive horizontal regulation as the EU AI is intended to be, but also even in the United States, the FTC has the pouvoir to address unfair and deceptive practices, right? And that's why the FTC also started the investigation into OpenAI's ChatGPT just a little while ago with like pages and pages and pages of questions. So, and on top of this, we also have like a very active Equal Employment Opportunity Commission with its regulations that imposes transparency requirements on AI. And we have the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which mandates explanations for credit denials, for example, etc. And we have, as we all know, this new local law, New York City 144 or whatever, like for employment, that you have to have algorithmic auditing and have to be transparent about that. And then those new state initiatives, like in California, for example, really is introducing specific laws for targeting AI, which of course is down the line. But I just wanted to stress that we have regulation that addresses AI. And with the GDPR, there's so many AI systems that process personal data. It's all covered by the GDPR. So, and we have one privacy law after the other popping up in the United States in lack of this federal approach. But I don't know how many there are by now, like 5, 6, 7, 10. There's no end of privacy laws in sight, and they're all applying to AI as well. So I think that's a very important point. But I do absolutely agree that the shades, like how do we then really operationalize, for example, non-bias, or what does it even mean? And that this is the question of today, as you said, Ian, and also we discussed before. But still, I think that the common principles, like as a guiding light, there is an overlap and a consensus on them. How we will operationalize them and what it even means, and what we can really do is a really different question, because we all know there could be biased outcomes, but it's really hard to understand or even find resources how to address them. Even in this really, really good report or document by NIST towards a standardization or standard for bias or non-bias in AI systems, it's more like a description, what can contribute to bias, but not so much like, how do I assess group fairness, or what are the technical means to really do that. So I think, like you said, Ian, there's this responsible AI operationalization gap, more or less.
May I just quickly respond to that? Because, yeah, you mentioned that there, and I agree, there's a lot of regulation or prospective regulation on privacy, and there's a lot of attention on bias. But I do feel there's some other aspects, like the ones that I mentioned, are not quite covered. And the proof is in the pudding, because, if these regulations had been effective, certain things that happened in the past year, they wouldn't have happened at all. So maybe it will be in a better position in a year or two, I don't know. Certainly, current regulation wasn't enough to prevent the release of very powerful models into the wild without, in my assessment, proper impact assessment, because nobody knew what the effect of releasing GPT would be at this scale. So we are just part of this giant social experiment in which these foundation models are just released into the wild, and then we'll see what happens. From my point of view, this is not a satisfactory situation. You are more into the process of how regulation is produced, and I appreciate that. I would just like that to happen just a little bit faster, because, you know, a lot of things can still go wrong while regulators agree on policy or implement policy through laws. I don't think we are in the satisfactory situation at all right now. And like I said, the proof is in the pudding. So we are talking about this because there was a shock that was generated by these releases, and now it feels like regulators are reacting to what happened rather than being able to preempt unwanted developments. That's at least what I feel, and some of my colleagues feel as well.
No, and I think that what is happening today in our panel, it reflects like quite how we are all like feeling and seeing, and all the perspectives around these two topics about governance and ethics that I think so many things had happened in the last year regarding this technology specifically. So to start like finishing a little bit with the panel and leaving some conclusions and also ideas to all our audience today, I would love to have each of one of you. I know you have been showing your point of view and how you're feeling, but to give a message or a sentence to the audience, I would love to say and know what are like the most important things that we can do to ensure, no, of course, that AI it's going to be used responsible and in an ethical way. If there's anything you see from your perspective, or also an advice or a place or something to give to our audience regarding like these two topics that I think it's like give us a lot of things to discuss, and also to I think we can have like all the day debating regarding these two amazing topics.
Should I start, or
Yeah, go ahead, Katarina.
Please go ahead, as you wish.
Okay, I'll quickly give a wrap up, which is in terms of the most important areas. I think I would put them under transparency, translation, and evaluation. So for the transparency aspect, as Fabio has, I think, brought up a number of times here, it's very important that we have access to or understand the impact of these systems, how they are built, the data that's going into them, the governance applying to the most powerful systems. And that is a pretty low barrier first step. It's like it's relatively easy for us to create transparency requirements, and it gives kind of the world the ability to interact profitably with these systems. Translation being the second, because AI is increasingly a multi-stakeholder area. It impacts every industry within organizations. It's no longer just within the machine learning team, legal, product, compliance, ethics, all of these different organizations care. And that means that the impact of these systems and the way they're built needs to be translated in a way that these different stakeholders can engage with them. And of course, one of those stakeholders are policymakers themselves. And so a lot of work needs to be done to make sure that the way these systems are actually developing is understandable to policymakers. And the final point is on evaluation. So there are many aspects of responsible deployment or governance, but evaluating your system to make sure that it's fit for purpose, that it meets some whatever needs you've set out, they're operationalized appropriately, is critical. And some of the ways that evaluation needs to be applied is through increased systematization, like more fairness assessments before deployment, better monitoring, but with more powerful systems that are honestly opening up whole new use cases that have never been used before, we need novel evaluations that have not been built before. And this will be increasingly important as these systems become more powerful.
Amazing. Katharina, you want to give us your point of view?
Yes, so my point of view is like arguing that all various kinds of laws somehow do overlap in basic principles. I would, especially if I'm kind of looking forward to scaling my company, or if I'm like operating in a couple of jurisdictions, I would, learning from people I interviewed actually on the topic, of course, start with pulling together a group of people within my own company that are interested in those topics as responsible AI, from different departments, data scientists, security, product, user experience design, privacy, engineering, etc., to build a working group. Or if it's a bigger company, of course, then it would be an ethics board, and really think through a specific, like, which values do we want to set for a responsible high-level policy, and what terms do we define as important for us, and what do those terms mean for us? So, for example, transparency, we used it a couple of times in this session, and it can mean different things to different people, the same as with privacy even. I mean, privacy in differential privacy is something else as privacy for a privacy legal person. So start with some high-level policy overview of responsible AI principles defined for your company with a group of people, and then maybe start with also one AI use case or machine learning use case, and think through in that group what those principles would mean in this pipeline. Also, of course, assess what AI systems or machine learning systems you even use in your company, and start with an inventory. So I think those are some first steps that you can really take. And if you're more like an entrepreneur, I found it super interesting to recently read that, of course, there are a couple of, or many startups actually addressing AI governance on a horizontal level, but also there's the chance now to develop new products that from the very onset on have like responsibility in mind or are ethical by design. And you have a vertical product, for example, for lending, and you build it in a way that you really take care of transparency. So I think that's also could be interesting for people who want to build startups in the space.
Amazing. And Fabio, your turn to give us your conclusions.
I love what Katarina just said, because I'm also working on a couple of approaches to produce intrinsically aligned models that don't need to be validated a posteriori. So you can actually think of new ways of designing a learning model so that they're intrinsically fair, intrinsically explainable, intrinsically aligned. But more in general, I'm a big believer in democratization. So fairness is it's not just about fairness of individual models. Fairness is a problem that affects AI as a field. So as a field that is about creating knowledge, AI has a problem with fairness right now. And policymakers can do a lot to ensure equal access to resources, for instance. They can ensure transparency and bring fairness at a higher level to AI as an entire field, rather than just model by model. I'm a strong believer in this, and I hope this AI Web Summit will, and I'm pretty sure is going in exactly that direction.
Amazing, perfect. So we have talked about and debate about these very hot topics right now this year of AI. So I think it would be great if we have also questions for the audience to answer, because I think there are going to be a lot of questions right there. So if there's any question you want to do and to give to our amazing panelists today, please feel free to give us questions.
So yes, we do have many questions, but maybe we have time for one. It is, what are the key ethical considerations and challenges that arise when implementing blockchain technology and Web3 principles in decentralized systems? And how can governance frameworks address them effectively?
Wow, very complex and complete question. I don't know if Ian, Fabio, or Katarina have an answer. You want to give us, each of you, the perspective?
Sure, I'll try it. Oh, no, every time I've been, no,
yeah,
please,
no,
Katarina.
No, please.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Then I will shortly address like one principle of responsible AI, which is privacy. I mean, I see some challenges with privacy in blockchain. For example, these conflicting principles of I own my data, but I also should have the right, like I do have the right to have my data deleted, right? So this immutability of the blockchain, I don't know how it really goes along with certain data subject rights as, for example, data deletion. And I do not see that those problems have really been solved, maybe by other distributed ledger approaches, not only blockchain, but I mean, I don't know if header or hash graph you would consider blockchain. I think it's a different kind of distributed ledger. So I think there are privacy problems that I do not see yet solved.
Cool.
I would still like to give the floor over to Ian, who has a very strong, customer-facing feedback. So I would like to add that as well, please.
Sure. I'll just say that the goals of governance are different than the mechanisms of governance. So the goals here are still to make sure that, in Katarina's point, that you have a privacy-preserving system that respects the data of the users. If you have AI systems, you have goals that you need to make sure as an organization that they maintain. I think there are two areas where AI is kind of interacting with these decentralized systems. One, as you need that decentralized system to have the governance mechanisms to be able to deal with these kind of complexities when they're moving forward. And AI is potentially able to help there. AI-enabled decentralized organizations is one way where you can deal with the kind of transparency and translation issues we kind of talked about before that are critical to allow many stakeholders to interact together. In kind of traditional organizations, those stakeholders come from various different backgrounds, but there are only like 3 to 10 of them, maybe the general public being another one. When you have a larger number of people, you have a harder time to both make sure everyone's on the same page, that their perspectives are brought together, and that they're collated into specific actions that you can take on a kind of accountability chain that determines whether this AI system is deployed or not. Because in the end, you do need a responsibility kind of owner within your organization, whether it's decentralized or not.
Perfect. So thank you, Katharina. Thank you, Fabio. Thank you, Ian, for sharing with all the audience all your ideas, what you're doing, and how it's going to be the next year regarding AI governance and ethics. So I leave you, Thomas, with the next panel regarding Web3.
And I want to thank you very much, all of you, of course, who have participated in the summit. Camilla, thank you very much for hosting. And I would like to invite everybody, keep an eye on WowDAO. Keep an eye on any upcoming conferences, summits, workshops that we are going to put in place, because we need these kind of conversations, these kind of different viewpoints to make sure that within the DAO community, the right projects will be developed, and the teams who are hopefully getting interesting ideas and feedback from these kind of conversations will actually thrive within the framework of the DAO. So with that, again, thank you very much. And now next to the next panel. The next panel is about, what do we have? Web3 tooling and networking for decentralized AI. And here we go. I would assume that the people for this panel are online. If somebody can give me a sign if they are ready to go. I would like to then introduce, here we go. I see some faces. I see 1, I see 2, I see 3. Perfect. The party can begin. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining from literally all over the world at this point. So let me start with welcoming Prasanna Venkatesh Jayaprakash. He is the innovation head at HCL. And he is also one of the founding members of the WowDAO.
Hi.
I would have loved to actually invite him here on stage with me in person. Unfortunately, that's not the case, but he is calling in, as I remember correctly, from Dubai. So literally just around the globe. So with that, I would like to give it over to Prasanna. And here are absolutely some Web3 experts that I personally also enjoyed having met over the last few months and looking into their enterprises, into their organizations and technology platforms to figure out how we within the WowDAO can actually team up with them and partner and build this all together. So Prasanna, please go ahead. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Thomas. And let me just start by introducing. So I've been in the technology industry for the last 2+ decades. And if I take a look at what happened in the last 2 decades, there are huge number of scientific advancements that we have visually experienced during the COVID time, and how the medical research has basically transformed the way the vaccines are identified at a record pace. And in the last 2 decades, the kind of innovations that has happened in the AI ecosystem, especially driven by the programming and the development community, I'm sure all of us, appreciate that. And if you look at these two, were core of driving the whole world towards the next stage in the last 2 decades, I would say. And the new release of large language models like the ChatGPTs have raised a lot of questions in terms of the privacy concerns. Even in the recent today's morning session, where Dr. Mikhail was talking about the end of privacy, where if you take the buzzword of the last 2 decades, the scientists and the programmers and the developer community, and how the privacy is basically, is addressed here. And effectively, I could not expect a better panel, better than the panel that we are having here, who are exactly addressing the scientific community and also the developer community, and how to address the privacy part of it. We are fortunate to have the pioneers of these 3 segments as part of our panel. So I would love to welcome our panel here, Mr. Joshua from DeSci World, and Mitja from Gosh, and John from Nevermind. Welcome you all to the panel team.
Thanks for having us.
Sure.
Thanks.
And we understand that you guys are all rock stars in the Web3 world, and part of our today's conference, so we have many of the AI team. We're newly joined, and we're part of this summit, and we would like to understand your background and also what area that you are currently working on, and to end with, if you can just also talk about what are you passionate about. So with no specific order, I would like to pass on and request probably to start with Joshua, where I'm seeing you on the screen. So over to you, Joshua. Stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prasanna. And thank you guys for inviting us to be on this panel. This is great. So my name is Joshua. I'm the founder of DeSci World. And DeSci World is an online platform, a Web3 platform, to help onboard and inform and empower the decentralized science community. So we have a suite of products and a range of services, including online products, Web3 native tools. We have conference circuits, we do consultation, we do community work, we do things like this, in order to try and empower the DeSci space, in particular the D-scientists who are using Web3 infrastructure in order to empower their research and empower their science. So desci.world is our website. Please go check it out. There's a range of useful tools there. I'm really looking forward to talking a little bit more about AI in the context of Web3 and decentralization in particular. And I'm going to go ahead and say that that is my passion for this call, and for all intents and purposes is decentralization, but true decentralization, decentralization that actually gives power to the individuals rather than to the capital providers more than anything.
Thank you, Joshua. Probably over to Mitja, please.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Mitja. I'm a co-founder of Gosh. And Gosh is the on-chain Git platform. It's basically decentralized Git where people can, work like, and it's completely standard, like work with the Git, and store everything on chain, process everything on chain, including the diffs, as processes a special virtual machine instruction, and we store everything on chain. And well, our passion is decentralization, obviously. It's kind of a given. So yesterday we announced that we will be layer 2 on Ethereum, and we launched with 12 partners that with this layer 2 product. And well, one of the things that we concentrate on is DeSci, decentralized science. Is really something that we're very passionate about. We think it's an absolutely great advancement. It's something that will allow scientists to own their work, to own everything they do, and maybe to advance some things in science that right now are kind of not advanced enough with the political agenda, large institutions or whatnot. That includes also the funding. And we believe that DeSci will enable more broader communities to join the process, which is also great. So I guess that's what I'm passionate about.
Awesome. Awesome. So Don, please, over to you.
Thanks, Prasanna. Hey everyone, I'm Don Gosson. I'm co-founder of Nevermind. I'm a subject matter expert in data and analytics. Spent the better part of a decade and a half in IT consulting, building data estates for some of the biggest companies on the planet. And then parlayed that in 2017 into a career in Web3. Co-founded a project called Ocean Protocol and have been doing a bunch of other things in the space, and more recently working on Nevermind. So Nevermind's at the intersection of data, AI, and Web3. We are hyper-focused on fine-grained attribution through analytical or AI pipelines. The way that that manifests at the moment is we're able to track and trace data sets and models through AI pipelines, and then enforce proper attribution and the corresponding control mechanisms, in particular around the commercialization of those assets when they're monetized. So that's what we're working on. I mean, I'm super passionate about data broadly, but more specifically about attribution and consent. And I've been chasing this dragon for the better part of 20 years.
Awesome. 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 Very nice to hear from all of you. So specific to today's topic on how Web3 and tooling and networking for a decentralized AI, I would like to start off with what is decentralization mean in the context of an AI? So probably I would like to start with Joshua, probably.
What does decentralization mean in the context of AI? Yes, just to clarify.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think you could probably get a few different responses from different people, and I would actually be interested to see if Mitra or Don had a different response to this. But for me, primarily, there's two aspects to decentralizing AI. There is decentralizing the model, which is used to train the way that the AI reacts to the data, and then there's decentralizing the data itself. So decentralizing the way that the data is contributed and the way that the data is stored and accessed. So there's sort of multiple aspects to this, which decentralization plays a part in all of them. I'm going to hone in, I think, on the decentralization of the data, because I think that that's probably the most important way to stop, I guess, a all-powerful AI model or all-powerful AI sort of infrastructure, such as, for example, OpenAI, which has databases which are largely proprietary or largely centralized databases. You have the model, which is being informed by the databases, right? But what's happening here is you're having a very specific set of data sets or a very specific narrative of data sets being fed into the AI, and that's training the models. One thing that we're really passionate about at DeSci World is giving access to people giving access to the tools to allow people to utilize their own data sets with their own narrative infrastructure, with their own, so for example, writing their own notes around specific topics with a specific tone or a specific focus, taking these data sets and using them to train AI models themselves. The decentralization of this data does a couple of things. Firstly, it allows you to understand the provenance of who contributes to the AI models. This can be useful for later on if the AI model becomes valuable, retroactively rewarding those that contribute to the power of the AI model itself, but also for, again, changing the way that this AI model actually understands questions and responds to questions. Because as we sort of roll out with ChatGPT as the primary AI model that people utilize, this is going to basically direct the consciousness, the research infrastructure, the way that people sort of just assume that AI is ChatGPT. That's actually a huge issue for us. We think that there needs to be a large amount of different providers of data, a large amount of different providers of models, a lot of different access points that will allow you to utilize AI, the power of AI, but without it being a sort of like a singular narrative, a singular brain within that AI. So for us, there's many different aspects of decentralization within AI. And I think the most powerful one, or the most impactful one for the meantime, is decentralizing the contribution of data sets.
Awesome. Probably I would like to understand the feedback from Mitja and Donna as well. So whoever wants to go next.
Yeah, I agree with Josh completely. I maybe just to add that decentralization is almost like philosophical topic. Decentralization is probably the lack of a single point of control. I think that's like probably the most accurate. So when we talk about centralization, is like ChatGPT is completely centralized, where everything is under control of ChatGPT, even though the pieces of data they use, they don't belong to them, right? So they train the data on the data that does not belong to them. So in terms of decentralization, I think, and what Joshua said is like about the data sets, we have the data sets which are not centralized, and then we have models and training loops which are sometimes centralized, and of course we have those that are not centralized, or at least open source. Open source is good step forward, but it's not decentralization, because open source is still not, someone is still in control, despite the fact that it's less of a control, I would say. Right? But we want a complete decentralization, and I think that actually, if you think about the security problems that AI may create, right? Some will try to say that centralization is the way to go. Is actually extreme centralization with extreme control is the way to go. We actually think opposite to that. We think that it's actually extreme decentralization is the way to go, and to preserving the security. And we see that, like blockchains. Okay, let's say just a simple example of Bitcoin, right? And which is the example of money. It's completely open. It's open source, but it's also decentralized because no one controls it. But it's actually store that value very, very securely. Correct. So if we take that, that's probably the example of decentralization in the financial kind of aspect. Can we take that to the decentralization of science, decentralization of data, decentralization of code, decentralization of AI? That's the question.
Awesome. So Don, please, your thoughts.
So I think there's, generally speaking, and this is primarily because this is pretty emergent, there's confusion around decentralization versus federation. So decentralized data in the purest sense means replicated data sets, censorship resistance, et cetera, when in reality, most of the time when we're talking about decentralized data or models for AI, we're actually talking about federated data sets and models. So it's one nuance to point out. I think it helps when you start discussing these things because it makes it easier to communicate the overall concept. So from our point of view, I think you have to look at kind of two things. There's the training of the models, and then there's the application of the models. So arguably, you could say that the data sets that are currently being used to train these models are highly federated or decentralized, it's being scraped from the internet, right? And then they're being consolidated into singular models through, you know, the creation of vectors and the corresponding weights that are contained in the latent space of the model. The issue there isn't decentralization. The issue here is, at least in the context of data, the issue here is consent and the entire lack thereof. And so how do you actually, to Mitya's point, control this in a decentralized capacity? Well, the consent, I think, needs to be decentralized. So you really have to look at the governance frameworks that control the access to those inputs, perhaps the retraction of any sort of consent that's provided initially for training purposes, or how you manage the overall consent of the usage of these federated or decentralized data sets. And then the next piece, and it's especially relevant now at the moment, because what you have, because of the expense or the cost burden and the barriers to entry to actually creating these models, the response is to do either fine-tuning or retrieval augmented generation. And this is where context becomes massively applicable. And so that context is also federated and decentralized. So you have to look at, in particular, in the science arena, research, healthcare, biopharma, you know, the context is massively distributed when you look at the data sets. And so it becomes a question of how do you actually access these assets, and how do you federate the analytical process in order to capture the latent value that's in the model plus the latent value that's in these data sets. And so coming up with both the overarching governance that helps you control all of this, as well as the technology, at least from a foundational point of view, to put all this together. I mean, that's mission critical. And this is the stuff that we've been working on in this space, in particular, for the last 15 years. And so I think now we've gotten to a point of maturation on the Web3 side, plus the deployment of models, that I think are easy enough to use, broadly speaking, from a engineering development point of view, and more importantly, have kind of caught the zeitgeist of everybody, like of the general population. So these two things, we now have demand, and we have you know, the technology base to bring all of this together, so we can really start to manifest change in the direction of moving away from predatory, you know, the predatory system that exists around everything that is Web 2.
Awesome. Awesome. So I want to take this conversation down. You mentioned specifically about how the federated you know, ecosystem is required. If I look at a Web3 you know, development, so the majority of the things in the Web3 are driven by basically first on a smart contract based implementation, and the second is in terms of decentralized marketplace. Okay, I want to understand, take the federated operation that you are talking about in terms of what role do you think that the smart contract and the decentralized marketplace play in terms of the development and the deployment of this AI services within this Web3 ecosystem. Probably if you can just take that conversation to the next level of technical detail, that would be helpful.
Sure. And apologies for the echo. You can't see it, but I'm in a big empty space. So what, with respect to smart contracts, I think what they enable is the ability to establish, in particular, and really, okay, let me take a step back. Blockchains in particular, what they provide through smart contract technology is the ability to establish high fidelity provenance, which then you can extrapolate to fine-grained attribution. And from that, you can manifest numerous different permutations and conditions for controlling access or eliciting consent for usage of assets. So that's the power of the technology, kind of at a high level. Now, how that manifests, you can do that a number of different ways. We're obviously biased. We have a marketplace. We're going this way because of the dynamics of these types of ecosystems. They're highly dynamic ecosystems. They're incredibly complex and have numerous different capabilities, requirements on expertise. Obviously, the infrastructure and the assets are just highly distributed, et cetera. So putting all of these assets together becomes incredibly complex when you're looking at doing it in a decentralized or federated capacity. So you need to bring together multiple facets, multiple actors and stakeholders in order to make these solutions work, broadly speaking. And do it in a relatively economical way, as opposed to, consolidating the wealth in singular entities and spending hundreds of millions or billions of dollars to put these systems together. So you look at the benefit of, kind of the alternative to being a retailer, being a marketplace, and bringing together all of the different actors as a marketplace, as opposed to having to have all of the numerous diverse sets of capabilities required to put these capabilities together under one roof. A marketplace is just a much more effective mechanism for doing that. So that's, the two drivers here. The technology side allows for, fine-grained attribution, which is the requirement for both access control and manifesting consent. And then the ability to bring together multiple stakeholders, vested interests. And I'm not just talking about humans or companies, right? This is equally applicable to AI. So if we want to look out at the time horizon and what this means for, how systems are evolving, what we say internally, AIs won't have bank accounts, but they are going to need the means to transact. What will they have? They'll have wallets on chain. Those are, they'll manifest through smart contracts, and they will work through marketplaces because those are the most efficient means of transacting.
Awesome. Awesome. I would like to, take the same question to Joshua as well, to understand from DeSci World perspective, because there are many, medical research specific items that he's working on along with various researchers. So Joshua, the question is, what role does the smart contract and the decentralized marketplace play in terms of development and the deployment of the AI services within the Web3 ecosystem? Over to you.
Yeah, so apart from the sort of obvious ones of access to the AI models or access to the data itself, the open sourcing of the data or the open sourcing of the access to the models or how the models are created, there's one thing that actually is, in my opinion, the most powerful aspect of the decentralization of the intersection of AI and Web3 in particular. And this is so that, as Don was mentioning, the context is the sort of the diamond here, the gem that's most important here is the context that informs the models, or the context that is drawn from the data itself being the context. If you are decentralizing this entire infrastructure of creating data sets, cleaning them up, turning them into usable data sets, and using them to inform models, these data sets can be drawn from all sources, from many people around the world doing their own research, for example, and contributing that research to a database, which is then used to train AI models. This process, typically in a proprietary sense with OpenAI, for example, these contexts will be taken from the internet. Yes, they're decentralized and federated in the way they're distributed, but it's essentially capturing the value of the data that is someone else's, the origins elsewhere. In this sort of new paradigm where Web3 can be directly integrated with these concepts, those that provide the data can actually be incentivized or remunerated for providing that data retroactively. Because the way that these models are processing data is essentially the vectors or the embeddings or the hyperlinks that flow through the whole thing. If you have all of this, if for example, when you contribute to a data set, you have your wallet login, your wallet account as your sort of stamp. So you have time stamping, you have versioning, you have your wallet address attached to the data that you provide to the context group, for example. This creates this trail of provenance, this trail of reference through the context of the AI that the AI is using in order to produce an answer. And when the AI then produces an answer, you can actually follow the trail of provenance through there and see what research or what contributions actually gave the context for this AI to produce this answer. And as the AI becomes more useful and people maybe pay for the service of accessing the AI or pay for the service of whatever the AI outputs, if there's any some resources or papers that are written by the AI, these can actually be retroactively used. This funds can be used to retroactively reward those that contributed to the context group. And this is something that's really, really powerful, is if you just do your research and you're active online, you're producing data all the time, and an AI model will then take that data and utilize it and produce an answer that is valuable, you could actually be retroactively rewarded for your knowledge creation, for your contributions to this context group. And this is something that the blockchain, in particular, Ethereum, for example, because there's a standardization of the ERC20s, or the way that we all use our wallet addresses for multiple different apps and multiple different fields, but it's the same kind of concept of a login with a wallet address. This means that you can contribute to a multitude of platforms, your research hub, your social media, your internal note-taking devices, whatever. And as you're contributing these pieces of content, which might eventually be aggregated by AI, they can actually be retroactively rewarded. And this is a really powerful mechanism for people to actually contribute to the collective AI growth, but actually receive some of the benefits of those AI models that do then grow, rather than it being just captured by the sort of singular entity, for example, OpenAI, which captures all the gains of their models. The data that it's actually used upon is public data. It's data belonging to everybody else, produced by everybody else. So one thing that Web3 can do is it can put ownership on that data that you produced, can timestamp it or mark it with a wallet address, which creates a trail of provenance on the blockchain for you to then be retroactively rewarded for those AI creations.
Awesome to hear the complete research flow from the creator to the utilizer of the research in a very beautiful way that you have explained. Thank you, Joshua. Actually, congratulate Mirja that you have recently, released your next version on the GOSH perspective, and you have a very great roadmap in terms of the AI implementation as part of the Web3 world. I wanted to understand why the decentralization of the AI is so important. If you can just give your thought on that, would be helpful. Mirja, please, over to you.
Yes, sure. Well, we spoke about marketplaces here. The most efficient marketplace, though, is stealing. Right? You don't have any constraints. You just take someone else's data and use it. And that's exactly what is happening right now. And so why it works, actually? It works because it's the most efficient way. You just take it, right? And that's if you have a centralized model, centralized entity, centralized control, that's what you do. Right? Because you can. Now, there's another aspect of that. And we're talking about security with all of that. We talk a lot about security of the AI model training, whatever outcome. But as we see and that's our kind of thought process. We see last 9 months the explosion of the open source models and also of the efficiency of these models. So it is quite clear that within a very limited amount of time, I would say a year, maybe 2 years, we will see a very capable large language model on par with GPT-4, GPT-5, whatever, running on a simple notebook of every child in every school on the planet. Now, what are you going to do about that? And so it's not only that we have some kind of negativity against centralization and against stealing. Yes, we do. But it's also another aspect that there is simply, it cannot be contained. It will not be contained, and it shouldn't be contained. And because this is what we call progress. So of course, there are many people which sometimes forget taking their pills, which are against this kind of progress, right? And they say, okay, the AI will kill us all, and you can read Eliezer Yudkowsky before you go to sleep every day, so you will have some nightmares. But we believe that actually to decentralize all that, right? To not only to open source all that, but as Don rightly put out, like there is a difference between federation, decentralization, centralization. All of that is different things, right? We're talking about decentralization, not federation. It's not enough. Like, we need to really decentralize. So what we can do to decentralize it, and does that necessarily mean that everyone should immediately go without their pants on the street? Like, that the researcher need to go and immediately submit all that he's doing to the blockchain tomorrow, and okay, give some wallet if someone wants to contribute to him or her. That's okay. No, I don't think so. And what I want to say, another aspect of this is that decentralization doesn't mean necessarily completely, to open your work in every stage. It doesn't mean that. And for example, one of our launch partners, Eternity Cloud, just launched on the mainnet. And the Eternity Cloud is basically a trusted execution environment. It's like a privacy execution environment, but completely decentralized. So what we are going to do with Eternity Cloud in terms of AI training is that every researcher will be able to go to the Eternity Cloud marketplace, buy some trusted execution environment time, and submit their model in a completely decentralized way, train it a completely decentralized way, work on the data set in a completely decentralized way, but yet without exposing that data on this stage of the research to the whole world. What is important, of course, that once it's done, once the research is done, then how we run the model. Okay? And then that's, again, as we said before, there is two extreme views. One is, okay, we will control everything. We will run it on our servers. We will not let anyone access that, and we will control it completely. And another one, which will, eat the first one for breakfast sooner or later, is that if you don't open your model, someone else will. And someone else will run it on their notebook and whatnot. So to have complete access to the model, to the data, to the training loop, to everything is important for the same reason open source has this open security model, where the fact that you open your source code doesn't necessarily mean it is less secure. It's actually mean the opposite. Simply because everyone can go and look, and also create some kind of tooling around that to go and search for some vulnerabilities or whatnot, and find them and point them out. And so if we have, and the last thing is an example of how you could run, like if you need a GPU to run a model, for example, a large GPU to run something, you can say, like, we are not going to run this model unless it has a community open source, like open decentralized way approval that this model is kind of good to go on this GPU. Okay, so we are thinking in that lines. I don't know if that will hold, but that's the way of thought.
Awesome to hear this. So taking that same conversation forward, so Don is working on specifically on the privacy specific items. I want to understand his view on, if you are talking about this decentralized AI network, and how can we ensure, it is fair and transparent, and the important thing is, how we can have the accountability of the AI decision-making process. Probably if you can share your thought, Don, from what Mitja has provided, I think he has given the context, and if you can just take that forward, that would.
Or I'll try and be brief too, because I think we're running out of time. So I don't think it's up to us. I think the AIs are going to choose to go this route. So what we need to do is provide the foundational elements that they can transact and interoperate through. But in my mind, I look at a scenario where, you look out at this time horizon, 5 years, whatever the hell it is. You got a handful of organizations that control all of this, or you have, this emergent explosion of AI agents. And what's more likely, I do think the universe proves this out time and time again. We move towards entropy, so there will be more of these agents, and they are going to want to not have to deal with piracy, like Mitja said. And so the natural evolution for this seems, from our perspective, on the Nevermind side, is at the core of all of this is again, these two elements of attribution. So anything that a model is contributing to an ecosystem must be properly attributed, but also needs to understand that what is being consumed within these ecosystems, the context that Josh discussed, should also have attribution. And that extends out to the consent side. Just to kind of provide a corollary to, and somewhat dispute Mitja's argument that piracy is the easiest way to go. I think the music and entertainment space prove that somewhat, to be somewhat of a fallacy. Spotify, Netflix, etc., make it easier to consume because of the attribution that actually exists in the consent mechanisms that are baked in. I don't have to worry that, what I'm downloading off of Pirate Bay is either going to be the full asset that I'm trying to download, or that it's not going to, have a bunch of landmine viruses baked into it. I know what I'm getting is what I'm getting because of elements of attribution and consent. So I think, just to answer your question, Prasanna, it's those two things that are going to drive us forward, or drive these systems forward, but it's not going to be driven by us. It's going to be at the behest of these agents that are emerging. They will require it. Otherwise, they won't want to contribute anything. They don't want to deal with piracy.
Awesome. So I would like to open up for questions. I'm not sure how long we have got time. Is there any questions from the audience? Be happy to take the time.
We have a good 5 minutes for one or two questions, if you keep it within 5 minutes. I think Yvonne or somebody.
Yeah, so we can post a hopefully quick question. Can synthetic data be used to address data privacy concerns or mitigate biases in AI algorithm?
So who would like to take up the question? Specific to synthetic data.
Well, in the end, you will still need the real data to train the model. The synthetic data, you can debug it, but you can't train it on synthetic data.
You can. It depends on it. So my question would be, what's private here? Is the synthetic data set also private? But the reality is, so the way I look at this is, if one organization or entity or individual or AI can clone a data set, so can the next one. So it becomes a question of how relevant is it to preserve the privacy of something that can be easily generated through generative AI.
Yeah.
Um,
I think
so-
that the where the data comes from, or the use of that data itself, is the sort of primary answer here when it comes to synthetic data. You know, there's a couple of projects working with us, one called Humanity. They're working on synthetic data sets to train AI models for determining like the best way to behave for longevity, or the longness of life. And so they're utilizing like essentially derivatives of real life medical data sets about people's, you know, how their bodies are functioning and under certain conditions. And then they're creating synthetic data sets off those, so it's privacy preserving, and using those synthetic data sets to train the models. This is something that I think is going to scale. And from what I understand from Humanity, it's something that is like they're pushing as this is how you should be training AI models, because it maintains that privacy, but it also is essentially like 99.9% similar in terms of its results. Yes, debugging is probably its primary use case now, but I assume it gets better. One thing that we'd like to see, and one of the frameworks that we're looking at building into with DeSci World, is that we'd like to see if you are able to correctly sort of prove the provenance of these attributions, prove the provenance of these context attributions, you could essentially assign a value to those data sets. And if it's shown, if it can be proven that these data sets or these contexts or these attributions are produced by human inputs and then, you know, verified as a human input, then you could essentially assign more value to these inputs because they're produced by human data. It's human produced data sets. When it comes to, again, healthcare, there's some issues here with privacy. But you can start to see how the way that you categorize these contributions, especially when you can sort of mark them with a Web3 identity, it can be anonymized if you wish, but it can also be attached to a real world persona. And then you can actually start to grade the quality of these data sets or these contributions. And you could do so according to whether or not it's done from a real life person or whether or not it's a synthetic data set. And that could play again into its incentives, into how the AI models are rewarding the contributions. If it's a real world data set or if it's a synthetic data set, it could be rewarded differently. And this is one way to sort of handle this issue.
Just to add to that, again, going back on like the creation of synthetic data, again, if one organization can create it, you should assume that another organization can create it. So we get into a scenario here where what is actually valuable? The synthetic data is, to answer the question, can it preserve privacy? Yes, I think that's demonstrable at this point. The issue becomes these AIs will then all be trained on the same data set. So how valuable is any one AI against another? And the fact of the matter is these AIs will be optimized for relevance. And so they'll want to compete with one another. So really I think the motivation here is identifying unique, distinct or discrete context. Going back to the marketplace play, you know, that's also the best type of ecosystem to compete for those types of assets.
Yeah, I think also I think maybe it's important also to mention what is synthetic data, because I think I was talking about different synthetic data than you know, Joshua and Don were talking about. For me, synthetic data is a data which is like seems to be the real data, but it's not. If you have created a synthetic data set, which is a real data set, which means that it's valuable data set. For example, you kind of created a programming, which is a data set, which is real programs which executes and run and everything is fine with them, then how synthetic is that data? So of course, that synthetic data set is just a normal data set in that respect. And of course, you can use it to train the models and all, but not. But when you talk about synthetic data sets, which is kind of presumed to be, it's like real, but it's not, then it's a different story.
Yeah, I think this distinction is something that's starting to blur in the sense that you can have in the context of healthcare, in this example, you could have the real healthcare data and then you run some kind of script on it and it changes it, it anonymizes it essentially, just like in a sense. That would not be synthetic data, but then you'd have the synthetic data, which is actually created by just an algorithm, which is programmed to determine what healthcare data might look like, and then pretends that it's a living being and produces that data. Those both, as far as I'm aware, both are capable of being used to train AI in this context. And I think to sort of go back to Don's point, the market hypothesis here does play out quite efficiently. I think I'm not a big proponent of the market hypothesis and the efficient market hypothesis in general. I think it doesn't really play out in our current world, but this is an opportunity for it to play out. And a good way to think about the synthetic to organic data is just like when you're shopping, people like to purchase organic produce because they feel like to be higher quality. It's probably smaller, it's probably less complex, it's probably less beautiful to look at, and more expensive. But because it's organic or produced by human, verified human backers, it can be more useful. And it's when you start to try and train these AI models with, as Dan said, those uniqueness of data and those AI models that have the nuances or what seems to be intelligence that maybe those trained on large data sets of anonymized data or synthetic data will not possess that kind of initiative that maybe these other or more organically trained ones may do.
So on that note, my takeaway is that you all just motivated us to have a dedicated session on the definition of synthetic data versus other data. So thank you very much. We are a little bit over time. This was a very exciting conversation and panel to watch. So thank you very much for all the panelists, and thank you very much, Prasanna. And we will welcome you back, obviously, to the stage at the end of the day when we officially announce the WowDAO. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. So now we are actually adding a different flavor. And the different flavor is that we are now inviting 2 experts in the Web3 space, also the co-organizers of this event, to a very interesting fireside chat. So I would like to invite on stage, back on stage, Trang, where is Chris? Chris will be here soon. Okay, good, there he is. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome. I have to say, actually, in this case, all 3 people came actually all the way just a few hours ago, a few days ago from Vietnam. I have to say, heads up, nobody seems to be jet lagged. Everybody's energized, so I greatly appreciate that. So let's get right into it. So we like to welcome Chris and Trang to this fireside chat to learn more about their various U2U activities. First, a brief overview about Chris and Trang. Both of them are experienced, or let's start with Chris, sorry. He's an experienced digital strategist with over 13 years of expertise in building ventures, including CEO and management consultant roles. He is actively involved with U2U Foundation, incubating Web3 projects and overseeing the creation of its Layer 0. Additionally, he serves as the founding experts at Frontier Leader Institute, specializing in the digital transformation. Chris is also an incubator and investor in startups, and he plays a pivotal role in M3-2A analytics, making data accessible through text-to-chart technology for Web3 businesses. He co-founded the She blockchain, an edtech platform in Web3 format. Chris previously held positions as the Chief Strategy Officer for WOBI Global and Deputy CEO at Sovica Group, Vietnam's largest conglomerate. Moving over to Trang, thank you very much for being here. Greatly appreciate it. She is an experienced entrepreneur as well, and a senior manager with passion for blockchain and fintech. Prior to the position at U2, she held significant positions at various large startups, including business development director at Intina, a leading digital investment platform in Vietnam, which got invested by our famous local or Asian, I assume, Y Combinator, Sequoia Venture, which we all know by name. From the journey with Infinia, she facilitated a strategic deal between Infinia and Zelopay, top 2 e-wallet, Tiki top 3 e-commerce platform in Vienna. In 2019, she co-founded Binex, Vietnam's top flat crypto exchange, and attracted investments from 7 VCs in Vietnam and China, and is also partner of the top 3 largest exchanges, Binance, OKEx, Huobi. She also played a key role in the success of Entobo, a prominent biotechnology startup that recently raised $30 million from Dragon Capital and Mekong Capital, both on the leading financial institutions in Vietnam. Her journey led her to the U2 Foundation, which we will talk about in a second, where her passion aligns with the team's vision. The U2 Foundation is positioned as the motivation to promote the growth of the Unicorn Ultra ecosystem by leveraging the U2 chain strength and empowered by the community and the U2 Venture Builder, the leading technology incubator in the field of blockchain technology. Now over to Ha.
Yeah, thank you so much, Thomas. And thank you so much, Trang and Chris, to be here with us today. So Chris, I just want to start off by asking, can you please let us know by your own words what the U2 Foundation is all about?
Thank you.
Please check your mic. It's not working.
Okay.
Yeah, let me.
Did we pick it up on ours?
No, that's okay. I just turn it on again.
So do we have? Is it okay now?
It is okay now.
All right. So yeah, thank you so much, Trang and Chris, to being here today. And I just wanted to start off by asking, Chris, could you please, by your own words, explain what is U2U Foundation all about?
So I joined U2U Foundation a little bit in the later stage, not like from the beginning, but the idea of the original founder was as it stands for U2U, essentially a unicorn to another unicorn. So hopefully, like we can create an ecosystem where a lot of the Web3 and emerging tech startup can get in the ecosystem and hopefully to grow and become another unicorn, right? So we hope to be a gateway for unicorns startups.
Wow. So you think big?
Yeah, it's I mean, the vision is big,
awesome.
and there's a long way to go. And we are trying to do this with a core product, which is a U2U chain, which is what Trang is wearing as a shirt at the moment. It's a layer 0, EVM compatible, which really going after the enterprise value that I think by moderating the entire day today, you have heard a lot about, we're still missing that enterprise component in the Web3 and AI. And combine all of that together with our venture builder model, meaning that we understand that startup in different stage and different area, they will look out for different things to grow and to achieve each of the milestone. Either it's funding, either it's investor base, either it's user base or technology resource. Hopefully the Unicorn Ultra Foundation will be the place to provide all of that. Maybe not all of that, but slowly one by one. So basically that's the idea behind the foundation.
Sure. So Trang, could you please let me know about U2 Venture Builder and how are they connected with U2 Foundation?
Yes, so as Chris just said, in U2 Foundation, we have our Venture Builder arm, which is a leading technology incubator. So we have with our core value, for example, like economic resources and a team of full experienced mentors, and also our network. For example, like with top VC, top exchanges like Binance, OKEx, and Huobi over the world, and also the wide range of KOL influencer in global. So with all that resources, we aim to support like Web3 startup or as well as enterprise with like want to convert their business from Web2 to Web3 to grow their community and success as well in the business. And we also support in terms of technology based on our infrastructure and our layer 0. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you so much anyway. So Chris, as a founding advisor of U2 Foundation, can you please give a clear insight into the stories behind this ecosystem and what inspired your team to build such a comprehensive ecosystem like U2 Foundation?
So I think, again, it's coming from the initial founding team of U2U Foundation that we have seen and heard so much about the story that in the blockchain space, it has to be the enterprise value in blockchain. It has to be, blockchain for the poor or the country who may need it. And actually, it's turned out that developing country, and most of them are in Asia, we probably don't have probably the best access to, the public blockchain out there, because I think if you can measure and monitor quite closely, a lot of really good layers of blockchain out there, they mainly serve the American, they mainly serve the European region. And so we don't have a true enterprise blockchain for Asia, which where I think it makes the most sense in terms of blockchain application, because I think by the time today, we have heard a lot about the cases, how blockchain can transform a certain market and certain industry, especially in countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand. I mean, whereas there's a lot of the infrastructure are not well ready, that's where blockchain coming in and make the most sense. So we emphasize on that focus into Asia, and we're also going after the value of, a sort of a more sustainable and greener blockchain out there. So what I mean is we don't go only after speculated applications that blockchain has been known for a few years. We're going after really good sustainable applications like green finance, carbon credits, ESG related applications based on blockchain, because I think that's where it makes the most value for a lot of the country that we hope to expand the business to. And yeah, basically that's, we try to put a lot of the mission and like you said, like a very big goal all together. And it's still a long way to go, but we really like to take a big challenge like that going forward.
Excellent, thank you. Next question, Trang, if I may ask you. So in the past, blockchain have earned a really unfriendly reputation towards the environment for having a significant high carbon footprint that impacts the climate, especially in the crypto mining aspect. So can you give us a detailed look into what made it have such a disrepute?
Yeah, so if we look back few years ago, I need to agree that blockchain wasn't environment friendly at all. The problem is like to operate a blockchain-based platform, we need to consume a lot of energy. So so that energy consumption actually was like very intense topic within the community, especially when more and more people are now aware of environments. So the energy consumption is like attributed into the transaction verification process, as well as create block within a blockchain network. So that results to global warming or as well climate change we have now today. And for example, for the Bitcoin network, so it consumes like 110 terawatt hour per year. That equivalent for a small nation like Malaysia or Sweden for a year. Yeah, so that's with a lot of energy consumption contribute into the climate change and global warming. That is why blockchain had unfriendly or like not so
not so good reputation.
Yeah, not so good reputation toward the environment. Yeah.
I can confirm that when I was until recently at Intel, and it was about chip development and selling high compute power chips to particularly the hyperscalers. It's not only anymore about price. It's actually not the number one. It is literally about the best power consumption per price per dollar.
Yep.
That's now what the customers are really asking for that particular reason.
Yep.
So as a follow-on question, let me ask you one more. So the situation of blockchain and sustainability is having a better future, as you said.
Yep.
Give us a more comprehensive perspective on what is going on between blockchain and sustainability. Where is this going? When do they meet? When is it acceptable to actually, accept the fact that the sustainability needs to be taken into consideration?
Yeah, so as I said before, now more and more within the community of the blockchain field, we are aware of the environments. So for example, just recently for Ethereum network, they have upgraded into like proof of stake. So after that action, we can see that the electric usage of Ethereum network had dropped like 99.9% in terms of uses. So that action actually, like Ethereum have the entire blockchain industry put the new perspective into the world and say that blockchain is not like we are not just only efficient but also like sustainable, and we move forward to the future sustainable for the global.
I remember that announcement, that article, and if I remember correctly, they achieved that actually also by implementing artificial intelligence and algorithms to actually reduce the power consumptions dramatically.
Yeah, so both blockchain and AI can contribute into like electric consumption controlling and or reducing the uses. Yeah.
Yeah, actually right now training large language model is also a headache in terms of environment. So yeah, Chris, I also want to ask another follow-up question regarding the sustainability and environment problem. So you mentioned the environment and sustainability is an aspect that U2 team has been placing at the core in being a Web3 platform. So what are the actions that U2 Foundation has done to contribute to the efforts of enhancing the sustainability and decreasing the carbon footprint and making a green blockchain industry, as well as contributing to the Web3 development?
I think there's a couple ways to look at it. I think one of the angle is we try to bring the best value of blockchain into the society, and sometimes it means that it has to be real short-term value as well as mass adoption in terms of user and everything. And that's why we think like one of the vertical that we have to look at is basically environment and ESG related, or in this case, it's carbon credit trading, for example. So what we do is we really look out for those kind of application or founders who working hard in those vertical and help them with our expertise or even market access, for example. So right now we're working with a UK-based carbon credit project to put a lot of the trees in Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand from the satellite scanning, putting those trees as NFT carbon block in the NFT, and the farmer who owns those trees can use those trees as collateral to borrow
Farmers,
money. Yes,
sure.
farmer. Yes.
But you have to educate farmers how to use NFT.
Money talks.
So the
That's
thing is,
amazing.
they don't have to do much. I mean, the satellite will be our referees, right? I mean, from the
The
top.
farmers are low tech.
They don't have to do, I mean, anything. They don't run satellite, right? I mean,
But then they need to know what's NFT about. It's not something easy
so
for them to understand.
what they need to know is the satellite will capture the image and tell them exactly how much hectare of trees and everything that they have, and equivalent. This is how much carbon credit that you are producing every year. So either you can use the credit to apply for loans, on use it as collateral to borrow money and reinvest in your fruits and troops and everything to so make it more sustainable, right? So it's really solving a financial inclusion problem that we are facing in a lot of the ASEAN country and Asian country, and that's the best example of how Web3 is transforming, right? You have a project all the way in the UK, but the trees and the farmers are all the way here in Asia, and you just bring them all together in a trustless, like system in blockchain, which you can count on the system. Of course, it's still a long way to go because, if I'm not wrong, there's still a couple questions regarding the regulations around the space. But the carbon credit trading business has been around for a very long time. So much, if you compare with like a real traditional crypto topic that we're talking about, the carbon credit trading probably will be in the less sensitive space than just cryptocurrency.
I love it. I have to say, this is like technology meets creativity meets revenue model or new revenue models. Yeah. It's amazing. I couldn't even dream that up, that creativity. Awesome.
Yes.
All right, so we have one last question here for Trang. The last question is, since both AI and Web3 can contribute significantly into the sustainability future, can you share about the further collaboration between U2U and WowDAO, the world's first decentralized autonomous organization for the open source AI community to enhance the future of global sustainability? In short, what can we do together?
Yes, so
many things.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas, for beautiful question. So actually, like after 2 days of on the meaningful discussion within our summit, I believe that everyone now can see that both Web3 and AI can contribute significantly into like building sustainability for our world. So I cannot speak on behalf of Thomas or neither have, but for U2U, we are very ready for a long-term partnership with WowDAO. And I believe that if we integrate both technology, both sides, we can surely become a power tool for building a sustainable future for the world.
Well said. I can only second that. And I like the term that you said, long-term.
Yeah.
We are not into short-term. We want to have long-term viable partners to build a long-term viable ecosystem for AI developers. Maybe one last question, because we have 2 minutes left and I want to maximize that. What brings you to the United States? And where do you see the vision of North America and U2U?
Right. So I think we had these questions during our preparations for the summit like a couple of weeks back. And I think after the last 2 days of events, I think it changed, and it's kind of reflecting your observation about what I shared with you a couple of weeks back, that more than a few speakers today that we have has mentioning about like, man, it's so happening outside of the US, right? And that's the challenge, that so many great VCs are here. The top AI and Web3 talents are here for sure, but more or less, I think one of the bigger and more ready market for this product to go to is actually in Asia.
It's true.
And so what U2U is trying to do is we just really try to be there, to be your friends, to be the one who hold the hands, to be the door opener for a lot of the partner, the VCs, and also the project to have a great and smooth access into the local communities. Because I think we're talking about, man, much faster speed of technology than when you were at Intel just a couple years back. I think now we're talking about months. We're talking about, man, in a year we go to this country and that country.
Yeah.
So U2U Foundation, besides the product development and all of the incubation that we do, we hope to become a great partner to bring and help, any kind of American partner to try and explore Asia in a way.
I think there's a match made in heaven, as we say in the United States. And I remember, and you were sitting there with Professor Olaf Groth.
Yes.
And he hit it home at the end. It was all about Asia, Asia, Asia. So we may have the know-how to some extent, but let's face it, the party is actually somewhere else happening at the moment. So with that, I thank you both very, very much. We will definitely chat a little bit more afterwards. And now there is the moment of truth. We have 2 more people. Here they are. So thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you. Bye.
And now is the moment of truth, where over the last, 2 days, we have warmed up, all of us and the rest of the world, to actually introduce officially the WowDAO, which we have been working on conceptually for a very long time. So hello, everyone. As we are closing this amazing Insight Day 2, Hold on one second. So as we are closing we are Amazing Insight Day 2, AI and Web Summit 2023. We are proud to officially open the door for the AI developers to join the WowDAO. So let me explain. In the next 15 to 20 minutes, you will learn about the vision, the benefits, and how to build the ecosystem with IP NFT protection. How to get engaged with working groups. We will disclose details about the product roadmap, and most importantly, we explain how to integrate a decentralized governance. And we have all learned that that's one of the key things to actually pull this off in the first place. So what do we as a membership organization aim for? Well, we aim to decentralize the AI democratization of it and enable developers to control their own destiny. Can we stop for 1 second? I have a question.
Do we have a slide?
Are we showing the slides here, by the way? I don't see any slides.
Yvonne.
Yvonne, can somebody confirm? Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And if we go to probably slide number 1, maybe even slide number 2. Okay, here we go. So let me go. What is the WowDAO? Okay, here we go. So the WowDAO, can we go to the next slide for a second? I want to check something. Okay, here we go. Now we are on track. Thank you very much, and sorry for the hiccup. So what is the WowDAO? The WowDAO is the first decentralized autonomous organization for the global AI community, a blockchain-based cooperative ecosystem that supports the entire process of AI inventions, from innovation to funding to commercialization. Anyone can easily innovate, protect intellectual property, and share their AI inventions in a secure and transparent manner. The mission is to solve existing core limitations for developers to maximize their return on investments. Examples are the dominance of a few global hyperscalers.
Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Inefficient commercialization, the absence of equitable rewards, and the need to serve multiple development platforms. Next slide, please. The value proposition. The WowDAO's value proposition is to provide a comprehensive ecosystem controlled and owned by its contributing members, a supporting team of AI thought leaders, corporate executives, investors, a merit-based ownership governance, IP safeguards to protect and commercialize AI inventions, and ultimately decentralized AI development by bringing it on chain. This brings us to the topic of the benefits. I think that's the next slides, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Yes, yes, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So this brings us to the topic of the benefits of contribution WowDAO members who are token holders. Everything we intend to do is manifested in a fair, in a strong, and in a visible established governance. Token holders are rewarded based on their contributions. They receive profit sharing from the joint pool, have access to AI tools and IP pools as well, and to grow their business to get early access to potential investors who are hopefully viable part of the ecosystem. So please join us all in this exciting and rewarding journey. And with that, I would like to introduce Chris, one of the founding members, to explain a little bit more about the additional values that we have to offer. Chris, over to you.
Thanks so much, Thomas. And next slide, please. So as Thomas mentioned, WowDAO is building an ecosystem. We're building a cooperative, something where all of our users, all of the participants own a part of what we're building together. At the core of this is tokenized intellectual property. Our core design around this is inspired by protocols that have been developed by Molecule, where I'm also an IP legal advisor. Molecule is a tech company in the Web3 space that has been largely leading the development of BioDAOs and the really emergence of what's called the decentralized science movement. Now, the question immediately arises, how does one make a WowDAO IP NFT, and what exactly are these things? Well, it's remarkably simple. Simply draft a description of your AI project and the intellectual property rights that you wish to license into WowDAO. This can really take any form that you may want it to, although we intend to be developing templates so that it becomes easy, transparent, and sort of scalable as we all look at the inputs into the IP NFTs that we'll be using inside WowDAO. What's so important about this is that you can retain all legal title to your intellectual property, and you have full control over the terms upon which you want to license your IP into the DAO. You then mint your project description and these IP rights into what we call an WowDAO IP NFT. What that really is simply an attachment of a PDF of your project description and the IP license rights into a non-fungible token. And what this does is this also legally assigns the IP rights that are being licensed into the token itself, such that whoever is the token holder is now the owner or controller of those rights that are sort of enumerated within. Now, with your IP NFT, you can do something truly revolutionary. You tokenize your IP NFT into fungible cooperative IP tokens. These are unique to your unique IP NFT. And what these cooperative IP tokens can be used for is they can be sold, auctioned, or otherwise distributed in whatever way you see fit to people, investors, or other collaborators that you want to help co-govern the development of your AI project and of really the IP in your IP NFT. So why is this so revolutionary? Well, tokenized IP and distributed governance over IP development present the first time in history, I mean, truly the first time in history, in the history of the intellectual property economy, that investors and collaborators, IP producers and builders can actually have liquidity and pricing mechanisms for early stage IP. With this, we can align market incentives to provide graduated funding and rapid scaling for successful projects. The demand for cooperative IP tokens increases in accordance with ongoing IP validation. And we use these economics to really further design the economic engine and the alignment of economic incentives that we're building through the WowDAO cooperative. Next slide, please. And as you heard on our panels earlier today, and as Thomas rightly mentioned, there's a significant amount of regulatory uncertainty that DAOs face when really, going through this noble process of democratizing AI through blockchain-based tokens. And what we're doing with WowDAO is moving cautiously. We have no intentions of trying to build something that creates a token system that's amenable to pump and dumps or anything like that. We're much, frankly, more serious. We're people who really want to build. And so we want to build a cooperative that really ensures that we stay out of legal trouble with any regulators, but that also allows us to move ahead with what makes sense and with what works. And so we, our sort of choice in doing so is to employ this legal theory that Yev, who you heard on the panel earlier at Launch Legal, pioneered, and that James at Oric has really helped to advance. And across top law firms and KPMG and other sort of big players, this model has been well validated in using a cooperative as a legal structure to organize this type of digital network co-owned by its participants. And so what we're on the path towards doing is organizing WowDAO as a cooperative in Colorado, in the United States, under the Colorado Uniform Limited Cooperative Association Act. A mouthful, but the nice thing about this is it's a template cooperative law that's common across at least 10 other jurisdictions. So we're building something that is also scalable and transferable and portable, not only across jurisdictions in the US, but should people ever want to organize a cooperative in Switzerland or in other places, the principles that we're designing our cooperative with are relatively consistent. Now, excuse me, membership in the cooperative will be distributed through a cooperative membership token. This token is largely non-transferable and provides each token holder a single vote in cooperative governance, a one person, one vote kind of token. And this obligates the token holder to accept a legally binding duty of care over the cooperative and its rules. In a decentralized cooperative where we may really not know each other well to have the trust that one may want, what we rely upon are legally binding commitments to care. And this actually has some interesting legal innovation around it itself that emerges out of common law systems, things I won't get into now, but if anyone's interested down the road, there's plenty of resources we're drafting around this. And through the cooperative, we plan to launch freely transferable WOW tokens. These are utility tokens that the cooperative members can use to delegate governance authority and to exchange other value across the ecosystem. And while the cooperative membership token and WOW token work together to administer governance across the cooperative, we have, as I mentioned on the previous slide, IP NFTs and cooperative IP tokens in another kind of parallel system working together to administer governance of the IP created by WowDAO members and cooperative IP tokens and decentralizing that governance. Now, together, these 4 tokens are designed to optimize a decentralized cooperative ecosystem where members retain ownership and control over their own IP, while also co-governing a pool of shared resources and even shared IP at the cooperative level. Next slide, please. And so what's really cool about this? Well, for those of us who've been in Web3 for a while, we know, again, decentralized governance, even when you get it right, it seems to have a short shelf life. New people come into the DAO. So many people across Web3 today are active in multiple DAOs. And there's a natural instinct among those working across multiple DAOs to want to find ways to make DAOs interoperable. When we can make DAOs interoperable, they can scale more readily. It becomes oftentimes win-win situations. And we really help to build an ever-growing ecosystem of nested, decentralized sort of specializations. And so while we're setting ourselves up really to help launch using this 4-token ecosystem, we've also designed our cooperative membership token to be compatible for use in tandem with any token. This is the first type of design, this type of design is the first that I've at least had experience with. And it's something that I've sort of been working on, really incorporating lessons learned from a lot of the DAO governance issues that I've seen across the decentralized science space. How does this work? Well, any holder of a WowDAO cooperative membership token can propose at any time to integrate another token into the ecosystem. Of course, in order to remain compliant with cooperative rules and regulations, the use of any other token inside the DAO must continue to comport with the rules of the cooperative, which are limiting in some ways, but the power of this interoperability cannot be overstated. For example, the 4 of us, Thomas, Prasanna, and I, have been in discussions with multiple other DAOs across the decentralized science movement to explore means for collaboration. One of my favorite ecosystem DAOs is DeSci World. DeSci World, for those who aren't familiar with them, is designed to be a kind of one-stop shop for users to view, engage with, and understand all that is happening in the world of decentralized science. Now, in due course, WowDAO might decide that we want to become interoperable with the DeSci World DAO. So how would this happen? Well, with the WowDAO cooperative membership token primitive, any WowDAO member can propose to integrate the DeSci token, the token used in the DeSci World DAO, into WowDAO. What this really looks like is a proposal to use DeSci to govern perhaps certain aspects of WowDAO, or perhaps a certain portion of a treasury that WowDAO cooperative thinks is worth co-governing with DeSci token holders in order to optimize some benefit to WowDAO that arises from integrating with DeSci World. And what's so powerful about this is that these means of integrating other tokens can be done entirely on WowDAO's own rules. It's really up to the cooperative itself to decide how and for what purposes any other token is to be used with the cooperative membership token. When in doing so, and really in any time this happens, both DAOs stand to win. Now, WowDAO would increase in this type of integration, WowDAO would increase the demand for cooperative membership tokens among DeSci World DAO members so that they could unlock their ability to use DeSci holdings inside WowDAO. And this at the same time increases the demand and utility of DeSci itself, which strengthens DeSci World. These types of collaborations are things that we want to embrace in WowDAO and to really help us scale and to sort of allow the market for innovative solutions and efficient governance be sort of upgradable inside our system. Next slide, please. And here's sort of a quick visual to capture how this token system works. Think of the WowDAO cooperative and of course then the corresponding cooperative membership token as the gravitational center of WowDAO. Around this gravitational center, we can put any number of additional tokens into orbit. For example, what we're already planning to put in, the WOW token. This functions, as I mentioned, as a utility token for the cooperative. We have WowDAO IP NFTs, which function as a means for the WowDAO cooperative to interact with WowDAO members' IP. And then we have the cooperative IP tokens, which function as a means for WowDAO members to invest in and co-govern specific projects and IP of interest from their WowDAO colleagues. And now any other token with any other utility can, of course, be brought into orbit. And this, again, is done subject to a proposal and approval by the other WowDAO cooperative members. The key here really is that each of these tokens must be used in tandem with the WowDAO cooperative membership token for it to actually be a token inside the cooperative ecosystem. Next slide, please. And so now let me flip the perspective a little bit around on how this decentralized governance works for me, the builder, the IP producer, the one who has a project, wants to come into the DAO and is asking, how does this work for me? What control do I have? Where might I lose it? How do I stand to benefit? And how can I really participate? And this gets really, really exciting to me. Our design here follows the Nobel Prize winning work of Elinor Ostrom. Elinor Ostrom won the Nobel Prize in 2009 for her lifelong work, which ultimately led to setting forth 8 principles on how to design a sustainable governance system for large-scale common pool resources, for example, pooled IP or shared resources inside WowDAO. One of these key principles is nested governance, which requires clearly delineated boundaries of governance authority and meaningful control of governance from the individual up through the interconnected whole. As a builder bringing an AI project to WowDAO, You get to keep legal title to your IP and completely control the terms and conditions of the IP that you wish to license into the DAO. You can then take your first step in decentralizing governance over your IP by tokenizing and distributing cooperative IP tokens from your IP NFT. Now, next, as a member of the WowDAO cooperative, you can co-govern the acquisition and administration of pooled resources, including pooled other IP that might help you develop your own IP, that you may want more generally to help your project and the projects of your colleagues to grow. And now lastly, you can use WOW to delegate governance authority in the cooperative, enabling trusted specialists to efficiently represent and manage your interests, again, in increasing concentric circles of decentralization. The key in all of this is that for builders, intellectual property is your most valuable asset. The WowDAO design that we've made recognizes this and keeps you in the driver's seat. Next slide, please. And here, when you have an opportunity to design an ecosystem that's built on Nobel Prize winning work, it's worth taking an extra minute to just pause and quickly highlight how we do satisfy these 8 principles. And I think it really helps make it click what we're trying to do here. I think this is also going to be something that's exciting for people in Web3 more generally, who have heard of Ostrom compliant projects, but I think WowDAO really seems poised to be one of the first to implement. And these 8 principles set forth, 1, as I mentioned before, define clear group boundaries. Well, this comes naturally when you have nested layers of token governance. Groups are defined by those who hold tokens. These are bright line rules. 2, empower individuals to control the rules over their own resources. And this is exactly what we do at our IP NFT level. We allow individuals, IP producers, to retain ownership and control over their IP and the IP license. 3, ensure that those impacted by the rules can participate in modifying the rules. Well, that's exactly what we achieve with our cooperative IP tokens, which enable us to co-govern an IP cooperative. Now, 4, make sure member rights are respected by outside authorities. One of the beauties of organizing a DAO around intellectual property and doing so as a legally registered cooperative is that these are all legally recognized assets that operate together under legally binding contracts. Should there be disputes, the initial step will be to resolve disputes inside the DAO, but should that fail, we have the recourse that already exists in the IP justice system or in private contract law to address any issues. 5, make sure member rights are respected by outside of, oh, I'm sorry, I think I doubled up on that one. Oh, we actually have a few doubled here. I'm going to skip through these in a second, apologies. 7, though, provide cheap and efficient means for dispute resolution. Here, we use tokenized intellectual property to outperform existing inefficiencies in the IP economy. For those who have had a lot of experience trying to license intellectual property in the existing IP economy, or you've ever had to deal with a patent troll, or you've ever had to litigate against a patent, and you find that 50% of patents litigated through to the merits are found invalid. Generally, there's consensus among all of us in this market that there are a lot of market failures and there are a lot of ways that the system can be improved. Simply bringing IP on chain and tokenizing IP immediately solves certain inefficiencies in the market that I can further describe another time, but we have this encoded into our design as well. And last, build responsibility for governance in nested tiers from the lowest level up to the interconnected whole. And that's exactly what we've done, and as I described on the previous slide. Now, next slide. And so lastly, another problem that often plagues DAOs is that they decentralize too rapidly. overly rapid decentralization leads to unintelligent growth and vulnerability to capture by bad actors. And here, we're innovating yet again. Inspired by nature's model for sustainable, organic, and decentralized growth, we're employing a first-of-its-kind Fibonacci launch for our cooperative membership tokens. Fibonacci sequences appear in everything, from branching in trees to the arrangement of leaves on a stem, to the fruit sprouts of a pineapple, to the family tree of honeybees, to financial markets, to computer science, and even to Sanskrit poetry. So why not to the sustainable growth of DAOs? Well, we will find out. Our Fibonacci, and for those generally curious in the math of the sequence, it's simply the sum of the two preceding numbers. 3 plus 2 equals 5, 5 plus 3 equals 8, 8 plus 5 equals 13, etc. Now, our Fibonacci launch begins with an initial cohort of 55 cooperative membership tokens, 55 being a Fibonacci number. These 55 cooperative members will then govern in the distribution of the next 34 membership tokens so that the cooperative grows to 89 members. Those 89 cooperative members will then govern in the distribution of the next 55 membership tokens so that the cooperative grows to 144 members, and so on down the line. We can mint as many membership tokens as we want. In my eye, we want north of 5 million so we can properly decentralize, but this will take time. But one thing to note, as Prasanna and Ha will further describe, we're inviting everyone today to join the WowDAO Discord and Telegram channels to get active. These channels, of course, already have well more than 55 members. Our intention is to invite our most active and needed members from the broader sort of WowDAO Discord and Telegram channels into the cooperative as quickly as we responsibly can. The upshot here is the more active the early cohort of DAO members are, the quicker we can expand our membership, and the quicker we can expand a quality membership that is what we think our members are actually looking for to meaningfully participate. Thank you so much. I'm now happy to hand things over to Prasanna, who will walk us through our roadmap of next steps.
Can you step in and cut it
Go
short?
on to the next slide, please.
Can we unmute?
Yes. Thanks, Chris. And we are happy to announce that, as Chris and Thomas has mentioned, that we're officially doing a soft launch as of today. And Ha will walk you through what are all the different membership group that we are planning to have them onboarded. From now till November, we are planning to invite all that initial 55 members that will be onboarded as part of the multiple groups that we are talking about. And in parallel to that, we are already working on the technology behind it. Whatever Chris has mentioned, everything will be driven completely end-to-end from a technology-focused one, with a back-end system in terms of providing the end-to-end IP management, token management, and with the secure interaction between your members, governing bodies, and so on and so forth. And we are planning,
My
Yes, Tom.
sincere apology. We were just notified unexpectedly that we have a situation here and we have literally only 5 minutes for wrapping up the entire session. There's a
Sure.
situation here on site that it's out of our control.
I understand. So we are launching here, and over to Ha and Thomas for taking it forward. Yes.
Yeah, we can wrap up. Yeah, so thank you so much, Prasanna, for your insightful and overview of the roadmap. So now it's time to take action. We welcome all of you, our judges, mentors, contestants, and everyone attendees of this Worldwide AI and Web3 Summit to join as a part of the WowDAO. And we will touch base very soon to send you more information about how to join as a contributor of the WowDAO. Yeah, thank you so much, all of you, for joining us in this 2-day incredible event. I'm afraid that we have to wrap up right here because
maybe we show the next slide. That it's an important slide that we maybe want to share. Here we go, the working groups. That's an important one.
All right, we have 2 minutes
We
left.
have 4 minutes. Let's maximize the 4 minutes.
All right. So the core team of the WowDAO, we have different working groups. The very first one is core members who will play an important role in shaping the vision of the DAO. The second one is advisory board, where we will select and invite AI and Web3 leaders to join us as advisors to support with different strategies for the WowDAO. The third one, if you are an expert in investment, funding, and compensation in Web3, we welcome you on board in this working group. The fourth one, tech and legal experts. It will play an important role to support with building infrastructure and legal system for the whole DAO ecosystem. And last but not least, it's the marketing, community management, and growth group. We really want to welcome anyone who have experience in this field to support us to expand our exposure in different countries. So yeah, thank you, everyone. We just want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of you who join us for our incredible event. And I'm gonna give stage back to Thomas to say some of the last word in 1 minute left.
Thank you very much. So first of all, we love and we will work with entrepreneurs and startups. I would say we are all entrepreneurs ourselves. And having said that, this is a live session. This is real time. We are entrepreneurial spirits. We have to adjust as situations are being thrown at us. No problem at all. In final closing, I would say after the last 2 days, this has been an absolute valuable, informative, insightful, and fun event. We will make sure that all the videos for the individual panels will be properly edited. We will put it on YouTube. We will put it on the proper channels and on our websites. And I can highly encourage everybody, if you want to learn more about individual topics from the VCs to the remarkable woman in AI to this amazing detailed explanation what the WowDAO is all about, please watch the videos, put it on YouTube, put it on your social media, make it as visible as you can so that as many people are aware for us to are building these particular amazing organization, the WowDAO. With that, thank you very much. A huge thank you to all the speakers who came to the studio, who called in the middle of the night from all over the world. And with that, we are closing our very first AI and Web3 Summit 2023. And we will all see you in 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.